Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. We are live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, for the very last time this year. I know it's sad, but maybe it'll be great because we get a fantastic best of 5 between Fnatic and MDK, and the winner goes straight to the grand finals over in Munich. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Broxa and Odawamne. And as you might notice, Odawamne is in a good mood. That is about as rare as a solar eclipse, so take it all in, guys.
Hi.
Enjoy.
What is it? Why are you so excited? Is it because it's the upper bracket final?
That, but also G2 got pushed to the limit yesterday, which is honestly, you know, everyone looks at the fact that they reverse swept and it's sad for BDS, but at the same time, G2 has been the final boss for us and we have never really oftenly seen them, you know, get pushed to the finals, and having them reverse sweep for the first time since 2019 has been quite an accomplishment for them.
It is worth noting, though, that the 3 teams that are left, G2, MDK, and Fnatic, have all reverse swept BDS earlier this year. So not the greatest time to be a BDS player or fan, for that matter.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's like one of those added stat lines. You know, they've been reverse swept twice before this. Now it's 3. They have ended the series 3-2 4 times before this time. Now it's 5. Whenever they started losing a game, they never recovered. You know, it's sad for BDS because unfortunately, I do think that mental aspect, Broxa, was important. And that's just something, unfortunately, they have to deal with because their season is over. They cannot go to the season finals, and it is G2, I would say, then deservedly.
Yeah, I think ultimately, if we look at not only this split, but the year as a whole, G2, of course, does deserve to be at the Roadshow in Munich and still have a shot at going all the way. BDS has been in this unfortunate spot where they've kind of been the gatekeepers, so close to the top, but not fully able to actually make it there.
And Odo, if you want to get anywhere in EU, you have to beat G2, and unfortunately for BDS, MDK did do that.
Yeah, everyone is bashing on MDK for the fact that they're making worlds with, you know, low win rate and whatever, but they are the only team so far with Fnatic, which is really fitting for the rest of the season finals right now, that have beat G2 in the past. So for me, it is deserved because no one else has done it except these 2 teams.
Yeah. Wait, Fnatic and... Yes, and those
Fnatic
are also
and
the
MDK,
teams
yes.
in the season finals. So, yeah, it all works out. Talking about MDK and the way they really took down G2, they had a lot of chaos in draft. So let's check out last week's Kia mic check.
All right, my friends.
Yes.
Let us fight.
Hola.
Hey guys, we have officially cooked.
Yes? Guys, if we didn't know what it was about to happen, imagine them, you know, like...
We're gonna have to be a bit smart, okay, about the... oh, ho, ho, ho.
Go Vex?
Oh, Vex, yes. Yes.
Hey, no, hey, but
Yes.
they can go full AP because they are G2, but we cannot, no? Ah, okay.
By the way... What about Galio?
Galio is an option, yeah.
Oh la la. I can do Galio actually. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh la la. Oh my
I
god.
like it.
Yep.
That's fine, that's fine.
Galio Morgana, crazy.
I think Smolder is fine, Merced.
Good guys.
Smolder. On the top, Sarah mid, or Astral mid maybe. It's probably Astral mid actually.
Yeah,
Okay, whatever.
Probably Smolder top
Maybe-
and Zeri medium.
Thank you, Mercedes. You've made a great decision.
Yes.
I really like it. I really
We
like
talk after the game.
Okay, so I don't need that?
Neither.
Nida? Okay.
It's Italy top. Yeah.
Italy 80 top.
Can you just, bro, just go Irelia and just full clear the top and just dive him? Or?
Can we dive him?
Bob is this.
By top.
Nice! Yours, we played it so good! Oh my god! Yo!
Guess we get to play some more League of Legends next week.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, and guys, we will never play Nidali top again. It looks so bad.
No, what do you mean so bad?
Well, excellent strat. If they didn't know what they were doing, they still won, and that was, you know, you get to kind of like embarrass the enemy team extra much if you go, well, we didn't even know we were gonna play it, and we're still gonna kill it.
It was quite polarizing because everyone was like, oh, they're genius, the Nidali top is great and everything. And then at the end, you see LUS saying, yeah, you're not playing this champion ever again. So it was an amazing glimpse into how these teams operate.
Exactly, because they could just lie and say, hey, we're not doing this ever again. But
They're
they will actually
hoodwinking
do
us all.
it. Yeah.
We'll see today. Anyways, we're expecting some crazy picks out of Mirren, and I wanted to play a little game called Are Your Picks Lulu or Delulu? And then after that, we will also kind of try and determine if Mirren did in fact play it or not. So my analysts have their Lulus. Perfect. This is the first one. Okay, we got a Victor.
Oh, Victor.
But this has been played top in the past. Like, this was an older school thing.
6 years ago.
Yeah, that's in the past.
Okay,
Thank you for clarifying.
No way Merwin played this, and no way we're gonna see it in competitive, because this is like, as Mad Lions, they cook a bit too much, so I am not expecting this to happen today. So
It's the old Renekton rule as well. If you can dive it, it's probably not good for top lane. This seems like you're not getting away from it.
He did play it in solo queue.
What?
Yeah. What do you think of the build?
it makes sense, but it is a little bit overcooked. If it comes out today, I would be extremely
A
surprised.
little bit overcooked. Okay, let's take a look at our next one, Lulu or Delulu.
What we got?
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
I mean, I feel like we've seen this a lot, no? Have we? You
Well,
like it?
It is Lulu because
A lot.
it does make sense because Merwin does like this sort of AP champions that bully the laning phase early and then looks to have mobility and snowball the game. So I am a fan of this. The other one didn't look so great, but this one ticks all the check marks for Merwin.
I don't ever want to see this top lane, actually. Now that I think about it, you can get this one for me. I don't want to play against this. I don't want to see it.
But it doesn't matter. Like, did he play it or not?
I don't think Mirren played this.
What do you think?
I think he played it.
No, it was Zeus in solo queue.
There you go. Also, production would never do this twice. It's like when you do a math test and you're like, no, it can't be A two times in a row.
Okay, third one.
This one for sure. It has to be a 2-in-1 special.
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, that is his
Ari.
old school Ari. He
It
used to
is.
play AE.
That's like his pick.
Exactly.
Oh my God! What a creature!
What am I looking at?
Yeah, I'm going Lulu because I'm sure that he must have played it. If not him, then no one else. Did he play this in competitive? No,
He
it was
did.
Trinity
He did.
Force.
No,
though.
he played it when he played on Bisons, actually.
Wow, look at this. Someone who actually
Okay,
did
you
their
made your
prep.
homework, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Chill out.
I played it in LVP fantastically by
Boom.
Mirren, and I mean, it sets us up
You deserve a raise.
fantastically for
Thank
the
you,
matchup
thank
as
you.
well.
I'll take your day
Thank
rate.
you for your
Sorry.
service, gents. It's okay. Laura's now standing by in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby with the other player who performed his Champion Ocean last week.
Thank you so much, guys. And Pescari, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. These guys were talking about what you guys have been cooking and whether it's a good option or not, Lulu or Delulu. But so I want to ask about your champion pool, actually, because it feels like you're having fun. We heard that through the mic check and everything. What allows you to think that a champion that you pick that's not particularly meta is actually going to work?
I mean, we just trust that we can pull out certain champions. We believe we are talented people and we are confident nowadays, fortunately, because it has been times that we are not so confident.
Yeah.
So when we're in that kind of state mentally, I think we're not afraid to pull out anything, and that's our approach, kind of. Like, we don't really practice everything because obviously there is so many champions in League of Legends that you cannot really practice everything in scrims. So we are just trusting that we can pull it out kind of first time or like with few games in solo queue. So yeah, that's basically it.
It can lead to pretty much anything, but also it gives a lot of flex potential within you guys. So let me ask you, who's the best Zeri in the team?
I mean,
I'm not even sure that's your AD carry anymore.
yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. I would say the most natural one is Super probably.
Okay.
But I would say the competition is really close since we've been spamming Zeri, all of us, a lot. So
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, following up on the voice comm that we heard from you guys, what can the enemy know about what you're doing if you guys don't know what you're doing? Actually, that's how it sounds like. You just decide on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what we are gonna pull out today in terms of picks. We don't really have clear in our heads what we are gonna play because we are really open-minded again. Like we have a lot of ideas of what can we actually pull out. We need to see also enemy draft to adapt to it, what we are gonna pick today and in general in the series. So I'm really looking forward for it because it's gonna be really fun, yeah.
Outside of enemy draft, people might think that Fnatic choosing the red side and leaving you guys on blue side might make it complicated for you to flex this kind of position and innovate in picks. Is there anything you would like to say to people thinking stuff?
I mean, sure, they can think whatever, but I think in blue side you can still flex a lot of things, so I don't think it's like a disadvantage that we go on blue side. I think it's really still a strong side to be able to play the first game, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun series, so I'm really excited, yeah.
After that, I'm really excited as well. Frescory, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
the interview. Best of luck today.
Well, apparently not too sad that Fnatic maybe has figured them out, allegedly, since Fnatic elected to go on the red side. But there they are, Fnatic looking to get to another final. And MDK looking to go to the grand final at the season finals, even though they haven't been there since winter, GB. MDK are the best min-maxers I've ever seen in my life.
They just know how to peak when they need to peak, and they consistently do it. What can we say? I mean, I do think that they deserve being here. Like, it's top 6 that make it to season finals. They beat G2 in the upper bracket. Sure, what else can you say?
Absolutely. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Broxa up in this upper bracket final. Talk to me about what you think the most important matchups are.
Well, I think it's going to be very centered around jungle and top lane. Top lane, of course, we've seen the Mervin spicy picks already. We've seen Oscar really level up throughout this year. Jungle, specifically Razork. I was about to say arguably, he is the best jungler in the league right now. Elyoya, former best jungler in the league, and that's going to be a great matchup to follow. Also worth noting that while we can talk about spicy picks and whatnot, all these guys love playing aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just always these two. As you said yourself, Razork's really just been the best jungler in Europe, I mean, throughout the entire year, but it's just one of those things where it used to be Elyoya. That was the guy that we were looking at when we were talking about the best jungler, and it's just come to a point where he's now having to reclaim his throne because Razork's didn't own him for so long.
I think it's so interesting when you talk about top and jungle, and those stories really mirror each other. One, these are 4 Spanish players, but also, by the way, Fernando Cardenete had an amazing write-up about the history between Oscarinen and Mervin, but the fact that Oscarinen was always one step ahead, right? The same you could say for Razork, but then Elyoya came onto the scene, and it's just so interesting that these are the two teams, and these are the matchups that we're going to see for that grand final spot.
No, absolutely, and it just feels poetic in that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I really love the kind of narratives we've got going on in a matchups like this, and I love the fact that it's just from such a different perspective, at least with what they're bringing out in terms of picks. But you're right in terms of story, right? When Oscar got into the scene in the beginning, he was bad. I'm sorry, right? He had some horrible games, and it looked like it was a mistake having Oscar in here. But the fact that he then nurtured himself into being a top-tier, top laner in the league really speaks for itself. And Mirin, he's trying to go on that same path.
Look at those champ pools.
Would you say same path? I mean, look at the champion.
I mean, that's how they
spicy
differ.
path if I've ever seen one. But yeah, I definitely think you're right. And the beauty of it is that Oscar is slowly cementing himself as the superstar top lane of Europe, with Mervin still in his first year, still having so much room and opportunity to really prove himself. And if he can go up big and take down Oscar today, that is the first step in that direction.
I'm also really happy to hear that they still don't have a clue, right? That they have all their picks and that they'll just adapt to the situation. So, but from your gut, you still have to say MDK still feels like the underdog, and I know they took down G2, but when you're up versus a Fnatic, who I think many have such a high ceiling, just it's that they don't hit it consistently. Unfortunately, do you guys agree? And what's your prediction?
Well, I think definitely going into the series, MDK is going to be a slight underdog, but at the same time, I know from experience that every single time I predicted Fnatic to win a series, they ended up losing. And I made that mistake too many times. I think it's going to be pretty close. I think it could easily be a 5-game series, and I'm going to predict MDK to take it 3-2.
So you trying to counter jinx it, or do you actually believe in MDK? Okay.
Everything, really.
Okay, it's good to know. But I gotta say as well, I think no matter what, today is gonna be super chaotic, right? MDK against G2, they just brought so much chaos and they played into all these wacky picks. And I think against a team like Fnatic, who's also so good at getting sucked into all this chaos, at least from what we've seen in the past.
Yep.
You know, we're just in for a good treat of team fights and wacky picks. But in the end, I do think we have to give Fnatic the respect of what they have achieved and the level of play they've achieved this year. I think for sure they're the favorites coming into today, and I predict Fnatic to win this series.
With what score?
That's a great question. Honestly, I might as well just, let's say 3-2 and hope for 5-game bangers again.
Sure, why not? Let's make the last day in the studio a long one. I love it. I also hope that because these teams are now also both already locked into the World Championship, that we get kind of, the best version of them. They can play, of course, they have stress to get into the finals, but they're going to Munich regardless, right? So hopefully that will up their level.
Yeah, but I think for us it's easy to say they're playing without any pressure and it's already locked. When for them, this is do or die. They're playing for the spot in the final. They're playing to showcase that they're the best in their position in Europe, and it's going to be bloody for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're looking forward to. Indeed, for Fnatic, you know, they're clawing their way back up that mountain into those finals, and they really want to win one. And it would be great if they get another chance next week in Munich. But there's also MDK. They've always been the underdog, but you know what? They like those odds. It's time for the match of the week delivered by Uber Eats.
This year, playing in the final, it means more than in the previous years. So now it's just like the most important one. Winning it would just mean that it doesn't really matter that you lost all the other splits. It would feel like the year is won.
Nuke has the flash. Nuke is going to go for this. He doesn't win this. Nuke flash forward. Humanoid flash over him. Oh, his feet are broken.
If you lose, you might as well be last because it doesn't matter if you're second.
It's all for this, you know. All the works, all the hours is to make it Worlds, is to make it to the big stage. Is what we live for.
A massive upset as MDK have done it. They will take down G2.
I think we can beat them. I don't think any other team will surprise us. I think it will just be Fnatic G2.
It would be an immense upset for everyone if we beat every team and we win the LEC finals.
I'm looking forward to it.
And welcome back to the LEC Season Finals Upper Bracket Finals match between MDK and Fnatic. The winner goes to the Grand Finals in Munich next Sunday. The loser faces G2 on Saturday. But thankfully for both these teams, G2 won yesterday, so they are both already at Worlds. Fnatic, I think have only missed Worlds twice in their entire history. MDK have made the last 5 on the trot. And now we'll see which one of these teams will be competing in those grand finals in Munich.
It's been 2 weeks since we last saw these two teams on the Rift. Many are excited to see what Mad Lions have been cooking for us. Many Fnatic fans in the audience today are ready to see Fnatic return to the season finals once again, given that last year they did fall short to G2. Let's see what they've got prepared for us. Naturally, Fnatic are the favorites coming into this matchup, but no one really knows what to expect.
At least of all, MDK. Yeah. Because after we talked to them on the Euphoria podcast, they were like, look, sometimes we come into draft and we surprise ourselves. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, especially having those 2 weeks off. It feels like they're definitely going to have cooked up a few different aspects of their game to see if they can take Fnatic down.
Or they'll cook today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes you need to be a little bit, loosey-goosey in the kitchen, flexible. We'll see if MDK can do their best Simone Biles impression in this game. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Azir bound away to kick us off. Fnatic are going to remove the Lilia from our available junglers. I wonder if Mad Lions Koi will stick with the sort of conventional bans we've been seeing over the last couple of days. Misfortune, Zeri, both high prio. Ezreal as well, we've seen a lot. Maokai, Sejuani. Yone is the second ban though, taking away Humanoid's pool quite effectively here at Mad Lions Koi.
Yeah, the Yone pick was really strong for Humanoid. It was one of the things that he fell back to as his main AD pick in that mid lane, so not fully surprised to see it taken off the board, but still things like the Vi, a lot of the Sejuanis, the Maokai still available. We do know that the junglers do have Morgana prepped into that Vi, so I think that's why we're not seeing Vi kind of rise up in that priority for this round.
Excited. What will the priority be? First pick for Mad Lions Koi. We know that they love their Ezreal. We didn't really see much Corki the last time that we saw them. It largely fell to the wayside, but they're definitely willing to pick it. Looks like the MF going to be locked in. Shouldn't really come as a surprise given of how strong it is. It is typically used in the AD carry position. We don't really see it flex to mid, even though I've seen it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, but always you have to be cautious of what MDK may have prepared. In any case, a very powerful pick that gives you a lot of agency in the early game.
With the Morgana ban though, Vi immediately going to be taken. I would imagine the Corki going to be there as well. Very strong duo in the mid lane that you can try and play around, especially when you hit that Triforce as the Corki, and just sets you up very well for these snap engages in team fights that I think Fnatic will definitely be looking for, especially if they can try and get something like the Ezreal on this next rotation as well to try and go into that bottom lane, a safe pick that can just scale up against the Misfortune. I think you're in a really strong spot on this draft as Fnatic.
So for Mad Lion's point, you then look at the Ezreal and say, well, Frescowi has brought that out once already. Maokai's going to get locked in. So just trying to deny Fnatic those really strong poke champions as the game goes on. With the Maokai and the Ezreal locked in, Fnatic now likely looking towards their AD carry. Otherwise, that pool gets very small through the second rotation.
Well, when we think of Fnatic,
could just go
things like Zeri normally stand out to me, Kai'Sa as well. But it looks like they're going to lock in the Rel. Makes a lot of sense. Give Jun something that he can have some agency on. Engage supports are often what we associate him with, and something that he's found a lot of success with throughout this year.
I'm curious if we end up with something like a Jin Leona or something for Noah now, because, sorry, Jin Rel in that bottom lane, because I think when you look at the champions that are available to put into that bottom side, there's not a huge amount that can try and match a lot of that pushing power from MF in the early stages, but also I think you have enough DPS that you can come through, especially if Oscar wants to take something that's a bit more damage oriented like a Renekton, and just play as a team fight setup with this Jin and just being able to clear out mid waves against the MF.
One ban here from Fnatic leads me to think perhaps we're looking at an Ornn in the top lane for Oscar winning. Gives you follow-up engage on the Vi going in alongside the Rel. Put Noah on the Kai'Sa perhaps, or the Zeri, something that can really carry late game team fights if you want. Kennen removed by Mad Lion's coin to get rid of some of that AoE control in team fights.
The pick I'm thinking of right now is Cassante. I think Leona is what I'm very much expecting, and it's going to come through right now for Fnatic. They don't want to allow that combo. Alistar then leans itself to being the most optimal pick here, something that we've seen from Alvaro before, unless they want a little bit more lockdown from the Nautilus. But there's that Jin you were talking about, Dagda.
Yeah, there was the other mindset from me was going, hey, maybe they go for the Ziggs, because with the Kennen ban, oh sorry, the Ziggs ban, but I was going to say you need kind of AP damage here, so Jin is a good pick, but you need something that can kind of lean into that. So maybe they do swap to Zeri, requiring that AP damage, but I'm not sure what Oscar could go for a top side.
I mean, if you do want some magic damage, the top Rumble's still available. Like, you can still go towards that. Something we saw really heavily prioritized through the entire year. It's kind of fallen off a little bit. Looks like it might be Cassante for Mirwin in the top lane. Blindable, strong tank. I was talking to Odo about it yesterday. I was like, can you really respect yourself if you pick Cassante? And he said, no, but it is also the best blind pick in the meta right now. So not too surprising that Mad Lions Koi are looking at it in that top lane.
I was just thinking that Mad Lions could take the Rumble away, right? Because you've actually got decent AoE jungle setup for the MF Rumble, and then you just get a strong engage champion here, support role like an Alistar, and you're okay. But going for the Cassante instead still leaves that available with the Rumble for Oscar now.
They might do Rakan. Oh, okay, they want to go for Poppy, so they want to mitigate some of the potential dive. You think about the fact that there's a Rel, there's a Vi, the Poppy makes sense. I do think that it limits Mad Lions engage a little bit. At the same time, though, they have a lot of zone control thanks to the Maokai. They've got a ton of disengage tools, and when Fnatic are going for, well, I would argue a lot of teamfight dive, you would argue that, like, okay, with Corki and Jin, they've got a lot of range at their disposal. They can play fairly far back, but Vi wants to make sure that you can go in. Rel wants to follow that up. The Rumble ultimate combo is also there. The Poppy, I think, is going to be an effective tool to help mitigate that. But, Dagda, we've cast a lot of Mad Lions games, and you and I specifically have cast many of their games where they don't actually have that much engage. And those end up being very drawn-out games because they get early game leads, they're effective at playing around the mid-game, they're pretty smart around their side lane usage as well, but then when they need to play around objectives, their setups aren't always optimal, so you end up in this very awkward back and forth because they don't have a reliable way to start a fight.
Yeah, and that's why I thought they'd go for the Alistar here. It's decent into the Rel, and you can still have that engage tool available, but this now means that you have to be very careful how you set up for objectives. Try and find ways to utilize this Maokai ultimate very effectively, especially around choke points more in the enemy jungle. So I feel like you need to get ahead and keep that lead now very effectively as MDK, and that's not an easy task against Fnatic.
For the moment, we are preparing to get into to game 1 between Fnatic and Mad Lions Koi. The winner books their spot in the grand finals in Munich. Both these teams have sat atop the LEC before. I was trying to go serious, but as soon as you crack out the Akali emote, you know, it's done. Let's get onto the whip as MDK take on Fnatic.
Now, the players probably aren't feeling the pressure that I'm about to talk to, but a lot of fans are going to be watching this game very closely. This series, I should say, because they are our world representatives, and the expectations are going to be high, right? Often when Europe sends our teams internationally, it's kind of the lens is on G2 in the hopes that they can do something, and then everyone else is just kind of there. Yeah. And so, given that Fnatic's recent performance this year, they've now been able to beat G2 twice. Their early games have been proven to be the best in the league. People want to see them consistently converting those early game leads into dominant performances, and they want to be able to fully support Fnatic as we get closer and closer to the international stage, especially with the finals on the horizon next week. MDK, their creativity is something that has stood out for them, an organization that has consistently made worlds and has a bit of a mixed reputation when it comes to international performances. But it's a brand new roster, a fresh face, and we're looking to see something new, innovative from them. And I will say their draft a little stock standard, but I'm excited to see what they show us in this series today.
I think that's the big question around MDK, right? Because there are justifiable doubts about Mad Lions and now Mad Lions Koi at Worlds. And they showed us against G2 that they can innovate and that they can invent, and now here we see a more standard composition from them, and we need to see if they can be consistent in a composition that we're more likely to see on the world stage.
And that's why I was kind of surprised to see them go for a draft like this. I expected something funky coming through from here, and especially if you're expecting the Rumble pick. We kind of talked about it on OR5, but they're just going for the bog standard to see what they can do. But as Betty was alluding to, this is kind of the standard where MDK go for very little engage, and I am worried about this as the game starts to go on, as Super looking to try and trade against Nolo, but nothing going to happen.
Poppy not going to offer a huge amount of threat immediately. Of course, the Halo Blades coming out is something that we've come to know, largely due to Mickey being a big advocate for the champion. But in these early trades, Jin is someone you have to really respect because of his early trading power, especially when he has that fourth shot. And, you know, Dagda, you were talking about it in the draft. Given MF's ability to gain prio in the lane, the way that she uses her E to apply that slow, the easy trades that she has with the auto reset from her Q, she's just such a powerful laner. Jin is one of the few champions that can kind of contest and match that push and dueling prowess.
It was interesting to see the way this lane started, though, because traditionally we've seen Rel go for the W start, so you can try and get the shield, look for early trades, but Jonakti opting in towards the Q for the shield break on towards Poppy, so then he can try and go a little bit more aggressive has been pretty cool.
It's also, you really get screwed if you go for the W start, because both the crash down and the mount up are actually dashes. So if Poppy takes Steadfast Presence at level 1, you try and crash down, you just immediately get knocked back and take damage anyway. So I understand going for that Shadowing Strike first. It does make sense for Jun, and you can always line up Super and Alvaro for that double stun.
Now, in terms of lane priority, you'll notice that MBK were able to get a bit of prio on the bot side of the map, allowing them to get that first base. In the mid lane, Frescowy doing the same thing with his Ezreal. On the top side of the map, meanwhile, Oscar, as you'd expect with the Rumble, able to gain that early prio. The junglers haven't really looked to leverage that. They've prioritized just getting a full clear. We can now see them securing the Scuttle Crab. But as I say that, Razork may be turning his attention to top, but I was about to say that diving at Cassante is always a risky thing to do, and he's not going to look for it. So both junglers will look to reset and provide a bit of cover for their team.
It's the support I'm keeping my eyes on, though. Alvaro roamed up here, probably expecting to try and catch out Razork in case he was trying to play around mid lane, as that is definitely something Razork's wanting to do, but just now covering Frescowy as he gets this wave pushed out. So definitely MDK coming in with a clear game plan of, hey, we want to try and make sure Razork can't interact in the early stages and just let ourselves scale into a decent position.
It works well. If you can shut down Razork, you can really shut down Fnatic in the early game. So often he is that catalyst for how Fnatic's early games go. Super able to catch this wave anyway, not losing out too much. In fact, it's still even in terms of farm, with both the AD carries going for Cull, just expecting to farm up on that bottom side of the map.
I will say, when I kind of look for potential plays that
either side can make. I do think in the early game, MDK are a little limited. I think maybe top lane would be one of their easiest in terms of setup. Bot lane for Fnatic is where I'd be eyeing for a potential dive or play, but against a Poppy, MF, it can be very risky. So I wonder what the game plan is for both junglers. Are they even considering going for these early ganks, or instead is the priority just setting their sights on these early objectives? Dragon, Grubs, these objectives that are now making their way onto the Rift. Is this something that these teams are going to look to try and leverage their pressure to prioritize in the early game, or will it be about trying to find those early dives and kills?
What I'd like to probably see Fnatic go for is, instead of trying to make a play on towards Poppy, try and make a play on towards Elyoya. You're getting the push in that bottom side of Noah, taking a lot of damage there from Alvaro, and you can try and get in onto the bottom side. They had a good ward on this top side, just in front of the blue, where they could have tried to invade knowing that Elyoya was going bot, but not willing to follow up.
Yeah, not able to do it, but have to keep our eyes on these junglers as the game does progress. The two junglers that have kind of battled out near the top of the LEC standings over the last few years. Elyoya and Razork seen as the next level of, or the next ascendance to the crown of best jungler in Europe after Jankos.
New generation.
New generation, that's what I was looking for, Dagda, thank you. And they've always been those impetuses for those teams, those players that are calling out the shots and making the plays for both these squads in the early game. Here we see Elyoya going for this first Drake, and it looks like Razork is going to try and trade it for the Crux.
Remember that they did get that nice trade against Noah, and also both junglers were just pathing in a convenient way for this to be able to work out. It was the Maokai that started on his top side, the Vi starting on the bot side, so as they did another full clear, they're in a good position to set up for these objectives, and it's ultimately just going to be a cross map. And it comes back to what we were talking about earlier. What is the early game priority going to be for these junglers? Fnatic has push on top, MDK have push on bot, so you know what, they're going to use that push to secure those neutrals, and they're going to be happy with the trade for now.
And I think it's smart from MDK to try and put the priority on towards Dragons. When you're up against this composition from Fnatic, you really need an excuse to try and draw them into you, because otherwise they are just going to be able to play from range and make things very uncomfortable for you. So at least looking at Dragons gives you an opportunity to try and set up for a potential fight, especially if you can try and get push on any of your lanes. Just having that first setup in River is going to be crucial for MDK's success.
Moment, Fnatic, after getting the push in the bot lane, have moved Jun and Noah up towards mid. More for cover than for anything else. Fuscao is going to be able to back away here. Doesn't have the TP, but the wave, that's a difficult one to read immediately off the bat. Looks like it is going to slowly push towards the side of MDK. Might be wrong on that. 1, 2, 3. You count the minions. Count the minions is always the strategy, Dagda. It will be about even.
Thanks, mate.
I can't count that quickly, okay?
Your instincts were right.
Yeah, my instincts were right. The cannon's got too much health. It's definitely going to push towards MDK.
Do you not
100%.
remember the little journal you got on day one of casting that just says, don't do math on screen?
It's true. It's true. I've been playing too much WoW over the last few days. Okay, my casting brain isn't there. You asked me about preservation Evoker, I can tell you everything. And by everything, I mean sometimes I heal people.
Well, that's everything I needed to know.
Exactly.
So it's great.
Of course, both teams with a very measured approach. I will say we had, well, mixed expectations on what the series would deliver for us. This was low on my list.
Yeah.
Bloodshed, Wrath, Fury, Chaos was higher on the list.
Spanish cursing somewhere sprinkled in the midst of that.
What do you mean we're playing brand top? You know, these sort of things is what I was expecting. But no, both teams, a very measured approach, taking their time. Game one starting off slow. I'm hoping for an intense series. Yesterday we went the full 5 games. And against two of the best teams that Europe has to offer, I'm hoping for a competitive series. Right now, both teams are kind of setting up for those mid-game fights, working towards those early game objectives. As so far, nothing really to write home about. They've been cross-mapping effectively. Both teams have been testing the waters here and there. You can see them eyeing up a potential dive on the bot side of the map. It's going to be risky, given that Jun has just ticked over to level 6. They have good vision control.
Noah has cleanse as well, which makes it a little bit more tricky to lock him up. As they step forward, might look for a Nature's Grasp. There's a Shadowing Strike. Alvaro is going to come in from the side. Make it rain. From Super will get the slow, but I don't think MDK can do much with a single cannon and a caster there. Equalizer down on Mirwin. He dashes away with a Pathmaker. Not falling for the trap of Q3ing Oscar and then pulling him back across the equalizer that we saw happen yesterday. Nature's Grass comes out, tanked up. Noah has to cleanse away. Jun flashes underneath the tower. Alvaro flashes forward. Noah away from this as the bullet time rains hell down onto the face of Jun. The curtain's open, but Elyoya will be able to walk away from this one. More about clearing the wave than anything here for Noah.
Nicely done by MDK. So I think once they saw Oscar in and ults on top side, they were expecting Razork to be up there and look for the dive. So they instead go for their own play in the bottom end and end up catching out Jun. Fnatic just couldn't stay underneath their turret to keep themselves safe.
If we get a replay, I'd like to try and understand the logic of Jun using his W when he did, because I felt like that's what Super was waiting for before using the ultimate. That was really the only thing that could have interrupted him, given that the stun was already used earlier. I felt like the Jun was in a relatively safe spot, and it didn't feel like that he had a target to knock up underneath the tower or something to be able to trade 1-for-1, or even set up Noah to be able to trade a kill back either. So in any case, as you rightly said, MDK do find themselves with a kill. They'll start off the game with first blood. Dragon spawns in about a minute and a half, with the Grub spawning in about 30 seconds. The swap has come through from MDK, so they've definitely set their sights on being able to contest these next Grubs.
And now we see the balance in this game really falls between Oscarin and Super. Oscar's about 1,000 gold ahead on the Rumble in the top lane, as to be expected on Rumble into a tank in the early game. Super has about the same lead in the bot lane for MDK. The question is, can Super survive when we get towards those team fights, with the Vi diving in, with the Rel diving in, with the Equalizer on top of it? It does become trickier. Right now, they've moved Super up to the top side to play around those Grubs. They took the first Drake of the game, so might just be an exchange again. Oscar, Equalizer, not up yet, as he's caught underneath the tower. Steadfast Presence out by Alvaro, but Oscar survives for the moment. Should be able to clear out the wave. Mirwin, Q3, knocked back with the Bolt Breaker, but Pathmaker keeps him alive. Noah underneath the tower, taking a couple of shots. Will they look for more on this dive? Mirwin still has the all-out. Humanoid's on his way across to bolster the attack, and Mirwin, even with an all-out, can't get out of that. Razork has to flash away. The True Shot Barrage goes wide, and Fnatic find a kill on the dive.
Oscar in also just got in range there to ult the top wave, so clears that one out as well. So at least for Fnatic, they're kind of helping themselves to everything on the map right now and keeping Noah in a good spot.
The dive was well executed. I will say that we've seen some shaky dives from our teams in the season finals, but that was clean from both MDK earlier and Fnatic again here. They were very respectful of the Cassante. They were patient in waiting for Humanoid to come down. And when all 4 members were ready, they caught Mirwin off guard before he could use that third Q proc. And we're going to get a look back at it now. So great patience from Fnatic. They kind of chip away at his H-bar initially to then set up for Humanoid, who's already on his way down.
Yeah, I know it just tries to go for the W, but you already had the Unstoppable there, but it doesn't really matter. They just buy time then, wait for Humanoid to come in over the back of it, and then they're able to get that combo there to just keep Mirwin in check. Easy setup then. Razork ends up flashing away. I don't know if he was a bit uncertain as to where the Ezreal ult was, because he would have made it out of terror range, but better safe than sorry on something like that.
Yeah, I definitely think Mirwin's last-ditch Q was more effective, and I don't think LEC was expecting that to hit. So, as you rightly said, just using that flash out of respect. I'll also say Noah tagging up those shots. Seems like he just wanted to make sure he got the 4th shot off so he could start reloading already. So good awareness from him, knowing that he's going to need those bullets for the second attempt on the dive. As Fnatic have now brought Humanoid down to the bot lane. They've actually kept Noah in mid, knowing that Humanoid can just siege on these towers faster. And as MDK have clearly set their sights on the top tower, maybe Fnatic is looking at a redive.
Can wait for it. True Shot Barrage comes out. That tower still has 1 plate on it. Pathmaker in, but Razork's tanking the turret. All out comes out. There's the Magnus Storm as well. Mirwin down to half HP. Humanoid dashing forward. No mana on the Corki now as Super and Alvaro continue to rattle on that top lane turret. They should be able to take this first. Another wave comes in about 5 seconds, and no wave for Fnatic means the first turret blood will go over to MDK.
They don't need to greed for the kill. Ultimately, they've zoned Mirwin away from the farm, as that's what's happening to Oscar on the top side of the map. They will secure the tower just barely ahead of their opposition.
Never in doubt, Betty. I said it was true. It's always going to happen.
You're a wise man.
Thanks.
And
we also have Mirwin in the game. He's a wise man too. If only we had frankincense and gold.
Yeah.
Is it golden or
I don't know.
Frankenstein in?
Great trades from both sides. I gotta bring us back. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to follow that up?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's true.
Yeah, we're just so far ahead when it comes to witty comments.
But although there hasn't been that much bloodshed, we have seen trading of objectives in this early game. 3 Govs apiece, a Drake apiece, a turret apiece, and a kill apiece. And the gold basically even between these two teams, around 50G, sorry, the difference between the two. And you can see that Oscar winning super divide I talked about before continues to take effect in this game.
It is clean standard league so far, right? Both teams are cross-mapping effectively. They are, I'm not sure if you, I guess you could argue that Mirin did make a mistake in allowing him to get dived, and you could make the same argument that MDK being able to find that dive on a Jud and Noah. Like, sure, if you want to get into the particulars, but them getting dived is what it is. Now MDK, though, have been able to get the 3 grubs from earlier. They also secured the Herald, and now they can use this to put pressure on the mid tower. This should give them a better map state if they can secure this, and with the wave at their backside as well, I see no reason why they can't take this one down. So nice. This is probably the first major advantage that MDK will have gained over Fnatic, just because of how much additional map control this will give them.
Especially the control over that bottom side of the map. It makes it so difficult for Oscar to try and hold on to that mid lane turret, because the whole reason you have MF is she's so good at bullying the enemy AD carry, so she'll be able to get that full push in mid and unlock then Alvaro to start leaning bot with Yoya, and Oscar just can't stick around to hold on to that bottom tier 1, so you really do open up the map here for MDK.
I will also say that this Jhin build, I think, doesn't really come online until his 3rd item. Like, because they usually go rapid fire cannon second, and it's just...
It's the mosquito build.
Yeah, he needs to go the static shiv for the additional wave clear, especially against a champion like MF. And so Fnatic are probably quite content to play a slow and steady game to allow him to ramp up. Against double tank, I am a little, well, I guess you could argue triple tank with the Poppy there as well. I have concerns about how effective he's going to be at melting through the front line, but of course they do have the Rumble and they have the Corki as well, who's going to beat that additional damage threat. Either way, the gold largely dead even, a fairly even game, and we're getting ready for the next Dragon, where we may see our first big fight of the match.
Talked a little bit about the pressure on the teams in terms of showing up now so that the public has more confidence with you at internationals, but I think both these teams, having watched yesterday, will be saying, hey, if we show up now, like, there's a very real possibility that we win the LEC. G2 are nowhere near the team that they have been in recent months or even in recent years. It feels like we can actually overcome them and supplant them as the champions of the LEC. For Fnatic, it's been all the way since 2018 since they were able to do that. Obviously, Mad Lions Koi have won a little bit more recently than that, but...
I mean, just... Both of these teams have beaten G2 in recent history. Fnatic did it in Summer Split in the upper bracket, and Mad Lions did it just 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, they should have the confidence, and winning this game is only going to give them even more. They've set their sights on Mirwin on the top side of the map. I don't think they can really run the risk of a dive, though. They're just trying to overstack to chip away at this tower.
It's a good trade from Fnatic, though, because essentially MDK went for the play we were talking about, which was push mid, lean into boss, and they end up spending time on MDK chasing Oscar in and out, so they don't actually invest members onto that tower. So you get the top tower, you get that pressure onto the top tier 2. They do give the Dragon to MDK, but I think the only mistake Fnatic... Oh, actually, might give Mirwin here.
Flash forward with the Vault Breaker into the cease and desist. Mirwin tries to dash away, but he's already on 300 HP. A dash, a flash, not enough with the Magnet Storm pulling him back. Fnatic get their second on the board.
This should open up this top tower as well. The damage is already done earlier. Alvaro hovering around to try and deny the tower, but it's going to be secured. Fnatic, at the cost of the Dragon, will unlock another tower.
And it's great from Fnatic to play away from Super as well. As he walked towards the mid lane, they went in at the top. He's currently at 2 items, the strongest point of this MDK lineup. If you can find picks when Super's not there, you can really utilize that advantage.
Yeah, and from the get-go, Fnatic could kind of set their sights on that. We were just saying, look, they went for the trade. It was really nice, but I think Mirren stepping up, they were kind of like, oh, fantastic. We can actually get a little bit more off that. So get the play. Now they're in position to come back out onto the map. There is no real objectives up for them at the moment, but honestly, I think just trying to play through side lanes is really good for Fnatic right now. Their top side is very far ahead in Oscarin, and you've just hit that 2-item build for Humanoid, so being able to play on sides at the moment is strong for them.
Remember that they went also itemizing magic resistance, as you would imagine, into the Rumble, which just leaves you susceptible to a Corki Vi, who as a duo just do have a lot of damage, especially with the Trinity Force spike coming in from Humanoid. So I think the target selection makes sense. Right now, we kind of turn our attention towards things like Baron become an option. Fnatic would love to set their sights on that mid tower, but they know with the wave clear of the Misfortune, it's going to be a difficult one to siege. Alternatively, Mad Lions Koi, now that they've opened up all these outer towers, I think the priority is just to continue farming, working towards those next core items. You can see with Super already securing 2, working towards that 3rd, MDK are gearing up, and they're likely going to be ready for a fight that bit before Fnatic is.
The thing is, though, Fnatic love to make these little sneaky plays. And if you keep your eyes on the minimap, you'll notice there's just a little ward right in the middle of that lane. And I have no doubt that Humanoid designed that ward up greedily. The second Mirwin steps up past that, I have a feeling Fnatic are going to start those TP plays and see if they can very quickly pick someone off and just start to elevate their game plan a little bit more. Maybe even finding more of those here.
First one to be caught out, and he's going to go down immediately. The equalizer not well placed. Cease of the Sits going in, but the shield is enough for him. For Scowie with the locket. There's one for Super. Razzle dashing back in, but he's going to be put in the dirt for a double. And MDK come alive.
A nice collapse from MDK. Fnatic was stacking on the top side, and they were making the rotation towards mid, and MDK was able to punish them in that movement. An area of the map that Fnatic didn't have full information of. Alvaro gets another one, and now MDK will secure the mid tier 2. Oh, I spoke too soon. They didn't have enough of a minion wave. But overall, great play from MDK.
I think they'll take the 4 kills. You know, the mid tier 2 would have been a cherry on top of that cake.
I mean, the MDK are going to be delighted, and a lot of their fans as well. This is not the MDK that I expect to show up. They're taking a very standard build and beating Fnatic at their own game.
Cheating tempo as well here. Elioya took the long way round. Jun thought everyone had gone back to base, but he's the only one doing that now. Sent back to the fountain. A TP in as MDK may turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Yeah, why not? The numbers advantage. Noah's still not respawned yet, and he's going to take a while to get back there. Mirwin can act on zoning duty, and they're going to accelerate this game.
No equalizer for Oscar in Mirwin being the bouncer. Holding Razork at bay, Humanoid coming in, no vision over the wall. There's one sapling there as Mirwin jumps in. The Entofus come out, the Nature's Grass to follow up. And Razork is sent packing. MDK keep the Baron aggro. The curtains open and Yoya dashes in with a twisted advance. Hit with one shot, a second hits Mirwin, but Humanoid tries to steal, can't get it. Good smite from Elioya as MDK take control of this game.
MDK are playing this fantastically. They set up this pick on the top side of the map, and it works out beautifully. Fnatic essentially trying to get vision on the top side so they can rotate from top to mid, but end up getting caught out. A brilliant ultimate coming across from Supon to multiple members with a lockup from Elioya to set that one up as well. Fnatic just got absolutely destroyed as they tried to set up their vision.
And this play from Alvaro was crucial to open up the Baron because they knew that Noah would stick around to try and catch this wave. The minions were so low, a single Q, that bouncing grenades could have been enough to clear it out, and he punishes that fact. After getting that kill, Jun then oversteps and they convert it into another pick. And now with the numbers advantage, they know they can start this Baron. If nothing else, they can get another fight from it. And they secure the Baron. Great sequence of events from MDK to capitalize on that punish.
And the great thing is, the sequence doesn't stop there. You can get pushing lanes with your Baron buff, you can step in, you can suffocate vision and control of these jungle camps away. And look at what's coming up in 20 seconds time. The Infernal Drake, sole point for MDK. If they take it, they can utilize the entirety of this Baron to push out all these waves, get as much standing gold off the map as possible, and then still reset and go for that Drake.
And look at the difference between the AD carries. Infinity Edge now finished for Super. Ooh, Alvaro.
Equalizer goes down, Magnustorm as well to follow up. Okay, maybe they can't use the entirety of the Baron buff to push in after losing Alvaro, but they can still turn their attentions back towards that Drake if they so desire.
MDK just hadn't really set up properly for the push that they were going for. They overextended on the mid wave when they were still waiting for Mirwin to crash that top wave. They really should have drifted from mid to top and forced pressure onto Fnatic, but by trying to go for the mid lane turret, Alvaro gets punished. No, Jun might be.
Face check, splashes away, Bolt Breaker in by Razork. Currently it's only a 4v4, the TP behind, but the bullet time, dodge this! Razork sent packing, the rest of Fnatic retreating. Humanoids behind MDK right now, but doesn't really have a way to join the fray. Oscar is slowed up with the Make It Rain. Vescowie and Humanoid might butt heads in the bot lane.
MDK a bit mixed on what they want to convert this into. I think they've set their sights on the bot tier 2. The Dragon is, of course, alive, but you don't want to go for that objective immediately. You want to leverage the fact that there are dead members on the side of Fnatic to siege onto these towers. Oscar may have overstepped.
Mirwin going in, Pathmaker flashed away from. Had to respect the fact he could be pulled back by Mirwin. And now the Drake in the eyes of MDK. Alvaro already back with his teammates.
They should be able to convert this into the Dragon. So on their way out after being happy with that, I mean, look at the value they got out of that Baron. They secured 2 tier 2 towers and they'll get a Dragon and a few extra kills.
The MDK are playing around their compositional weak points though really, really well. Yeah. When you look at, hey, we are struggling to engage at long range, they're just playing around Fog of War consistently and finding picks onto Fnatic as they try to either set up vision or contest. And you get a good example of it here, right? This area is completely dark for Fnatic, so MDK, they just play for that opportunity to find the pick. And then it's when Fnatic overextend on the engage, that's when they turn around and find that good counterpoint.
The question for me becomes like, why are Fnatic skipping steps? You're just walking into an area that doesn't belong to you. Typically, the way that you would do this is you'd either get pushed through bot and then you'd leverage that point of pressure to then move together up through the river, or you'd push in through mid and you'd get them to try and contest, and if they don't come and fight you, you can at the very least unlock mid tower. Instead, they just walk in and you could sit there and argue, well, Jun is dying because he's the one that has to face check, and you would be right. But we've seen him getting caught out now. It feels like that Fnatic are disconnected, and what was a very solid early game with a lot of trading back and forth, I completely agree with you, Dagda. MDK are just leveraging Fog of War and playing the map better.
And you can see it from MDK's vision control as well. They have deeper wards, they have more wards further into the Fnatic side of the jungle. But remember what we talked about in spring for Fnatic? Remember what we talked about at MSI when they lost to Team Liquid? Skipping steps when they think they have an advantage. And it feels like it's a similar problem that's occurring today so far.
Yeah, they had the 4 versus 5, so just thought, hey, we can just out-muscle you, and now they're getting out-muscled on the top side. It's Alvaro gets him!
Oh my god! You just don't get a chance to move. No flash, of course. That was burned in the bot lane by Mirwin earlier on. Humanoid trying to push that out, but Mirwin's going to catch him.
I mean, if I could surmise that from one of the great philosophers, I would say I am Groot, you know? Just perfectly summarizes that play.
Groot.
Well executed.
Yeah, you and Vin Diesel right up there with Plato.
Another tower going to be secured for Frescowy. MDK leveraging that Maokai ultimate to perfection. Exactly what you want to do with it. It's such a great zoning tool. And Oscar with no flash was very limited on options. Jun, though, again, we've seen this pattern. The Observer's doing a great job of showing what Jun sees, and he's hesitant.
Nuzlocke's there with him. Make it rain for the slow. He manages to jump away. Although he has the Warmogs, I don't think he has the upgrade yet, unless Overgrowth has given him enough. No, not yet. It needs another Ruby Crystal to really get that. Oh, no, he does. Okay, so Overgrowth's given him enough minions to get that Warmog's passive on.
But Fnatic are just completely stuck in their own bases. But Diesel was saying, you just don't have the opportunity to push into this topside jungle. And anytime you do, MDK are just going to continuously take pop shots at you and use the fact that they've actually got the Ezreal and the MF. So Fnatic are really struggling in this position.
Yeah, Observes once again highlighting this darkness that MDK consistently creates.
Ilya flashes in, the bullet time comes in with the cease and desist. Equalizer laid down as well, and Super's been locked up on it. Keeper's verdict, guilty for 2. Jun and Razzle chucked away. Oscar in and ignited, but he'll survive to fight another day. They thought they'd caught Super, but it's not quite enough damage.
A great example of the dive idea from Fnatic. How MF, when she ults, basically leaves herself stationary. Fnatic with a good collapse, but then the Poppy showing its value. A fantastic ultimate to knock away the divers, create that space, and allowing MDK to disengage, not falling prey to a fight that they ultimately didn't want to take.
And for MDK now, they've already established a lot of that vision on topside. Baron now just been spawned, so Fnatic very heavily trying to push in towards this mid lane. See if they can catch Mirwin, but at least get this wave push out so they can try and contest from mid in towards river. But again, MDK, if you can control these choke points here, and then as you try to push in through here as well, you're in a really good spot with the MF ult, and just Alvaro fishing for some of these picks.
Just gate Fnatic from actually ever being able to walk towards that Baron area. There's a 2-item difference between the AD carries right now. Super has the Essence Reaver, Bloodthirst, Infinity Edge, and the Rapid Fire Cannon, where Noah's only sitting on an Infinity Edge and the Static Shiv with a Last Whisper in his pockets. And the lead that we talked about on the top side for Oscar Inin hasn't really been able to be that impactful. He's only at 2.5 items himself. Almost has that third. Crypt Bloom or Void Staff on its way. That Blightning Jewel.
Yeah, we're yet to really see a strong fight from Fnatic. The TP flank.
Nature's Grass goes out. Razzle has to step forward, has the Bolt Breaker, will dash down, but Frescowy begins to open up. Now Elioy has been caught. Mirwin tries to get out of the backline. Frescowy's already killed off Razzle down towards the bottom side of the fight. The all-out pulls back Humanoid! And MDK welcome him to the family, as Vin Diesel would say. They take him out, and Fnatic now only have 3 to try and defend the Baron plate from MDK.
I mean, it's an easy Baron and a well-executed fight. MDK, the concerns that I had around their engage are just proving to be a non-factor. They leverage the Maokai ultimate to split apart Fnatic. They have Mirwin finding these flanks, and they use Alvaro as a flash stun bot. Yep. He's just willing to go in, set up the play for his team, and all they need is a single pick or 2, and now they'll convert it into the Dragon Soul. This team was on the cusp of being eliminated from the summer split. They would not have been able to qualify for anything. And now they find themselves with a level of play that I was not expecting I mean, look at the execution of this fight.
I mean, this is so impressive. Fresca being able to chase out Razork, and the fact that you have that ultimate from Elyoya to completely split out Fnatic. Mirwin with a great position there to catch out Humanoid as well. It really does feel like MDK are trying to steal that pink slip of the finals ticket away from Fnatic, and it's a head scratcher. This is incredible performance from MDK, and the big thing for me is that it's not cheesy. It's not with some weird pick. It's standard League of Legends that they, and even a difficult composition of that to execute, and they're executing well.
They do still need to break the base. Super.
Cease and desist in. Keeper's verdict. Stopwatch from Super. Didn't expect him to have that one in his toolkit. And now Razor pays the price for not pressing tab. Noah's caught in the bullet time. And MDK are going to rip straight through Fnatic and take game one.
Super with the smart purchase to buy himself a little bit more time in the fight. He knows that if he gets caught, the game can be turned, but he will not get caught. He will not be denied. And MDK are looking to go 1-0 up in this best of 5.
Oscar in and trying to do anything he can to defend, but I'm afraid he can't do much. Set Packing joins his team in body bags as MDK go 1-0 up in this series.
Whew. What a game from Mad Lions Koi. Great, slow pressure in the early stages, constantly trading back and forth, making sure that they were going to be okay coming out of that early game, and then executing well around Fog of War, finding picks on, basically abusing Fnatic playing a standard League of Legends around their vision, and that was fantastic.
I mean, it was the vision game, really. Like, you caught it, you talked about it in the game, Dagda, and I think that it was so huge as to why they were able to win. We'll see how Fnatic addresses this as we go to a quick break. We'll see you in a few.
Man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Humanoid's on his way across to bolster the attack, and Mirwin, even with an all-out, can't get out of that.
It's a really good fight, okay? Really good fight.
I don't have W, okay? It's not flash buy and no ult. This is the Maokai combo, right?
Can I get help?
Nice. I have it.
Even now, they're getting him muzzled on the top side. Alvaro gets him!
Oh my god!
You're fine, no, Miri?
Buy with me, guys.
Come back.
I'm far away. I knew it, bro. You won't expect it.
What needed to go right for you guys in the early game for the game to be stable, and what do you think about the way your players have
That Cassandra doesn't fall behind a lot, and Supa is fine in the game.
Okay, and now moving on, it's just game one, of course, but what do you think about the preparation on Fnatic's side and the way they've been playing so far?
I mean, they took the red side just in case that we pick something weird on top, like they can counter it. So that's good for them.
Okay.
Also, but they need to be prepared also for our red side if we lose or not.
If there's one element from Fnatic that you have to be careful about, who would it be?
Jung, I think his movements improve a lot in the map, and I think he's the main reason that Fnatic controls the map.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Well, that was Lore catching up with Melzat actually about 10 minutes into game one, and it's quite interesting because what he said did come true. They always mark the rel. Supa had an unbelievable game. It's just, they were just better.
Exactly, because I was looking at their win conditions going into mid-game, and I was like, there's not really a lot because their comp is quite reactive, and their comp was one of those team comps that was made to punish, you know, the engage from the enemy champions, and it was bang on. The interview was bang on, and everything he said was bang on because that was their game plan after mid-game, after natural spawn. That was exactly what they did until they closed out the game.
It was almost like a heist versus G2. Like Ocean's 11, they were like, yeah, we only play crazy stuff. We don't know what we're doing. We have no idea. And then they come with this comp where actually they should be lacking at some parts in the game, but they make all the right moves. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, but it's also just the most stock standard blue side draft we could have, right? Yeah. I think just sitting here, we're all saying, okay, what are they bringing out? What spice have we got here? Oh, it's a Katante. Okay, don't worry about it. Misfortune first pick. Okay, Maokai. Okay, we've seen this all before.
Yeah, it's crazy. What broke the game?
Well, I'm glad you're asking that question, Eve, because coincidentally, we've grabbed a telestrator for that as well that we'd love to talk about.
Oh, jolly.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? Now, there was points in the early game where Fnatic just straight up got ahead. Like, there's only been 2 kills here, but they've just had the better cross maps, and they're the one who's kind of been dictating the game. But Odo, what goes wrong then?
Well, Fnatic does the typical Fnatic thing where they're just kind of skipping steps because they're just so hype about getting this vision and getting this set up for the national fight. And right now we see June, he's just so deep into enemy territories, and after that it's, you know, Corki and Jin are just stuck on the mid wave, and Mad Lions realize that they have a lot of time here and they have the numbers advantage. This has been kind of the story for the whole game from this point on. They just punish Fnatic just being a little bit ahead of the play.
Yeah, but they're just so scattered as well, right? We can just kind of go back into teamfight as well and see how it all plays out again, because as you said yourself, they mark June in the beginning, Rastok goes in, but they're all so scattered, right? They're coming on different fronts where it's just so much easier for all of MDK to play this because they're all together. And the most important part is just Supa, all by himself. Even the Vi ultimate, which is supposed to catch him off, not ever connecting, right? So I think this big lead, or well, just the lead in general that Fnatic got in the beginning, it kind of just all fell away here.
Small question though, can you go back a little bit?
Absolutely.
Because I do see Oscar there. Oh, his ult wasn't up.
Give me a second.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know if it's the HUD tricking me, but his ult probably wasn't up. Otherwise, I would say, well, you have an opportunity here to disrupt this team fight, right?
Yeah, so it is in the back line. It's just not hitting anyone. So that's also a way to call him out, Eve.
I'm an analyst too.
Well, that's the problem with this Fnatic team comp. It's all, you know, everyone going in. You have Rel, Vi, Rumble. The synergy is supposed to be there. When you pull the trigger, everyone goes in together. But then it's just so desynchronized. Rumble has to use his ult to just scare off everyone.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like, they also just get caught off guard, right? Noah just died there again. So we're talking about skipping steps, or at least you are, Otto, here. And once again, Fnatic's not out on the map. They still have death timers. MDK's not resetting. The only member they're resetting with is the Poppy. So once again, they're just going to catch Jun as he's looking for vision. Eliora's behind, nothing they can do. Same mistake that just happened earlier.
And this is great because MDK knows that Fnatic is feeling pressured here because the health bars were still high enough to threaten a Nash over here. And they just walk in. And even now, when they start this Nasher, Merwin is just looking at Razork the whole time. And I was a bit critical during the fight here because I'm like, why would you turn off the Nash when it's 7k? But right now, after this pick, Ezreal is still going to be tanking the Nash the whole time. Like, look at Ezreal. He's not even moving. And right now, they're just isolating the Vi. And right now, he's just a free Nasher.
Yeah, and I mean, there is only, like, Poppy even got to reset throughout of that. The rest of the team just stayed out on the map, and they got all these things in a row. And this was just like a disaster after disaster after disaster from Fnatic making a mistake by leading in Jun first, and then MDK punishing that immediately.
Fnatic is staying on the red side. I think they still have this feeling of, okay, we do want to keep Mad Lion's Koi on blue, and they seem to have the read of if those certain mistakes didn't happen, the game doesn't accelerate the way it does.
I like it because when we look at MDK, we always say that standard MDK is the worst version of MDK because you still have the frisky picks in the top lane and everything happening.
Fresky.
Oh, good one.
Not really.
But okay, it was quite bad. But I do think that Fnatic probably got the burst version of MDK right now because they got a lot of power picks and I felt like the game was in their hands, but they just skipped the steps and MDK punished very well. But this just goes to show that MDK, even with, you know, typically their worst picks that we've seen throughout the season, they're still a force to be reckoned with when they catch you off guard with making these mistakes.
Yeah, and I'll end the segment the way I began. MDK were just better in game one, so we'll see how it evolves in the next one. Medic, over to you.
Incredibly impressive stuff so far from MDK. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. You're looking very wonderful and handsome and beautiful and all those other words today.
Very demure.
Very mindful. Yes. Unlike a blue-black magic deck, which is very demure.
True.
Yeah.
You making fun of my outfit in a weird
I
Magic
thought
the
it
Gathering
was.
way?
It's just a joke.
Feign ignorance now. I see how it is. Now, I will say there was some pre-game banter between the two teams. I feel MDK, if I was to surmise it, is quite confident.
Understandably so.
They are egging some of the Fnatic players on. We'll see if that works. So there's a bit of mind games going on, but MDK, they're going to stick with their same ban approach. They're going to target humanoids, and I would be surprised if we didn't see the Ashe. There it is once again. The Lilia Smolder coming out from Fnatic once more. Let's see if they'll stick to the same ban. This time around, they're going to ban the MF, so they're not going to allow that to come through. MDK, what will your first pick be this time around?
Yeah, I'm curious if it's just the Ezreal or if you want to take the Rel again here, just to cure yourself that strong bot side. But Vi open again. This time the Morgana has slipped through, so I think the Vi priority is going to disappear, especially since Elioya has played the Morgana as well. Or take it themselves, basically just saying, hey, Razork, do you play Morgana? Are you happy to play this style?
I also think Zyra is fine into it, you know, just champions that are very good into
separate the fight, basically.
But also, like, when she dives in, you throw your ult. Like, oh, bye, this kind of sucks for you now, doesn't it? But obviously, AP junglers have sort of fallen to the wayside a little bit more in favor of tank junglers. We may just see a Sejuani or even a Maokai come out from Fnatic, given that Corki likely to be the first pick.
Corki Maokai is something that wins a lot in other regions, especially in the LPL. Ezreal alongside it, very powerful. So that, I mean, you don't need to pick the Maokai here because obviously the MF's already locked in.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan, right? Is like, hey, we still get Maokai in this next rotation. Probably going to see the Rel come through, but Rel isn't as strong into the Ezreal, so maybe you try and pivot into Nautilus like we saw from Mickey yesterday, or do you just go straight for the Leona and try and play for that style? But either way, try to poke, and you take the long-range engage here. I do like the adaptation for Fnatic.
Zeri Maokai. Maokai flexes jungle support, and Vi can be played top by Mirror.
The funny thing is, I've actually seen...
You would have said that to Lulu the other week.
That's because Mirwin is already playing Zeri top. So.
There is also some AD vibe mid that I have seen floating around, but I don't think we'll get it now. But it's just something that is kind of available.
I told you. It was so funny on the podcast because we were asking, like, Super was telling us, like, yeah, so when Zeri was locked in, I thought I was playing Zeri.
Yep.
And then out of my ears, I hear, yeah, I think Zeri top is good here. And then my coach agrees. Guess I'm not playing Zeri this game.
Well, we still don't know. Could be Zeri top, could be Zeri AD, could be Zeri mid, Kai'Sa AD, could be Kai'Sa top. We haven't seen that yet, but...
Could be Zeri jungle for all we know. We'll see that when it comes to it. Regardless, Fnatic is going to keep things stock standard. Honestly, I was expecting the Rakan from them, but they decide to ban it away. They don't want to allow the long-range fast engage to come out from Alvaro. With the Braum also banned, support pool is looking to get pinched here, and it is increasing the value of things like Leona and Ral.
I think you ban Leona, though, in the same vein as you were talking about, Betty, which is, hey, that Vi follow-up with the Rakan is super nice, and then Leona is as well, but not going to be the case, which I am kind of surprised at, because you have that combo of Vi ult immediately into the solar player, then you get in range for a lot of that follow-up with the short-range AD carries, and you already know Mad Core are going to be playing a very heavy dive composition, so I imagine things like the Gnar and the Kennen are going to be what Mirwin is eyeing up in this top side.
That's a good point, actually. The Kennen, I think, offers a lot of value. Ral, I think this is an easy Leona pick for Fnatic.
They seem to agree with you, Betty.
Means that it's likely going to be an Alistar response. Excuse me. Do I like Alistar here, though? Nautilus is better. I like this more, I think.
Nautilus has better chase potential onto AD carries with dashes.
Yeah, exactly.
You put your depth charge on someone and they dash away, still hit them. Again, Mirwin's going to be cracking out the Cassante for the second game in a row. The best blindable top laner in most people's eyes, or at least the safest. And you do already have enough magic damage from the Kai'Sa because she can just do a lot of magic damage in place.
An Oscar Classic, something that we did see at MSI to honestly great effect, I think. He was showcasing that his Poppy against some of the world's best Cassantes could be very effective. And domestically, he also loves this matchup as well. So a very front-to-back composition coming out from Fnatic. They also have a decent amount of disengage. We already saw what the Poppy could do against a Vi in game 1. We're going to see the exact same situation in game 2. But yeah, this is a front-to-back, and my instinct would say Fnatic's composition is better at killing frontline than that of Mad Lions is, but Mad Lions do have more dive and lockdown. The Kai'Sa can easily follow up on the Vi, Cassante has the ability to create flanks and disruption within the team fight, and Nautilus's follow-up CC just makes it harder for these champions with the dashes to escape.
I do think Mad Lions Koi have a nice window kind of around that 1.5 to 2 items, because essentially the way that the AP in their comp works is that you have mixed damage from the Zeri, mixed damage from the Kai'Sa. So if you can try and play off of before the tankier side of the enemy is able to get in towards a double both magic resist and armor, I think you can play well around that. But once you start to get past that, it becomes very difficult to try and take down like a Poppy with a good few items. Even the Maokai is going to become a bit of a nuisance. So I think in the long run, I prefer what MDK brought to the table, and especially if we can do what the game did in the last game, which was, hey, we're just going to wait for Fnatic to skip a step, try and quickly take vision where they're not supposed to, and we'll find the pick and end the game.
The big risk for Fnatic as well is they are pretty much all physical damage, right? Like Maokai can go Leandries if you really want to go down that build, but Corki does physical damage, Ezreal does mostly physical damage, Poppy doesn't do a huge amount of damage when she's building tank, so if I'm Mirwin and I'm Alvaro, I'm like, hey guys, Merc Treads for Leona, all armor for the rest of it. Maybe a Warmogs because you want to eat up some of that poke as well. And we'll have to see how MDK do decide to itemize, how both teams decide to itemize in this game. Are you guys, is anyone at home a Master of the Rift? Do you never miss a game? Santander's here to reward you. Head on over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is Legend15. That's Legend15, not Legend15, although if you don't put the space in the middle, it will still be correct. It's called a foot, by the way.
I was just, I was like, that is just a,
You know what Germans call gloves?
No.
Hand shoes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but it's a weird name, right?
Not really.
Why not just make another name for them?
Because hand shoes does the job.
I guess so. Thanks, Freddy.
Do you know?
You heard of yes-anding in comedy.
Do you know we use the word right for 3 different things?
Yeah.
You don't think the English language is a bit weird? Like right, and right can all be used in different contexts.
What's the third context? Oh, right. but it's a different word. It's just a homophone. They're called homophones, Vedius.
Ayoya's gonna have to get right out of here, as Fnatic are gonna go for the invade.
He's going left, actually.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Always get that confused. I have to hold up the hands, you know?
I wonder if we'll see a slow early game again like we did in game 1. Both the teams were very willing to wait for those 1-2 item spikes before we really saw any action. A lot of cross-mapping happening. Razork invading this bottom side does mean we might see a split map between the two teams early on.
Well, Razork says, no, nope. I'm good. That's going to take the Raptors and leave. Of course, Elioya doesn't know this. And the bot lane is getting pushed in right now. So I think that Razork basically has to respect the risk of him getting collapsed on by this bot lane of MDK. And as I said, notice that they're already moving into the bot side of the jungle to investigate what exactly Razork is up to.
But you already come out ahead as Razork, because essentially if Vi tries to invade onto your top side, you've already got push from Poppy who can come in and help out. So rather than ever giving across that risky play, you just take your own top side, deny Vi any sort of option to go in and go for the counter invade. And the only option she really has is to, hey, maybe I can try and play off a bot push, but you don't really have the bot push. So in that regard as well, it becomes very difficult now. You just end up a camp down as Elioya with little to see for it.
Yeah, because it's a zero-sum game. Taking one camp away is effectively a two-camp lead, right? Because you're getting a camp and the opponent isn't getting it. So for the moment, Razork has that early advantage in the jungle.
Also, there's an opportunity here where you can, oh, that's not the button I wanted to hit, but you can essentially start to move in back down towards this bottom side of the map and then end up trying to contest Scuttle, which is why when you look at his clear, he's gone Raptors, Krugs, Red, and now can start to drift back down to this bottom side, use the fact Fnatic have pushed the bot lane and try and contest Scuttle as well, so may even be able to force Elioya off of multiple camps here with the way Razork's played this early game.
One of the benefits of playing Leona support is often the enemy AD carry has to take cleanse because they need that extra degree of safety if you lock them up for such a long time, which means when you are trading in these early 3v3s, you basically have the advantage of a bit of an extra health shield in the barrier for your own AD carrier. Elioya might look for a gank here. Razork's already working his way down through the river. He'll be on the Scuttle Crab. Will he realize that Elioya is going bot? Flash forward from Alvaro into the hook. Noah flashes away and dashes too. Jun still has a flash of his own, puts the Ignite down, and Elioya almost falling first. He does! Noah gets double buffs. And Super and Alvaro can only stand and watch.
The idea there for MDK was good, but the execution fumbles. They don't quite have the damage because they initially used a lot of tools to lock down Noah. He then flashes away to safety, and then when they turn their attention to Leona, you've got to remember that W makes her like a mini juggernaut.
And I think the fact that Elioya didn't try and flash over Jun onto Noah was the big difference maker, because Jun did a great job of positioning himself in between Noah and the oncoming Elioya. Without that damage there and being able to lock down the Ezreal meant that, as you say, Betty, the W from Leona was just way too strong. You can't take her down. And it's a great turnaround from Fnatic. And again, you had that play already from Razork to cover bot Scuttle, so he's well ahead now of Elioya.
The bot lane of MDK is kind of crying a little bit right now. Double buffs Ezreal, who's gone back, got himself a Sheen and a Tear. He doesn't even need assistance in this lane. Jun can be all over the map wherever he wants to be, or he can just constantly be in that bot lane, pressuring Super out of the lane, pushing him back. Looks like that's where he's going to path after opening up through the mid lane.
Ultimately, not all doom and gloom, but as you rightly said, somewhat unfortunate. Dragon going to be started off by Fnatic, naturally, given the advantage that they've just garnered in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. The top side of the map continues to go in the favor of Oscar. He's been doing pretty well, being able to get that push and control, but now he has to concede some of that pressure, knowing that his jungler is on the bot side of the map. I wonder if Fnatic will consider another dive. I say another dive, they didn't dive in the first place. Consider a dive, rather. Given that they do have this stacked wave here, they do have the double buff. But it looks like for the time being, yeah, no. With the recall of Razork, clearly that is not on their agenda.
He's just trying to steal away some camps on the top side. Making sure that he can at least close the gap onto Razork, because Razork only just reset. Did have a nice back, being able to pick up the ashes there, but still, I think...
oh, Noah.
He's still got barrier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like Alvaro must have used his hook, and we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Because that was... I was like, you're going to die.
It's probably a hook into him buffering, you know, Arcane Shift away into still being quite close, you know. Yeah, Noah able to go over, get the Honey Fruits for himself. I'm interested in Super's build this game. He's gone for a Vamp Scepter early on. Blade of the Ruin King, perhaps, to try and get through those tanks that we're seeing on the side of Fnatic.
And we saw this adaptation yesterday from Hansam as well. A lot of people, the reason you are going and seeing Static Shiv a lot in this meta is because of how much mid-push influences the rest of the map. And AD carries are a huge proponent of that when it gets to the mid-game, but in a situation where you just need to try and kill tanks, going for Static Shiv only makes that so much more difficult. So going towards the fork, we saw it yesterday in the Ashe as well, does give you a little bit more of that tank shred, which I think is definitely necessary, because we already alluded to Jun, Oscar, and Razork. They're all going to become very difficult to kill as this game goes on.
At the moment, though, game stabilized a little bit. Fnatic still have about a 600 gold lead. 1 Drake, 1 Grub, 2 went over to MDK. So at most, we will see a team taking 5, which means you still only get that 1 Might spawn. At the moment, Alvaro is trying to play it down towards this bottom side. Razork coming in as well. Frescowi's the TP earlier on. Shield of Daybreak for the Sun. Twisted Advance for the follow-up. And Alvaro doesn't have a flash to get out. The hook tanked by Razork. But with the Vi coming in, Alioya is looking for a bit more damage. Has to flash away himself. Frescowi opening up with the Lightning Crash, still a possibility for him. He continues to put the damage down into Jun's back. And he will force him away.
Great pick from MDK though. The problem for Fnatic was Jun went in, didn't have any follow-up damage from Noah. Then Razork came in with the follow-up. He doesn't have enough damage either. But because Alioya had gotten that Raptor camp, he actually got the elevated experience off it. He hits level 6 then off the kill, and then they can turn around. So they force Fnatic back. Now they get a plate off the back of that pick as well. Really great job from MDK to just find these small moments to punish what was a good early Fnatic game.
I can't really blame Fnatic for thinking that they would be stronger, especially after winning that fight earlier. But yeah, I think Alioya getting his ultimate was just so huge in that fight to be able to lock down Noah once Razork ended up falling that became a difficult one for Fnatic to continue the fight. Similar to what we saw in game 1, a fairly even affair as Grub's Dragon kind of being exchanged across the map, even in kills, even in gold. Pressure kind of traded fairly evenly across the board, with Noah kind of only finding that small advantage on the bot side of the map because of that kill he secured.
Grub's still 2 minutes away, but you can see MDK have already swapped their bot to top. Mirwin looking for those and Tofos for the knockback. Oscar in, going to be flashed on, all out. Alvaro coming in, looking for the auto. He dredge lines the wall, but he can still get the auto down on Oscar. He can't because of that steadfast presence. Jun now joining the fray, but he's in the midst of 4. Keeper's verdict, knocks back 2, and Tofos will knock Oscar in and back into Super's clutches. Doesn't have the damage to work his way through the Poppy.
Alvaro was trying to predict the flash from Oscarinin, but Oscarinin stays cool, calm and collected, doesn't end up blowing it, and now is able to get himself back safely to turret. Will be Super picking up a turret plate for himself though, which is going to be nice, but still not quite able to get the kill onto Oscarinin.
I will say, a bit of a misplay there from Jun to just kind of walk into the fight and to effectively form embers that there really wasn't the follow-up there from the rest of Fnatic. I don't really see what his game plan was, especially given that Oscar was able to get out of that situation without burning his flash. So, bit of a misplay, but in any case, he isn't ultimately punished for it. MDK invested a lot of resources, 2 flashes themselves to try and make that play happen, but Oscar showing his proficiency on the Poppy.
And that's kind of been the uncharacteristic mistakes we started to see creep into Jun's gameplay, where he was so stellar, especially, you know, as he started to come into Summer and things like the Renata and these kind of picks. But some of these engages, we saw it in the Summer Finals, seen a little bit here as well, are a little bit questionable. So we'll have to wait and see how he starts to pick things up as this goes on, because he's such a crucial proponent of Fnatic here. I think he needs to take his foot off the gas pedal just a little bit and wait for the positioning from the rest of his team to be there before he goes in.
Oscar does have the flash advantage here. Both of them trading grass procs in the bot lane. Grub's up in 10 seconds time. About the same for Drake. Looks like it might be a battle over the Scuttle Crab. With Mirwin having the push, Leo will open up on it. Razork can look for the steal, but with the Crab walking in the opposite direction, it will be very hard for him to get in there and take away that Scuttle.
Fnatic should consider going for a Grubs right now. They have Humanoid gaining access to the top rivet. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Smart play from Fnatic. They want that plate, and they're going to be able to get it as well for Noah. But this should bring them to 4 Grubs. It will be even in Dragons. We'll see which one we get. My instinct is it's going to be a Chem Soul. Don't ask me why. It's just what my gut is telling me.
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs, Veddy.
What are you saying, Dagda?
Infernal.
Yeah, okay, bro. Okay.
Hey, you didn't ask me quick enough. That's what I mean.
All right, are they going to threaten a dive here? Yes, they are.
TP coming in from Fnatic. Counter TP out by MDK. Super able to supercharge his way out. Solar Flare. And the damage on Alvaro is huge. Ignite ticks on him. Jun takes the kill. Frescowy under the turret now. One minion left. Twisted Advance, Lightning Crash coming out as well, but with the Zenith Blade follow-up, there's not really much Frescowy could do. Jun will die to Super. A 2-for-1 exchange in the top lane. Oscar has to dash away, still has the flash. The cease and desist will chase him down. Mirwin going in. Steadfast presence gives him a little bit of movement speed and enough to get out of the clutches of Mirwin, but not out of the clutches of Elioya, who's knocked up with a Keeper's Verdict and has to flash out of the range of the tower.
Oscar's Poppy, man. He just cannot be locked down. He's laughing at him too. He knows he's feeling himself in this game. As Fnatic find a great dive on the top side.
How do you say you having a giggle, mate, in Spanish?
Wah.
Oh, yeah, of course, sorry about that.
I mean, we look back at the dive, the ultimate comes through from Razork. The TP response from Frescowy, I like the idea, but oh, it's a very difficult dive to stop, really. He arrives and he already loses about 30-40% of his HP. Then the re-dive comes through. And I mean, maybe if he flashed earlier, but it's a tough one. MDK should have prioritized trying to trade, instead pressure in the mid lane, sacrificing their Norless and accepting that there was not really that salvageable. Instead, they end up trading 2-for-1, Super at the very least getting something back.
And Fnatic now going to open up on this bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and push mid very quickly with no real response from MDK and trying to lean into this bottom side. Could potentially look for a dive on towards Mirim, but having the flash nearly open available and that ult would be a difficult one. I think you just try and fish for more plates onto Humanoid, because we've seen what a Fed Corki can do. Having that Maokai there to set them up could work out well.
Ivan Mirwin, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. He has that all out. Nature's Grasp will come across, but he uses the Pathmaker to block it. Razork tanks a tower shot. He might spawn to help out Fnatic, and it will only be the plate for them off this push.
All I would have preferred to see Fnatic do is just try and push Mirwin off the tower, not invest the ultimate, because Rift Herald's up in 30 seconds. You now don't have Razork's ultimate available for it. And for MDK, you could have just completely choked them out of the game. With that Rift Herald being able to take mid tower, both side lanes are low, start to very quickly amass a nice gold lead for yourselves. You can see MDK are like, great, you don't have that ultimate available. We can definitely fight you with this objective, especially with Frescowy now having push on top side.
I will say, though, that MDK's comp in general is relatively short range. I guess with the only exception being Frescowy. So maybe Fnatic is arguing, you don't have the threat on our tower, even with the Herald. Look, it's full HP. It's not taking a tick of damage. I mean, that might change now.
Go on, minions, tick it. Oh, they will.
They will.
Oh, Jun goes in with the Zenith Blade. Alvaro with a good hook to block the engagement with a Solar Flare and a True Shot barrage through the heart of Alvaro. Mirwin TP'd in. MDK was still looking for the fight, but they haven't really done enough damage to Fnatic to continue this battle. Keeper's Verdict knocks back one. Cease and desist will dodge it from Elioya. Steadfast presence into the knock into the wall, and Elioya realizes maybe it would have been better to be found guilty by the hammer. Pathmaker in by Mirwin, the all-out to follow up. Oscar still surviving, and Mirwin having to flash away. Humanoid on the chase, flashes in, and Super, not that much longer. He manages to flash the wall and escape for the moment. The Valkyrie to follow up. The missile's missing, but Humanoid's autos do not. Fnatic are going to wipe away MDK, only Mirwin left standing.
MDK hadn't got into position yet. Frescowy was still pushing out top, so Fnatic, they find that play just before Madline's Koi can get around that Rift Herald, and they slaughter them. They completely decimate them, and now, with 7 kills to their name at Rift Herald, it only looks better and better.
The initial engage from Jun, honestly, was a bit scary, because it looked like that he was trying to fight a 2 versus 3, and you look at the map, say Maokai's still a little bit away, Maokai doesn't have the ultimate, the TP's coming through, but the burst from this Corki Leona is crazy. They start the fight 5v4, Noah arrives, Oscar on the flank, and MDK do the smart thing, trying to collapse onto Oscar, but because he connects that ultimate onto Super, he now creates a great situation for the rest of Fnatic to collapse. One by one, MDK fall, and while they try to turn the play around, Humanoid says that he's not having any of that, and once again reminds us all why Corki is so strong in the current meta.
I mean, you can see the difference, right? Frescowy's taking shot after shot, but only tickling the health bars of Fnatic, whereas Humanoid coming in like a wrecking ball and destroying those health bars for MDK. And now you have that Rift Herald to take down mid-turret. You can open up those side lanes incredibly well. This is where this game gets very tough for Madline's Koi.
MDK been looking for a couple of bushes to catch Fnatic out, but even if they try and get control of this bot side river. Elioyo's on the flank, he's been spotted. Alvaro flashing in with the hook. That's a death sentence if I've ever seen one. He might as well be playing Thresh. Fnatic find another. Alvaro learning from Mickey yesterday, it seems.
I don't know what the plan was there.
Save Elioyo, I think, was the plan.
Ah.
Yeah. It worked. He got out.
I mean...
But, yeah.
But, yeah. All right, well, we'll move past that one swiftly.
No one gets left behind.
Dragon gonna be secured. For Fnatic, that'll be the third one of the game. Humanoids gonna secure the bot tower. Oh, that's annoying. As Super's base will be interrupted. I mean, this game is like the complete opposite of what we saw in game one. While we credited MDK for their superior vision control, catching Fnatic off guard, this time around the fights are happening on Fnatic's terms. Jun is in a much better spot. We're feeling the impact of Oscar. Whereas Rumble was quite quiet, his Poppy is incredibly loud, and it is making waves in these fights. Now they find themselves 8-2 in kills, they have a 6k gold leads, and this is the series that we wanted. We were expecting these teams to go back and forth, and Fnatic showing up here in game 2.
But it's also what we've seen from Fnatic over the last 2 series, which is game 1, bit slow, bit ropey, and they just ramp up over the course of it, and it looks significantly better now. Mirren onto Humanoid.
Humanoid TP'd in behind Mirwin here, and I don't think Mirwin has a leg to stand on. He's going to try and go in with the all-out, but the True Shot Barrage comes in. Nature's Grasp invested as well from Razzle, just to make sure that Humanoid survive.
I mean, you can never be too careful with the Cassante. You know,
I don't think
as the great philosopher would say in this situation.
Oh, true, yeah.
Show Plato.
Yeah. Ultimately, they find themselves another kill. I will say TP invested for that. They don't really get, I mean, I guess you could argue they get bot side vision control, but the next dragon is 4 minutes away. Yeah, I debate how worthwhile that was. I guess you could say still a kill secured at the very least, but Fnatic really want to be setting up for this mid-tier 1. It's about 50% HP. The best way that you can do that is gain control over one side of the map, whether that be board or top, and then pushed in that wave, control the enemy jungle, and then from that, you force MDK to split apart, giving you access to that mid-tower.
They also have the Rift Hold.
They can also just do that, yeah. They'll also, I did miss that one.
Right. It's been a while since they picked it up, so sometimes you can just lose track of the fact they have it. Fnatic might look for a tier 2 though, a larger gold investment if they can take that. And with Razork working his way down here, there we go. Rift Hold used for the tier 2 in the top side. Does get you more gold, but with how far they backed off, I'm not sure the Rift Hold even needs to charge in. They will lose a tier 1 on bot side for it, alongside it an objective bounty, but I don't think they mind too much considering they're 7,000 gold ahead.
Usually I'm a little bit hesitant about using Rift Child for tier 2, but I think when you can use Maokai Ultimate to zone across here and just end up in a position that makes it really tough to defend the tier 1, I think you're in a good spot as Fnatic. Because usually I think just getting that tier 1 down with Rift Child is kind of necessary, because otherwise they can defend it really well and it shortens your access to the rest of the map. But I think in this position, Fnatic should be able to just put siege pressure onto MDK here.
Strict 2.5 minutes away would be soul point for Fnatic. The Infernal Soul, so well predicted by Dagda earlier on in this cast. There is also...
I'm actually a little sad because I was going to say Infernal, but then it just came up and I was like...
It was also... it was the only option left.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
There's a Baron up as well. Fnatic have that topside vision. You can see a slew of wards, control and 3 normals towards that blue buff of MDK. So if they want to play for that, they can. Double AD carries. Mana Mune's fully stacked up to those Mura Manas. Would go down relatively quickly, I think. Razork has gone that Leandries as well for a bit more magic damage on those objectives.
I'm kind of in 2 minds here about how Fnatic should try and play this forward. I think there is a world where you just keep Oscar in on the top side because he has teleport advantage and you play for the dragon. You could also just leverage the fact you've already gotten 2 of these dragons and say, hey, instead we are just going to swap Humanoid top side, try and play for push on top into mid tower, but with the position on the map right now, I think Fnatic have been a little bit late to try and go for that ladder play, so it looks like it will be just a case of, okay, look for the quick resets, try and get back out onto the map, try and establish vision on this bottom side, and then look for a dragon. I think at the moment they're just making sure that MDK aren't trying to pull anything sneaky at Baron as they go for the dragon in a minute's time.
Just hope that Fnatic don't get impatient. Yeah. Because we've seen them with leads before, and we've seen them throw them many times. This could be a situation
that Dagda was talking about, where they could just throw the Maokai ultimate. They've decided not to do it this time around. I guess their priority is probably the Dragon in a minute's time, which is something they're likely saving it for.
As well, Fnatic just haven't pushed their side lanes in, so there's no real need for MDK to ever leave this mid tower. You can see at least now, Fresco's going down, going to clear out that bottom wave, but as for the moment, sure, MDK can just continue to push here, but Fnatic now grouping up again. And with Fresco going to bot side, they will actually just get a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's your other option. You just play the war of attrition and rely on the fact that you have better poke than what MDK have. And we talked about their range earlier. You know, stepping up to that wave proved devastating for Super, and now he's forced her back. Fnatic gained control over the bot side jungle, and now they can use this to push in bot lane and set up for the dragon spawning in 7 seconds. Ultimately, calm, patient play, which is exactly what we wanted to see from Fnatic.
And part of the problem for MDK in withstanding that siege is Alvaro hasn't got his Warmogs yet because they've only got 1 tower so far. They didn't pick up a huge amount of plates in the early game, so he hasn't had that passive support income that really bolsters you to that first item. Mirwin's only just finished his Randuin's. Alongside that, Elioya has the Sundered Sky first, so he can't tank up too much damage. So you don't really have a front line that can actually stand in front of Super and Frescowy and not get equally poked down while taking those Mystic shots from Noah and the missiles from Humanoid.
Valid point.
I make them from time to time.
Yeah, you do, Medic. Red secured, Dragon secured. Everything going the way of Fnatic right now. When we think about MDK's perspective and how they can turn this game around, it is very much about creating these pockets of vision and looking to try and find a pick. In game 1, they caught Jun out a lot. It is a little bit harder on Leona just because her W does turn her into a, you know,
Giga tank.
Yeah, an impenetrable fortress. It's just, it's so many resistances on top of the support item, making her even tankier. Jun is going to be much harder to catch. But you can see MDK doing exactly what we talked about, controlling these pockets of vision. Elioya's found a nice little flank.
Mirwin is in the bottom lane right now, does have that TP. Elioya will be spotted on a ward as he comes around. It looks like MDK are going to call off the play. Alvaro should be able to walk away. I will quickly say, before we move on to the next point, I'm slightly disappointed in Humanoid. He's gone for the Lord Dominic's Regards, which for the same cost gives you 10 extra AD over Immortal Reminder these days, and that's it. An Immortal Reminder gives you Grievous Wounds. So I think for the 10 AD, get the Grievous Wounds instead. Even if it's not the most impactful, he's still double-bladed the Ruin Kings on the enemy team. Feels like an item from a bygone age right now, the Lord Dominic's Regards.
I'm just looking at what MDK are trying to achieve. They will get Humanoid here, it looks like.
Killer Instinct as well with the Cease and Desist. That's what they're trying to do! However, I don't think they wanted Alvaro to get the kill.
Well, I would have had more time if we gave up on Lord Dominic's Regard points.
It was an important point, Rob. Okay. Can't lose to Boris as they continue with the chase. The Solar Flare coming down and now Elioya almost falls the locket. He does go down in the end and it's Jun getting the kills, but the support's very hungry for blood. Noah can't quite hit the Mystic Shot, flashes in, he'll find the final auto. MDK over Sap and Fnatic pounce immediately.
And that's what I wanted to try and get onto, was Mirwin was on the wrong side of that equation as MDK were going for it. So even if you get the initial pick, Fnatic should be able to try and group up and find you back without Mirwin getting in position first. And now Fnatic are in a position where they can take the Baron. So nice recovery from Fnatic on the play.
It was a very, what's the word? A long play, I would say, from Elioya.
Hail Mary.
Well, I mean, we talked about how they needed to do something like that. Find a pick. But I think they should have immediately turned their attention to Baron and maybe used that as a point of contention, because we start the play with them finding this pick on a Humanoid.
Yeah, the thing is though, look at where Mirwin is. So Mirwin had pushed him bot. The reason MDK didn't go for the play immediately was because you had no one showing in that bot wave. When someone showed, MDK go for the play, but then they're only starting to get into position here. But again, look where Mirwin is. He had the TP top, couldn't get into position. This is a 4v4, and then you get the TP coming through from Fnatic, and Fnatic just able to leverage the fact they have their wallets in the 4v4, end up winning out then across the fight. So it was MDK trying to set up a pick, but because they kind of stumbled and fumbled waiting for Fnatic to show what they were up to, they end up waiting too long and get caught out.
Almost feels like Elioya thought they had the explosiveness that they had for that first pick for Elioya as well, for Razork as well. And if they had, it would have been great. You know, if they could have burst Razork down, then it's a much easier Baron secure, but you didn't have the Killer Instinct, you didn't have the depth charge follow-up from Alvaro, so couldn't do enough to take down Razork and overstep. Nature's Grass coming out, Baron sitting on Fnatic for the next 2 minutes. They'll get a tier 2 from it. As Super pushes out that mid lane. Humanoid dashing in. Those rockets starting to really hurt now. Mirwin's still on that front line, but with a cannon minion and a few casters. Fnatic will be able to open up the base. They dive forward with the Zenith played as well. And Mirwin is down. MDK 4 strong. Can they defend? Fnatic might look for more. The base comes out from Super. Keeper's verdict. Who you're looking for, Oscar? It's just the Poppycopter for now as he steps forward with the steadfast presence. Jun going in with the Zenith blade. Season to sit on the backline, but Elioya's all alone in the midst of 5 Fnatic players. And now Fnatic begin to open up on those Nexus towers. Alvaro can't really defend this, but Scary trying to do everything he can, but the hook is met once again with a steadfast presence from Oscar Rinin, and a steadfast presence he's been this game. 007, call him Oscar Rinin Bond, as Fnatic will even out the series.
A quick finish to an early lead as Fnatic equalize 1-1. Oscar with a great Poppy performance. Noah, we've seen this Ezreal get leads before, and then he makes that one step, he gets caught out, and he ends up getting punished. This game was not that at all. 27 minutes on the dot, Fnatic get a convincing win.
Brilliant stuff from Fnatic, and I'm excited now to see if they can leverage that into the next game as well. But we will have to take a short break before we get there. Just hold on until we get back.
Hold on.
I think they've been already in a big arena, so I'm not really scared or anything. I think they will enjoy it a lot, so I'm really happy. I think it will be a really great experience for all of us. Everywhere I went, regarding to my career, you just feel like you miss out so many things, but still, you get this experience. So it feels really rewarding to get this kind of wins.
Frescawi waiting around the corner, lands the charm onto Caps. G2 in a 4v5 have to find a way to fight back, but Elioya will not give them that opportunity. For the first time in 2024, Mad Lions Koi will take a series off G2.
I'm pretty sure they are just going to be saying that G2 trolled, that that's not the actual G2, that G2 just had a bad series. At the end of the day, we beat them, so it will be an immense upset for everyone if we beat every team and we win the LEC finals.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
all out. Alvaro coming in, looking for the auto. He trench lines the wall, but he can still get the auto down on Oscar. He can't because of that steadfast presence.
Hey, well played to Oscar, you know. He did well.
Follow.
Follow.
Go. Look on the side, I can follow there more. Well played, boys. Look on Kaiser. Look Casante, he can go. I can stop this. Slowly. I can stand Casante, okay? I stand him. Look. Yeah, I kill him. Don't give it.
I can take it to my second.
Nice!
Fnatic evens up the series and do it in quite a similar fashion as MDK did it in game 1. I love from Alvaro there the praise, still fun. Okay, Oscar. Yeah, you did that very, very well. Well, you know what you're in for if you give him his poppy, I would say. But it really felt a little bit, Roxa, like a mirror of game 1, right? In terms of Fnatic catching MDK out the same way that they got cut out in game 1.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's almost like MDK looked at Fnatic's plays and decided to copy it, even though Fnatic actually lost the first game. And we saw a lot of aggression, a lot of overextensions, and more than anything, it kind of seemed like MDK got slightly ahead of themselves and, you know, just went overconfident, really.
Especially in this play, because it starts off with Alvaro just getting caught because he thinks that he has number advantage, and Fnatic's capitalizing well because the adaptation that they have right now, they have the Poppy, they have Maokai Leona, they have a lot more frontline to work with and a lot more catch potential. And right now, after this play where Humanoid cleans up and Noah gets a lot of gold and top tier 1 is just over. Here it's a great catch from Elia. I don't really know how he sneaked into this brush. But again, this is just the general trend of MDK. They find some good plays, but right now, after this, they're just overreaching. They already used a lot of juice, a lot of ults to catch someone, and now trying to catch a tank that, you know, rather played it amazingly well. But after this, the game is just over when you lose Nash.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, really, because in both of these scenarios, MDK could easily just have gotten control of the map. In this case, instead of diving in after killing Humanoid, you could push out mid, push out top, get full Baron vision, and really have that map control that can lead to a bigger play.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic did phenomenal, right? And also catching them out. A part of me is thinking, because, well, MDK selected red side, is thinking they really wanted that red side. And so they were like, you know what, game 2, you can have it. Let's move over because we want to show you what we really got.
Big brain.
Probably not.
I liked it because even though, you know, Fnatic lost game 1, it was looking good until it wasn't looking good anymore, and I felt like they had a lot of control, but they were just like a little bit overzealous in what they could do. But I guess there's always, you know, some madness to every genius like that. When you have a lot of tools to catch someone, you're kind of stepping out of place.
I love that. Madness to every genius, right? You got to be a little crazy to try the crazy stuff, indeed. No, the intelligent stuff. Intelligence, try the crazy stuff. Anyways, let's talk about the ADCs as well. I think it's so interesting, these two, Supa versus Noah. Supa had a tremendous game in game 1. Noah had a tremendous game in game 2, but I feel like they're often the lightning rods for their teams when they aren't doing well and when they are doing well, both from like the community as well as in game, you know. And it's kind of interesting that for me, they have mirrored each other's performances in game 1 and 2.
Well, it's a shift because in game 1 we had June and not June, sorry, Noah, where he opted to play the Jhin and be a little bit more utility based, and Supa was enabled to play the MF, which has been a power pick in here in the LEC playoffs. And in game 2, Fnatic did a great job at banning out the MF and forcing something that's a little bit more scaling and giving Noah more power with the Ezreal, which has been a signature pick for him. So it's more so. The team identities have been changing between game 1 and 2 with what role the ADC wants to employ in that specific game. And right now, I think it's back to the drawing board and looking to empower Supa a little bit more for game 3.
You think that's the way to go?
Yeah, I think that's really what it's all about. We've seen it time and time again here in the LEC that any of these two guys getting an advantage will be able to lead their team to the finish line and carry these games when you know push comes to shove. And I think the Misfortune ban was definitely key. And now MDK are going to have to dig a little deeper and showcase to us that Supa can also hard carry in the same way on other champions.
They want to. I know they want to dig deep. Otherwise, why would they move over to the red side? I'm so excited. If this doesn't deliver, I will be so disappointed.
MDK has been getting a lot of red side wins because I think right now the average, the red side win in the LEC playoffs, season finals.
Season finals, yeah.
Has been around 30%.
Lots of playoffs.
Yeah, it's been 20 to 30%, so red side is losing a lot, but MDK is one of our only teams, if not the only team, who's getting a lot of consistent red side wins. So I think this is their powerhouse. This is the way they've been winning against G2. They need these sort of flavor picks, like these sort of power picks, and I think it makes a lot of sense to move over to the red side.
I got baited. It was just the current draft that was up, but we're going into the actual one right now, so not that baited. It was a great It's a great setup. I'm expecting 5 games if I look at this, but there is a part of me that's thinking if, you know, MDK now goes for a little bit more unconventional picks and really shows what they want and Fnatic beats them, then we could be looking at a 3-1. What's the feeling here in terms of, have we really derived the actual strength of these two teams yet, or have we just seen kind of a game that was well played out from either side in each game?
I think we've seen the good and bad of both, really. Yeah. MDK definitely proved to us in the G2 series that they're going to be able to not only play under pressure, but also adapt throughout the series. And Fnatic, we know, can live up to the expectations and perform under the pressure as well. So now I think it really comes down to the coaching staff being able to quickly look at the first 2 games and find out where the real issues were in terms of draft. And even when it comes to draft, it wasn't flawless, but yeah, let's see what can be done. I think the in-game stuff, the over-aggression is where we really need to see a difference.
Especially with Fnatic, because I think the adaptations they have made going into Game 2 with opting into this more of a traditional front-to-back was great. But right now, as I said, Mad Lions is looking to bring out the crazy, and I think that when the game was as chaotic as it was in Game 1 with, you know, this, you didn't have this traditional front-to-back team come from both sides, that's when MDK shines a lot more. And this is what I expect to see from MDK going into this Game 3.
Yep, they did ban out the Corki, so they don't have to worry about that. So maybe they will be looking to make sure Noah gets the pick that he wants.
This Renekton ban makes a lot of sense because it is one of the premier blind picks for top lane, and we see it a lot in LCK and LPR where it gets picked very early, and it does very well into these marksmen that that Merwin has been enjoying a lot. So for me, it makes a lot of sense, and I really like this MF first pick, even though the Ashe is open. Right now, you are trading OP ADCs, and right now, it goes again into what we said earlier when we were talking about the ADs. Both of them are on power picks that have a lot of agency into the early game, and they want to, you know, take over the game.
Yeah, and I also like, I mean, the Maokai, it always gets more and more important throughout these best of 5s. We saw it, you know, if you want to pull off those ganks, the range advantage that you have, the way that you can catch them off guard, I think is so much value, but the Ivern is great as well.
Yeah, I think ultimately, the Renekton ban was really smart from the MDK area of the draft. They would ban the Ashe first, but they changed it up, leaving MF open to get the good trade, get a priority carry, get a strong jungler. And of course, right here, we're seeing relatively similar team comps from both teams with strong AD carries. We have a lot of CC, really good team fighting all around as well.
I would say that the draft, everything that's been happening so far, it is quite balanced. I am a big fan of the Rel, but also I'm an even bigger fan of the Ivern because I feel like Ivern in the league is an exceptional pick. It gives you so much agency going to the mid-late game. I do like this. Actually, I don't really like this Rumble, this Rumble ban because I feel like when you have this sort of Enchanter jungler and Leona, I don't feel like you have enough reliable support for the Rumble to functionally to operate very well into these later skirmishes. So I think it might be a little bit waste of a ban, but at the same time, it is one of the only good blind picks in the game. I might expect here even a... What else is there that is good blind pick on top? Because you would be really happy with enemy with Fnatic picking K'Sante here. Well, K'Sante is
yeah,
banned.
but the red carpet is laid out for that top lane matchup and the counter pick.
Exactly, because now you get into this scenario where you're when you're Oscar and you're like, what do you blind pick here? I'm kind of not happy here. There's nothing really good to blind, so he is forced here to dig very deep and maybe go something a little bit unconventional with the cannon, even though it doesn't really work well with the Ivern and
Dumb
opens
question,
up.
is Poppy would not be good here?
Blind pick? It opens up a lot of crazy picks from Merwin. I don't really think it's so good. Opens up Vladimir, opens up Gwen. There's a lot. It is one of the riskiest picks that I think you can blind pick on top. But if there's one man who can do it, it is Oscar. Because when I look at Oscar, one of his signature picks and one of his best picks is the Poppy.
Just needed to ask the question for you know.
For the storyline.
For the people who don't play top like me.
Oh, learned a lot.
Yeah, so much. Don't blind pick Poppy if you're not Oscar.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
I really like the adaptations we're seeing from Fnatic here. They see Ashe, they see Maokai, they instantly lock in Ivern. Now, with Rel and Tristana being locked in, we're seeing the Talia. And in short, they have a lot of champions who are so strong into the hard engage coming out of Mad Lions. And whenever they jump at you, you have MF ult, you have all the heals, the shields from Ivern, you have Talia's disengage. It's going to be incredibly hard for MDK to actually play that team comp.
The Gnar, Odo! Yay! Your favorite champion ever.
It is my most played champion, I think, all time, but I really don't like it because when I look at this sort of combo-based teamfight comp from Fnatic, when you have Leona, Talia, you kind of want someone who can keep everything together and keep everything a little bit more static. Gnar doesn't really do that. He's more about finding this opportunity and operating off the setup of other champions. I think even Ornn would have been good, even though it plays into Merwin's favorite champions.
They hoodwinked us all.
It makes sense because right now, if you look at Mad Lion Koi teamfight comp, you have Maokai Rel, amazing setup, Ash to follow up, everything well. And right now, the Nidalee is one of those champions where it's like, hey Marwan, you can do whatever you want. The team comp is already fixed. Everything is set in stone. Just have fun. Pick something that will dominate this Nar, because Nar is an extremely weak early game pick, and he can take over the game because he has so many tools to work with.
And they did win a game with Nidalee against Irelia, and now he's getting it in a much easier matchup versus
It's
Nar.
an extremely easy matchup this one. I'm really not a fan of what Fnatic did with their 4-5. I really think they should have just taken a bad matchup and give more power to the Talia, because if you offer this Talia, you need more setup from your teammates, or just don't go for the Talia.
I love how passionate you are about how they completely overcooked their draft. They threw it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the theory of too many useless champions right now.
I see.
And Nar Talia together, they are too useless. They need to hold hands and be friends, but it didn't happen, sadly.
Yeah, the two useless picks in that. That's the words from Odawamne. Maybe as useless as a Goldberg, who lost the best stuff in Smash 2. Medic, what do you think?
Look, we can't all be Smash geniuses. Mikkel was very angry at the fact that he lost the best of 3 versus me. But yeah, I'm not going to talk about my Smash ascent to godhood. me and Sonic Fox going to be playing up against each other soon.
Wow, I'm really looking forward to the new Smash.
I played for a week, by the way. Anyway, let's get into Summoner's Rift. Much more important than my Smash capades. That's a good one, though. Mirwin is playing Nidalee top again, and it has only been played once before in 2024 by Mirwin against G2 a couple of weeks ago.
In the mic check, Elyoya said we are never playing Nidalee top again.
And I think that was a wise choice.
And so, you know, and so I didn't do any prep, Medic, and now look at me, the fool.
Yeah. In the mic check that we played at the top of the show.
I mean, to be fair, they did release it on our social channels.
Yes. Oh, true. So you prepped by watching it on the Twitter.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Medic, it was a joke. That's what that was.
It was a good one.
That was a...
Yeah, it was great.
Always ruining my fun.
I just appreciate that Mirwin wants to be the shy. That just resonates with me as a person.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He does not die enough to compare to the shy.
Yet. There is always time. He is learning. He's a young Padawan in the League of Legends scene.
Speaking of the shy, do you know who the last person to play
Nidalee top? Answer away, didn't you, mate?
Well, it would be funny if it wasn't. Last person to play Nidalee top apart from Mirwin?
Was it the shy?
It was the shy last 2023 LPL Spring. Before that, it was 2015 in LCK Champions.
That surprises me.
From Someday. According to GamesOfLegends.gg, with their major region filter on.
All right, well, I don't have the capacity to fact check that, so I'm just going to assume you're true. We look at bot lane. Super on Ashe is a very powerful champion. Just because this champion kind of gets to do whatever it wants, and there's not much you get to do in response. Volley is an incredibly oppressive skill at level 1. And so Noah and Jun will be forced to play defensively as keep my eyes on Razork, see what his early game plan is. Leona MF is a great lane for gank setups because of the early CC.
Also just disgusting if you ever go underneath the tower, because it's, hey, I'm going to throw out solar.
Oscar.
Oh, Oscar in it, hang on.
Oscar.
The grass?
Oscar. Oh my god! Mirwin gets it!
Oh my goodness.
Best main character in the top lane, Oscar goes to Mirwin.
Level 2, he just solo killed him.
I mean, has to flash away in the bot lane.
If that's not an example of what does this jump even do? I don't know what it, like, that was...
He doesn't do anything, Betty. He doesn't do it. Didn't he just kill you?
This jump doesn't do anything. Oh my goodness. Mirwin off to a great start in the top lane. And Oscar thinking that he's going to go with the Gnar, save top laner, level 1. But now, Razork set his sights on the bot lane.
And Earth's here as well. Crash down from Alvaro. TP in by Mirwin as they look to turn this play around. Razork's on his way into the fight. Jun falls first though. Alvaro gets the kill. Super able to walk away. Razork going in. Flash forward from Noah. It's going to be disaster for Fnatic. They flash for the kill. They lose 2 so far. Will it be more? Frescowi's trying to join the battle. So is Humanoid trying to escort the Ivern away. The jump forward. Razork has a bomb on his back and a cat there as well. Frescowi gets on the board.
A massive overforce from Fnatic in the bot lane. after realizing, I mean, they got all the summoners and they still committed to the play. The Mirwin TP, I mean, we'll see if it works out for him, because while he does end up getting another kill and an assist, that's a lot of farm that's being lost on the top side. But the initial play was great.
Yeah, this is great. You get the disengage from Alvaro, Super pops the cleanse to try and get away, and the TP comes through. But to your point, Benny, like, watch where the wave is on the top side. It hasn't been pushed in, so as this entire play is going on, Noah flashes forward, Mirwin's able to get the kill, then he's only just kind of getting more and more, and even with the chase down, still that wave in top isn't shoved, and they get the kill onto Razork as well. So I think you've maybe lost 3 CS as Mirwin for this play. Like, you can see it's not a massive difference in the CS numbers on that top end, and he just gets a massive goal lead for himself, mid lane, and helped out his bot lane. That's a big L checkmark for MDK.
I mean, Fnatic may not have been able to see the TP was actually happening because they weren't maybe in range of the tower. But in any case, like, the moment that they got all the summoners out, that should have been the, okay, you know what, we'll take that, that's a good trade for us, and then reset. But by overcommitting to the play, they got heavily punished for it, and yeah, I do think that that gap in top, though, given that stacked wave, is a little bigger than we expect. But in terms of experience, I think that Mirwin is in a fine spot. Fnatic, though, turn their attention to bot lane once again.
Zenith short, and that could be big here. Super doesn't have the flash. He'll be hit with the root caller. Alvaro should be able to walk away from this. His 80 carries life will go down. Fnatic find that repeat gank in the bot side.
And this is more what we expected from Fnatic. Razork having a strong impact in the early stages, continuously ganking onto this bottom side and making it very difficult now for Supa to really get any sort of push. And if the MF is able to get these early leads, it's very simple to try and control that space in the bottom side. But Mirwin being an absolute pain against Oscar Innen now.
Elioy has flash to his advance. He could just jump across the wall. Oscar is getting up to that Mega now, and I think MDK think the wiser of that decision. Mirwin will be able to force Oscar about half HP, but obviously as you go into Mega, you can heal some of that up. Gromp secured by Elioy. Razork loses his top side camp.
So, you know, one of the big talking points that Dagger and I just had was about this top lane. How much XP do you lose? What about the farm? Mirwin walks underneath the tower and says, well, I'm going to deny you as much as you denied me. So the CS is still in the favor of Mirwin. He's able to get another recall off. He's now secured himself the Sheen. The matchup that was already tough is now going to only get worse as Fnatic continue to invest their resources towards the bot side of the map. They will spot out Razork on these Krugs, so he's going to look to go back to base. But I think that it's wise for Fnatic to continually attack this bot side. Leona MF is such an effective bot lane 2v2 to set up for jungle ganks. When you pair that with the single target CC that comes out from Razork, I think that it just becomes an easy avenue of attack for Fnatic to build another game lead.
Especially because I think Alvaro roaming could be the death of Fnatic's entire early game plan. If you can try and play towards Humanoid in the mid lane, you burn an early summoner, it gets very easy for Elioy to set up with the ultimate across, Supa to ult in towards mid. Humanoid with no flash is so vulnerable in this mid lane, and by attacking bot side, you kind of alleviate some of that pressure because the support can no longer roam to try and have any sort of impact in that lane.
Razork's going to start up these grubs. Humanoid comes across to help him out. Should be easy enough to secure, even with Razork not having Daisy to help him out. Might just be one, could be two. Make sure that MDK can't really stack them up. We'll have to take this and all three of the second wave to get those mites spawning.
The only problem that I'm kind of looking at for MDK is just they are, well, they're very, very AD focused. Like, Mirwin is not going an AP build. You're seeing the Locus come through for Elioya, so you're actually not going to have a huge amount of that AD damage or AP damage, and Oscar Innen already with the boots. I think you're going to get a lot of value by going for this tankier route for Oscar Innen in that top lane, and it could be a major factor when you get to those later portions of the game, especially for people like Jun. Yes, you will struggle without the Merc threads, but I'm curious how quickly they can actually take Oscar Innen down in the later portions.
Mirwin's looking for the dive here. Nature's Grass coming out. Oscar tries to jump, knocked back. The root caller won't call anyone, but the trigger seed will keep Oscar Innen alive. Flash away, Mirwin tries to dash back in. Not tanking the tower yet. Frescowi here to join the battle. Daisy chasing Mirwin down, and we'll just knock him up as he manages to get in the bush. But no time came out. Judd looking for the engage there. Doesn't have the solar flare yet. Now they're going to go for the re-engage. Flash, shield of Daybreak, and Supa cleanse flashes away, but not in time to save the day. Noah gets his second.
Quicker cleanse from Noah was immediately able to follow up then, and Supa just wasn't quite fast enough on the stun. Thought he had a bit more time, and Fnatic now starting to get their own back in this game.
I mean, We're seeing in this series why MF is just so highly prioritized, not just in the LEC, but around the world. She's such an effective duelist in the early game. Her ability to follow up on engaged supports is incredibly potent. And Leona just gives you that setup so consistently. It's so difficult for MDK to really leverage the strengths of Ashe in the early game, and this MF is very quickly going to get out of control.
Scowy's going to jump on towards Humanoid. Be knocked away with the seismic shove, knocked towards the tower. In fact, Root Caller follows him, but no one really wants to go any further in that lane. Humanoid about half HP, about a quarter mana. Should still be able to clear out this wave.
He even has Jun there just sitting behind him to make sure they can shove that out and get the reset for himself. Mountain Dragon is still up and available. I'm surprised we haven't seen any sort of attention down towards that bottom side. I expected Elyoya to try and look for that trade, although you saw him kind of look for the contestant of the Void Grubs, but I do think you're in a position, if you're able as MDK, to look for some sort of play around Supa in that bottom side, and with that ultimate now available and the cleanse down for Noah, they could try and find that answer back against Fnatic, who've slowly been starting to get control of this game.
Just spending some time there with Humanoid to make sure the wave gets shoved up. Humanoid doesn't have the TP up right now, so doesn't want to lose time under his turret, especially with Fresskowy being on the Tristana. She takes towers so quickly, or at least plates in the early game. But because of that, MDK know they have the time to take the Drake. As you say, Rob, hadn't been prioritized till this point, but at the 10-minute mark, MDK will take the first dragon of the game.
Bot lane just going to back away. No, there is a potential engage that could come through from Elyoya. This is a sizable wave though, so I wasn't sure if Elyoya wanted to stick around. Fresskowy also had push in the mid lane, so they maybe could have looked for, again, that play with the Supa ultimate into follow-up from the rest of the team, but just going to back away. Raz are in position now to make sure that they're able to keep control over this bottom side and maybe put some pressure onto Elyoya, but with the wave cleared, I think that'd be a bit risky.
The risk as well is Humanoid's moving across from the mid lane, and that Weaver's wall, all it needs to do is separate one player from the rest of the team for them to be very isolated. Noah starts to open up on the turret, will be his third plate of the game. With Humanoid showing in mid, Supa and Alvaro think they can be a little greedier. Seismic Shove misses here, as does the Unraveled Earth, and you can't miss those, Humanoid.
Bit of a misplay there from Humanoid, and Fresskowy, knowing the limitations of his champion, is able to find a solo kill with the blade completed. And now a 2-0-0 Tristana. MDK are showcasing that they have some threats of their own. Razzle needs to be careful.
Doesn't have Daisy here either. Does have the flash, has the Root Caller as well. He has the flash early, but Fresskowy's on the chase. Fresquito with 2 quick kills back to back.
What in the hell in Fresskowy? He is going absolutely nuts at the moment. Humanoid and Razork are not safe wherever the big MDK mid laner goes.
I mean, Fresskowy is working hard for MDK, securing now 3-0-0, half the team's kills, 2 of them with which he's able to get by himself. How are Fnatic going to be able to deal with this? We kind of look at the composition. Fnatic are going to be very reliant on finding some huge fights as we enter the mid game to be able to win out. But like MDK are building this very nice split push threat with both Mirwin and Fresskowy being able to play through sides. Fnatic won't really have any responses to it. So as long as MDK don't get bored into the MF wombo combo team fight, they have very clear avenues to take control of Game 3.
MDK starting the grubs a little bit early here. Fresskowy's only just making it to the mid lane tier 2, and you can see Supa only just recalled and is now working his way out of the base. And because of that early start, Fnatic immediately pounce. Will take a grub of their own. They need one more for those mites to spawn. Alvaro, good dodge on the seismic shove. Supa's on his way across, has that enchanted crystal arrow, and Fnatic respects it back away. 2 grubs left. Fnatic seem more willing just to stop MDK from getting to 4 grubs rather than trying to get those 4 grubs themselves.
Fresskowy had a ton of pressure in the mid lane, being able to shove in that wave, so always a bit nervous of this 3-kill Tristana coming across and being able to push them back, but MDK able to secure it. Will find 3 for 3. And it looks like everyone's just going to rotate back in towards their standard lanes.
But it kind of plays back into what Vedi was just talking about with the split push threat, right? If you have those mites, your split push becomes even more powerful. Remember, every Void Grub you get gives you that little bit more true damage to the turret as well. So by Fnatic sneaking in, getting 1 grub away, they've stopped a little bit of the power that Fresskowy can have in a side.
Small win for sure. Speaking of small wins, MDK will take away these camps on the bot side of the map. Fresskowy ticking over to level 11.
It's a solar flare. Mirwin should have flashed that. Zenith Blade's going to follow him up. He then flashes the wall away from the seismic shove. So does end up using the summoner. Alvaro goes in with the crash down, but I don't really think he's going to get much off Oscarinin, who does still have a flash of his own.
He's being zoned from the tower, though. These objectives are being traded across the map. Naturally, Humanoid's going to be slower at the siege compared to the Tristana, who's just going to melt through this tower. And there's nothing really that Oscar can do about it. Of course, the good news is that Mirwin can't really do anything else on the other side of the map. But because this bot tower is going to fall faster, it means that the resets are going to come sooner, and Frescow is going to be able to reset back out onto the map ready for the dragon spawning in a minute's time.
Fnatic are trying to send a lot of members down to the spot lane to protect the tower, though, which has kind of opened up a push in mid as well. So I'm curious now if MDK look for the quicker reset to go out towards Rift Herald and try and use that tempo advantage in their favor here. But the slow reset, because Jun was able to kind of just push MDK back a little bit there, means that Fnatic should be in a decent spot here to try and right their waves and then still be in a position to correct that, or sorry, contest that objective on the top side.
Frescow should be sitting on a decent amount of gold. Just because, yeah, he's sitting on 1,500 gold right now. He'd love to get a base off, spend that money before the dragon starts, but as you rightly said, I think he's spent a little bit too much time. Fnatic in a better position. Maybe MDK just prioritize the cross map, set their sights on trying to secure this top tower instead. Noah with the push in mid makes it harder for Super to walk up, but Elyoya does, of course, have his E to be able to face check these brushes.
Fnatic, though, Noah, very powerful right now. Has that Bloodthirster complete. Flash, twisted advance. They go into Oscarinin. The bullet time comes across the wall as Super opens up. Noah has to cleanse away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Now Jun has to flash the wall. Alvaro going in with the Magnet Storm. Oscar trying to get to the Mega Gnar, but he's just short of it. Mirwin will fall, and both the top laners have been traded as Razork's being chased down by MDK. Ivan, King of the Jungle, able to escape for the moment. Daisy doing a little bit of work here as well, as MDK aren't done with the fight yet.
Super was in a great position to stop the ultimate from Noah, but now the follow-up.
Alvaro, Hex flashes forwards, pulled back, Zen is playing in, tries to land the Shattering Strike, but Alvaro falls first, and it's the top laners, then the support's almost traded. A buster shot breaks Jun out of certain death, escapes with the goodwill of Frescow.
The shielding, the utility, the defenses that this Leona has were too much for MDK to break through, meaning that in the trade of supports, it was Fnatic that found another pick, but nothing really comes off the back of it. Farm still needs to be caught, these sideways need to be addressed, and Elyoya sets his sights on Humanoid.
Had a really small window there, but you can see Razork and Jun already on their way out. It was a couple of seconds at most that they would have been able to dive onto Humanoid. Now he backs away to the support of his team.
Now looking back at that fight, I will say Noah's ultimate was a little premature. I feel like he didn't get a lot of value out of it, and it's really important that he does for Fnatic in these upcoming fights, because when we look at the gold distribution, Frescow in that last fight hadn't spent any of the gold. Now he picks up the Zeal. Now he's going to spend that gold, so coming back into the fray, he's going to be much stronger than he was. While Noah also picked up a BF for himself, he is where a lot of the gold is sitting on for Fnatic, so it's crucial that his impact is felt as we get closer to these big fights.
And his ultimate's just about to come back off cooldown as MDK looking to start up this dragon. Fnatic not fully in a position to try and contest this at the moment. Waiting to see.
No
you
TP
can try
from
and force
Mirwin.
your way in, but yeah, as you say, you've got Oscarinin who has teleport advantage here, but Mini-Gnar is about to come through.
Yeah, he's half health as well. Just went over to the Mega. It looks like MDK will back away. Fnatic pushed through mid and then got control over the river. MDK don't really have a pressure point right now. Frescow is trying to sort that out by pushing out bot, but doesn't have the time. Fnatic will take their first Drake of the game. And once again, basically on as even in this match. Charlie Crystallara going wide. Elyoya can't quite get in range in time.
Still though, the praise for MDK in game one was their patience and waiting for Fnatic to overextend. This time I think it's MDK trying to bite off more than they can chew too quickly in this game. It's kind of come back to bite them a couple of times, especially here. Like, they could have had Mirwin already push top, rotate Frescow up, match the TP play against Oscarinin if you really wanted to, take a slower position and try and force Noah back underneath this tower, so you can't just easily contest as Fnatic, but they're giving these moments for Fnatic to actually come into a fight, buy space in river, make Super disjointed from the rest of the team, and Fnatic are punishing these impatient plays from MDK well.
Well, I will say, gentlemen, I'm quite happy that we've got a bit of a closer affair. Not that the early game hasn't been close so far in this series, but there's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of trading, a little bit more messiness, which I think can
be more fun to watch.
It certainly is. Now, neither team has a clear advantage. We've already illustrated that Mirwin and Frescow are kind of the strong points. There's that Navori Flicker Blade also secured for Frescowi, giving him a huge power spike, both in the side lanes and in the team fights. Noah, though, with the Essence Reaver, will only continue to demonstrate how much power this MF has in the fights. The crucial thing about MF, as we saw in Game 1, though, is her ability to guarantee the mid-push. This gives Fnatic easier access into the river, which makes it easier then to set up for these side lanes. You can already see Jun on the bot side of the map getting some deep vision around that side of the area, while MDK turn their attention to the top side. And it's interesting as right now Fnatic have the ability to trade and sort of cross-map, but as we get later into the game, MDK's side lane threat is going to be that much stronger, kind of forcing Fnatic to split apart.
Oh, Nedge's Grass, Oscar in and dashes away. The Redemption coming out as well will heal him up, but it's not enough and not quick enough for Oscar to survive. The solo player hits Mirror Window, and he can be tanky, but he's not tanky enough to get out of here. Bullet time rips through the wave, as Fnatic will make a 1-for-1 trade.
And now Fnatic are going to be the ones that threatening the tier 2 and bot. As long as Fnatic continue to chase MDK out, they can guarantee that push, but actually going to reset with Humanoid there. But I was going to say, the fact that MDK never went for Rift Herald either is bizarre. It just despawned, or is about to despawn on the map, and I think that's why you end up getting Oscar in caught, because he assumed you were going to have the fallback from MDK to get that Rift Herald just before it despawned.
And I feel like the Rift Herald it's the safer play of the two, right? You don't need to dive a tier 2. Fnatic can respond quickly. They have defender's advantage in that position. If you go for the Rift Herald, you're likely going to guarantee that tower in a moment anyway. Fnatic trying to get around here. It's only Daisy, Jun, and Razork, and I don't think they have the damage to really upset Elioya.
And especially when you're trying to play a split push comp like this, I think it's nigh on impossible now for MDK to try and break mid-turret. Noah, as Vedi has already been saying, just continually controls that mid-push thanks to the strength of MF and also the fact he got that early lead. And now you're in a position where if you can't control mid, you can't control sides, and you'll have Fnatic just continuously have to force at these big objectives and make things very uncomfortable.
Look at bot lane. Mirwin shadowing Frescowi, something that we've seen before with the idea of split pushing, of just trying to catch your opponent in a 2 versus 1.
Oscar relatively safe though, always has the jump away and the flash on the Nart, and he's got backup. Razork and Jun waiting in the wings to make sure that tiny Yordle isn't going to be sent to the morgue anytime soon.
I do think the double act like solo laner trap isn't quite in position for MDK to work though. The dragon in a minute's time means that now you have to reset to get your lanes pushed out. Fnatic never feel threatened to actually have to push up past river because they control their mid lane turret well enough, and all they have to do is just bounce these waves continuously. So I think for MDK, you have to try and get the side waves pushed in and collapse on mid, and hope that Oyoy again can kind of look for this play with the ultimate across this area, and may look for it right now.
Reaver's wall will separate Mirwin from the team. Jun going in, knocked back with the Bramble Smash. Daisy joining the party. Frescowi down towards the bottom side, will be back by Oscar Rinne, who doesn't have the Mega Gnar. Bullet time from Noah, could be a possibility here as Oscar Rinne has to flash away. There's a bullet time, Elioya flashes as well. Jun still looking for the chase, and he's damn tanky with the Eclipse. Root Caller hits onto Alvaro, knocked back with the seismic shove. Jun still tanking for days, the Trigger Seed keeping him alive. Another Root Caller goes in, and MDK just don't have the damage to work through Fnatic.
And it's what we talked about earlier. You're almost entirely AD on the MDK side, so the tankiness of this Gnar, having just picked up the Warden's Mail, is coming through. The fact that you're not able to get through these shields from Razork, Jun having a ton of that inbuilt durability, there's just not enough to get through Fnatic health bars.
I mean, Noah is the captain of this ship, and MDK are doing their best to usurp that commander, but his crew is keeping him steadfast. He stays strong, he barely moves, the life still coming through from the Bloodthirst, along with the utility of this Ivern. It was just monstrous. So much was thrown at him, but he barely had to do anything. He still has his flash after all of that was committed towards him as well. Now again, we turn our attention back to the split pushing threat. A tower is secured in favor of Frescowi. Oh, Oscar, the Trinity Force, along with the Warden's Mail, doing him some good there.
The upside, Fnatic just going to take the dragon. And again, having that held on that mid lane turret, making it difficult for MDK to really kind of put pressure anywhere. So MDK going to have to try and find some way to get vision on top. But if I'm Fnatic, I just hold on, I just wait. We're pushing in waves, we're perfectly fine. We're finding great opportunities at... hang on.
Oh, Zenith Blade. Oh.
But you're finding great opportunities to find these fights around Noah's ultimates, and you know that MDK are kind of going for this all-committed, all-in engage, and if Noah's not the targeter, he's able to cleanse his way out of it. He just turns around with the bullet time, and you automatically win the fight.
It's also how do you get onto Noah through MDK, right? Yeah, it's a Nature's Grasp from the side, but Noah's just been playing back. Super can use an arrow, but as you say, the cleanse is always there. Alvaro can try and flash Magnet Storm, but getting on that backline is going to be very tricky.
But that's why I think the way you have to play it is kind of what we're seeing now, is go for side picks, and they look for Oscar in it.
Oscar with the wallop. Nature's Grasp coming out. Redemption as well for Scowie, already falling low. The Locket will keep him shielded for the moment. Oscar tries to get another wallop, flashes in for it, but can't quite kill off the Trist.
One too many members mean that Oscar sacrifices his flash for nothing. I think originally he was content to not use the flash, but then he saw an angle and he thought, oh, maybe if I can flash, get the Q off, that'll actually be enough damage with one more auto. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite there. It means that a single member does die once more. The gold looks very even, but you need to just keep your eyes at the bottom of your screen. Keep track of where that gold is going. Because Frescowie in the side lane is just continuing to get stronger. But the question becomes, if MDK do continue to play through these sides, that is how they can really win out on this game. But if they keep trying to force fights, the problem is, do they really have the front to back to be able to win out?
Solar Flare gets the slow. Alvaro doesn't have a flash, and it doesn't really have a way out of this one. Zenithblade will follow him and take him out. Greedy pathing from Alvaro, I'm going to say. He was looking for a little bit of vision around the Razor Beaks, but he didn't need to go in that direction.
But mid tower secured, bot tier 2 secured as well. That's two towers in favor of MDK, and this is exactly what they need to be doing. Don't play into what Fnatic want, instead just play the map. Keep them spread apart. Go for these isolated 1v1s, 2v1s, even 3v1s in the example of what we just saw top. Play the skirmish game, play the fact that you're fast, you're mobile, and that you can be in multiple places on the map and make things awkward for Fnatic.
There is a moment here for Fnatic to try and punish the TP from Mirror into mid lane. I'm not 100% sure if they spotted it, because they already have Oscar in who's pushing in on this bottom side, and he's going to... oh, never mind. I was going to say he is TP, and you could actually look to force Baron as someone has to match Oscar Inn's push on that bottom side. You've no one with teleport available on MDK's side, and you can then try and force a 5v5 on your own terms, but I'm not 100% certain that Fnatic actually spotted Mirror's TP, so they're not going to look for that play.
But now that they see Frescowie on the bot wave, they know Frescowie doesn't have TP right now because they saw him TP up to the top wave. So there is an opportunity to put some pressure down. The problem is someone now has to match Frescowie, because otherwise he will start taking inhibitor towers. So it is this balance of how many people do we see on the map? Do they have the ability to join the play? It's kind of a fog of war game when you get into late game League of Legends.
I like what MDK is doing though. Use the pressure on sides, clear out mid, move into enemy jungle, steal away camps. Just continue to funnel gold into your carries. Play it patient. You're chipping away at these towers. Top tier 2 is gone, bot tier 2 is gone. And you're slowly gaining more control over the map, especially around this Baron area, whereas Fnatic, with 2 dragons to their name, they'd love to get the third, put themselves on soul point, and they're looking for these fights. They're looking to bring MDK into them so they can get these 5v5s and Noah can be left to unleash with the bullet time.
One has to face check into Fog of War though, because they haven't been able to push that vision line forward. Because they're... I'm actually going to... hold on. Humanoid looking for pink.
Jun should be fine. He's got the Warmogs, and he's got Trigger C behind him, and he's got a Mikhails and a Redemption on Razork. So if Jun dies, MDK have found him very isolated. Right now he is not that. It's a battle over mid control as Frescowie push the wave in, but Fnatic can't answer it. They only have a couple of wards actually in their inventories right now, so they can't really gain control of the vision on any point of the map.
Look, I mean, the Fnatic are just grouping up around mid. I was going to say Frescowie, I like the fact that he went back to bot, because Fnatic are just spending a lot of time here.
Fnatic are just trying to force the 5v5, brute force the way onto this mid tower, knowing they're stronger in that position, but with no pressure on the map from MDK, they're fine to do
grasp. Jun gets hit with it. The Weaver's Wall goes down as well. It will separate Alvaro from the rest of MDK. The Magnet Storm comes in. Frescowie has all the time in the world, but immediately they dive onto him. The Solar Flare flashes away from Noah, was knocked in with a Buster Shot, and Yoya falls low. Oscar Rinnan on the backline trying to do everything he can. Alvaro flashes over the wall again. The trigger seeds from Razork are huge. Humanoid buys a second with the stopwatch. Frescowie though begins to open up. Jump, jump, jump from the Trist. He finds one. He's looking for 2. Jun stuns him for a second. All of MDK somehow still alive, and Fnatic are sent packing.
Secret Agent Frescowie coming in behind Fnatic, and he looks fantastic. He has become the best player in the league at finding these creative angles, creative flanks to take down the opposition, and there, Buster Shot Noah. into MDK, and they can win out the fight.
I can't believe they got away with this. Frascawi, keep your eyes on him. The arrow connects, the engage comes through. Noah trying to stay with his team, but they just don't spot out Frascawi. Then the bullet time comes through. He finds the angle. He knocks him into his team away from the Ivan. Razork tries his best to keep him alive, but it just doesn't happen. But even after he dies, notice that Fnatic is still strong because Humanoid is still alive. The damage is still good, but it's just not as good as what Frascawi can do. He gets CC'd up. He gets the utility he needs to clean up the fight, and Humanoid just can't quite kill anyone.
Because he's not quite an AD carry, Betty. This is an AD carry meta, and Frascawi's showing exactly why. An incredible performance, and you can see frustration from Razork there. This was a game they thought they had control of, but MDK are finding really creative flanks and positioning to get themselves back into it.
And all the talk in the G2 series was around Mirwin in the top lane. All the talk was around what inventive picks MDK could bring out to win this series. Well, this game at least has been the Frascawi show, the rookie showing that it belongs in those grand finals in Munich. MDK would be one game away from claiming that spot in the title match. Now they're pushing in. You can see Humanoid in the top lane trying to get a tier 2, but the tier 3s have been broken. Super can step forward in a second when he sees that Fnatic moved across. The arrow, look at the arrow, look at the arrow. Is it gonna hit? No. But MDK continue to push in. Channeling my inner Crepo there for a second.
Echoes of a past there.
Yeah. The inhibitor goes down in the bot lane. The Weavers will split MDK up for a second. Humanoids look for Super, who doesn't have a flash, doesn't have a cleanse, perhaps doesn't have a hope of surviving. The Magnet Storm not used yet by Alvaro. They dive back in, and Super's still alive. The bullet time rips through 2. Mirwin has to dash away, but the Zenith blade straight through his heart. Fnatic find 2. They lose 1 inhib off the push. Can they get anything in response?
Alvaro managed to get the crash down to interrupt the Zenith Blade of Jun to keep Super alive, but gave his life in return, and now Fnatic going to try and open up onto the mid lane. We'll get some of the bounty gold, which will be nice, but the base cracked open. No inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Fnatic need to find something big here if they hope to try and keep MDK away.
They do showcase, though, that their team fighting is still something to be reckoned with. It was a great angle from Frascawi, but MDK can't afford to rest on their laurels. They need to still play the map. They still need to keep Fnatic separated and find these creative flanks. Because as long as this MF lives and as long as she has this wall around her, there's going to be the ability to set up, and like we haven't talked much about Humanoid, but his disruption, his zone control that he provides on the Talia is something that makes it difficult for the Nidalee to dive in, for the AD carries to hit onto the front line. So MDK, while in control, while still with the Baron, have to respect this composition from Fnatic.
The minions are going to start doing the work for MDK, though. You can see the super minions starting to amass on the bottom side of the map. The second one is going to group, and that will start to take Nexus turrets. So Fnatic need to find some way to deal with these waves, and I would like to see a slow push coming through here on this top side. I think, yeah, maybe we're not going to get as much as those the saplings help out, but they're trying to sync up the top wave and this bottom wave and mid wave at the moment on MDK side, just to keep consistent pressure up. So Fnatic proactively getting into that top side to try and disrupt that setup.
MDK just having to wait a little bit as those super minions, as you say, push through the bot side. Now they have a wave in top, no wave in mid. Jun caught out a little bit, but has the blast cone. Very quick trip to safety. Wave in mid, still around 10 seconds away. Frascawi begins to push in, but Humanoid's wave clove is actually pretty powerful when the Baron falls off. Those minions no longer as tanky as they once were.
It's just nice for Fnatic, they attack that top end, so then you don't have these sync-ups, and now they can deal with each of the waves. Miran had moved bot to try and push in on that bottom side, but he never actually stuck around with those super creeps, so Oscar was able to deal with them before they hit the base as well. So at the moment, it's actually just extra gold going into Fnatic's hands more so than anything else. They'll be more than happy for more tank stats to go into Oscar now.
Fnatic probably not too concerned with the game state right now. Obviously, it's not a great position to find yourself in. They're likely going to struggle to contest the next dragon, but all things considered, after that fight, which was a 5-0, you'd imagine the game is done and dusted, but it's not really how it feels right now.
You have a 4-item AD carry on either side. Humanoid is at 4 items as well now on the Taliyah.
That GA is very close for Noah though, and I really do think that'll make a big difference.
I think the hardest part for Fnatic though is trying to contest this next Dragon, because Mirwin is going to be able to continuously put pressure on the bottom side. MDK get pushed mid. So actually trying to find a way to deal with super minions and boss and push out mid so you can get entrance into river is going to be really difficult as long as Mirwin just plays for push. So you always have to defend your base. So I think Fnatic have to forego this just in case Mirwin tries to just sneak into the back of the base.
You guys make great points, but there's something about my instincts that say that I'm a little worried for MDK.
I mean, I get it, buddy.
It's just one of those things where, like...
I mean, they are brute.
Have you ever played those games where, like, you feel like you're winning, but at the same time you feel like it could swing just like that?
Weaver's Wall goes down. Mirwin and Yoya separated. The Drake, the target for Frescowi, should be able to secure it. They do. Inside Super and Alvaro. Elioya puts the Nature's Grasp down. Humanoid's going to tank it. Jun's going to do the same. Mikhail's on him first. Alvaro goes in with a Magna Storm on the back line. Jun down to half HP already. Alvaro the same. Oscar in with a Narv into the wall. Frescowi stunned up with a one-up. Frescowi's down! Fetty Stradamus called it seems! You, Plato and Vin Diesel can predict the future! Fnatic win the fight somehow out of nowhere, and credit has to go to Oscar.
A single moment is sometimes all it takes, and Oscar, a player that ends up dying at the end of it, hasn't been able to find that ultimate in this game, but a single ultimate may be all that he needed.
Super and Mirwin versus Razork, Noah, and Humanoid, and that's a battle we'll have to wait for because their Super's pushing on the inhibitor in the bot lane. Fnatic won't go for more. The Baron up as well. They want to reset for that before the rest of MDK respawn.
Well, as we get in towards this fight, the ultimate from Humanoid does split up MDK a little bit, and it gets Elioya in a position where he has to come in with the ultimate. Jun then turns in. Alvaro does a great job of interrupting Noah, and I thought that was going to be it, but the fact that you end up going over the wall here is Frescowi misjudging how quickly Oscarinen would get that Nar bar up. He ends up going down, and Supa, because he was caught out from River, wasn't able to get into a position to follow up on the rest of the fight, and they're just not as strong in the fight.
Ooh, this is going to be fast.
Double TP. It's going to be fast, as you say, Betty. MDK already down to 4,000. It's gone. The Baron secured for the Mad Lions. Koi, can they get out of the fight? They should be able to. Mirwin still looking for that flank position. The Weaver's Wall, who will be separated. Alvaro weaved away. Should be able to walk to safety once again.
A great play from MDK, just really taking advantage of how quickly they can kill it with their zoning tools and with the fact that Fnatic wasn't quite reset back out onto the map. They secure the objective, and crucially, they denied away from Fnatic. Knowing that Fnatic want to find these fights, removing these options to be able to fight over makes it that much harder for Fnatic to turn this game around. In terms of the game state, again, I still feel like it's a situation where MDK shouldn't feel completely confident that this game is just done and dusted.
Why would you do that to them again, Betty?
I'm just speaking from my instincts. I don't know what to tell you. It's because the reality is, I think this MDK comp is just really hard to play, right? And like Dagdo and I have talked about it so much in this game, like you can't just 5v5. It's not that simple. You have to, it's mainly because of the Nidalee, like this late into the game. So far, Frescowi has kind of been able to compensate for what I think has been a largely unimpactful Nidalee. But now you're kind of at the point where you need that Nidalee to do something, and the Gnar, it relatively, is able to have a huge impact.
Having CC on a tank is pretty effective when it comes to late game fights. Mirwin is 3,500 gold ahead, is sitting at 4 items, but isn't having as much impact as Oscarinen in these battles. Alongside that, Razork now has the Dawn Core, which is only going to buff up his heals and his shields even more. We've seen Noah coming out of fights at full HP just because of how powerful that Ivan can be.
And also, it's just armor across the board here for Fnatic, so that double AD, that lack of an AP damage dealer is really going to start to hurt them now, as they're not going to be able to take out these fights as quickly as they can. They have to play off wave states. Fighting just isn't an option, and Fnatic, they are frothing at the teeth trying to see if they can get a bite out of MDK.
Weaver's Wall in here. The arrow connects on Humanoid. Solar Flare only gets the slow onto Mirwin. Zenith Blade short. Nature's Grasp used by Elioya to try and disengage the play. The inhibitor still stands. MDK with that Baron for another minute will push through the mid lane. Noah opens up on Frescowi. Frescowi! Need to get out of there.
Yeah, Noah can't.
Oh, dash! And Frescowi is down! And how many times have we doubted Noah in the clutch? How many times have we seen him be the reason that Fnatic lose? Perhaps this time he's the reason they win.
It was a moment where he doubted himself. He began the play, he got a good trade, but I was saying you should not flash here, but he believed in himself, he saw the opportunity, and he's able to find the pick. A huge confidence play for Noah that may have opened the door to secure the game for Fnatic.
30 seconds on Frescowi. It's going to be a 4v5. You still have the ult from Noah, you still have the setup from Fnatic and MDK. Sure, they have borrowed up creeps, but how much is that going to help them out here?
Noah is frontlining. It's Juggernaut all over again. Jugger Fortune, it seems. As Alvaro is down to half HP, the Nexus Tower is the target for Fnatic, but they haven't quite got the damage on them yet. Now they begin to open up. The dash in from Alvaro with the Magna Storm. Nature's Grass coming in as well. Oscar dashes in. He manages to get the damage on Super, and it's all done, but the singing, I feel. Frescowi comes in, there's no wave left for Fnatic. Bams, I spoke too quickly, and the Oi is still looking for that flank, but Noah, look at the heals on him as he begins to rattle through this minion wave. The first Nexus Tower, a breath away. Mirwin dodges the seismic shove, the root of Frescowi! The root of Frescowi buries him in the dirt, and Fnatic take the Nexus Towers. Alongside it, the Nexus, it seems, and in a comeback win, Fnatic are 1 win away from Grand Finals.
That seed of skepticism was always there. A single fight was all Fnatic needed to turn the game around. I wasn't expecting it to come off the back of Oscar, but he finds that Mega Art that changes the whole momentum. A great game, a 40-minute banger, but to take a break, make sure you don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Yeah.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
hey, I'm going to throw out Solar. Oh, Oscar heard it. Hang on.
Oscar.
Oscar.
Oh my god! I think they can be a little greedier. Seismic Shot misses here, as does the Unraveled Earth, and you can't miss those humanoid.
No double jump Stana. I can kill in 2 seconds, guys. Look at my Q. No, I don't want. Very good, guys.
Nice. Oscar running with an arm into the wall. Frescowi's stunned up with a one-up. Frescowi's down! Veni Stradamus called it, it seems. You, Plato, and Vin Diesel can predict the future.
They were so close, yet so far. Frescowi give it, and Frescowi take it away. I was a little bit frustrated watching the end of the game because it felt like you had this wall of impending doom from Fnatic, knowing that if they caught someone out, they could just keep pushing forward, perhaps push it to the base, Broxa, and they held their nerf better, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, more importantly, Noah was one of the main guys stepping it up, finally, you know, able to put the nail in the coffin when the pressure is on. And I think ultimately for this team, proving that in these big matches when there's so much, you know, on the line, that they can still be behind, be in a difficult position and come back in this fashion, that's beautiful to see, and at the most important point of the year too.
I like that you called out Noah specifically, yeah, because he said, I'm gonna strut that way and I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 things, right? He kept cursing them on air. That's one thing.
He did.
Another thing is, I think MDK had a very difficult draft to really utilize in the late game potential, because cool, the Nillion side lane could be great, and it was to some extent, but as soon as it became about the team fights, oh my, that pick seemed a bit useless there.
You wanted to flame it, so go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it just felt like it could have been any other champion that got a lead in the side lane. Like, it could have been a Jace instead, where you at least had the poke that you could go off, but in Italy, every time it went in, it just got hit up by either an Iron Q or a Leona EQ, and it just died instantly. It felt like that entire gold lead we saw in Italy did not matter, because it was more like just like another Daisy just running around for the enemy team instead.
Like a fake lead, and we had the voice comms from them saying we are never playing this again. We don't even know why we did Broxa. As a pro player, what is going on there? What's going on?
Well, I think we need to look at the fact that Nidalee was a big part of why they were so ahead to begin with. He single-handedly got them the early game lead and solo killing top, TPing bot, securing another free kills for MDK. But I think the issue is that, and this is something they touched on earlier in the day as well, that some of these champions, they don't practice that much in scrims and solo queue. They just kind of, they're just going with the vibe, really. And that showed here, because they utilized Nidalee in mid and late game like it was any other champion. And that's not particularly great, because you have to be able to, you know, find openings, surprise a Fnatic, otherwise the Na is just going to be much more impactful.
I will say though, they tried getting ahead even further after the solo kill, but they just couldn't get the dive to happen, and Oscar did a great job at surviving all that pressure that went up against them, and because of that, I don't think that Nidalee got as much value as it could have had.
Yeah, I think it's like that's okay, like the early game lead and the solo kill and the gold, but it is much harder to pull off than something you have on the other side. And when we were watching the game, we were saying, Nar only needs one fight. Nar only needs one fight. In fact, he only needs to catch one person out. In this case, rather, Frescowi. I want to take a look at that crucial fight where we can say if Frescowi misplayed it or not, but Oscar had his eye on the prize.
I mean, he absolutely did. I mean, he found that ultimate immediately on the most valuable target you could on that Tristana when Frescowi jumped in, and I think it's unfortunate that Frescowi messes his QSS up. That's a lot of responsibility as you want to play in a situation like that. You have to be clutch. Oscar just showed up better there.
Well, I think when we look at the clip, look at Frescowi, because I think it can be argued whether you can actually call him out entirely. The fight is in a very, very difficult choke where it's really hard for them to follow. You can see Frescowi looking to walk in, the Misfortune ult comes out and zones him. When he finally jumps in the end, Na has already channeled ult, smacks him into the wall right away. But ultimately, I feel like MDK forgot how they even won fights earlier to begin with. They did it by finding flanks and being able to split up Fnatic. And if you fight them in a front-to-back choke, where it's very difficult for your AD carry, or in this particular case your mid laner, to come in and hit without getting completely steamrolled, that's not a situation you want to be in, because not only does he have to walk up single-handedly, he does it versus Na and the Misfortune who's standing right next to him.
Yeah, and the Daisy, I mean, it's a lot, and I actually think they piloted their composition really well considering the might on the other side, because that's hard to play up against, right? And that's making me give them a lot of credit, even in a loss, even if, of course, if you don't overstep, maybe you have a better, actually for sure you have a better chance of winning that game.
Absolutely.
Because they still get a Baron after, they still have kind of their faith in their own hands.
I mean, it was a very close game.
It was a super close game. We love it. We love it, though. It's also a little bit poetic, I think, to me, the fact that it was, you know, Mirren picking the Nidalee, solo killing Oscar, but at the end of the game, Oscar getting the crucial Gnar ultimate in order to help secure the game for Fnatic or keep them in the game. And we touched on the story at the beginning of the day. Again, shout out to Fernando Cardenete, who has a whole write-up about the story between Oscar and Mirren up on Twitter. You can just press translate, that's what I did. But just to recap, right? Both came up in the Superliga, the might of the ERLs. Oscar always one step ahead. 2 years ago, facing off in Sevilla against each other in that final. Well, Oscar got the better of Mirren, and he was the first to promote to the LEC in Oscar. Then Mirren was not far behind. And now it is so cool that they are the two that are fighting to get into that grand final next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually watching this split very closely back then, if you watch Redshift, because there are two Danish players as well that I was following. So coincidentally, they were just here too. But it was so funny already then getting to know who Mirren was with this area and the Ari tops that he was able to bring out. But also just Oscar for the stability and his GP as well. The carry and laning potential he brought back then clearly showed potential.
It's super interesting, and I think it's maybe a story that goes past you because here in the LEC we have a lot of stories to talk about, but it's one that's a little bit bigger than life. And I really wonder if Mirren is going to be able to right the ship and bring it back, maybe with one of his special picks in this Game 4, or if Fnatic is going straight to that grand final in Munich next week. Over to you.
Which one of us?
Me! Well, I'm very excited to see how this is all going to pan out as well, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I think a huge amount on the line for both these squads right now. We got to see Mirren's Nidalee, didn't work out quite so hot, so I'm curious if we will get them go back to the standard that we saw in Game 1 that actually worked out quite well for them, or if they continue with the weird picks.
It's alright, I just love the fact that MDK immediately, they're like, no one, misfortune, holy. I feel like it might be banned, or it's going to be prioritized from the side of MDK. Great to see that the spirits are still strong from the side of MDK, a very close affair. They found themselves in a similar situation in this series as G2. We talked to them as well on the podcast about how they felt, and they just felt like they were having fun. That was something that they really prioritized after their boot camp coming into the season finals, which is keeping that strong mental, not allowing defeats to hold them back, and I'm confident that they're going to come into this game fresh, feeling invigorated and looking to bring us to a Game 5. But Fnatic, I wonder if they now found a formula for success. Because honestly, I don't think the Nidalee was a huge problem, something that they have to be concerned about. And now that Fnatic find themselves on the red side, they can finally give Oscar an opportunity to, like it did earlier in the series, to get that winning matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what Fnatic decide to do on that red side. MDK are going to start us off once again with an Azir ban. No surprises there. I expect Yone will join the Birdman in that ban pool.
And then likely a misfortune to follow, unless they want to prioritize the MF, very similar to what we saw in our first game of the series. If they choose to ban away the Ashe, that definitely looks the trend that they're heading, but it'll be Fnatic to actually remove that from the board.
Yeah, so a bit worried about that being taken first, but I do think Ashe more than likely going to come through as a ban here for Fnatic, because I think we've kind of seen Frescowi has more options when it comes in towards the mid lane of willingness to play a lot of these AD carry picks, so you can go for the Tristana and that a little bit later, but just end up securing a strong bot laner for yourself. Feels like the way Mad Lions Koi want to come into this.
Humanoid's pool is something that Mad Lions Koi are really testing. He brought out the Talia in the previous game, and now they're looking to, I mean, by removing the Corki, they're saying, like, what else have you got, man? What else are you going to bring out? Especially if they move into the second phase.
What is it with European mid laners and pools? You know, we had Perks' pool, and now we have Humanoid's pool. It's being tested, as you say, with the Maokai, with the Corki and the Yone and the Azir bans. Ezreal picked up first for Mad Lions Koi. Ashe and Tristana still available for Fnatic.
Oh, well, Ashe going to be foregone in favor of Tristana and Zeri. We imagine that Zeri is going in the hands of Noah, one of his go-to comfort picks, largely from throughout the year, which does lead Mad Lions towards something like an Ashe in the bot lane, putting this Ezreal in the mid lane.
Vi Ashe would be an insane pick here. I think you get great follow-up on towards the Vi. You've got good lockdown for what a lot of Fnatic have brought to the table, but looks like they're a little bit more worried about giving that Ivern across, so going to try and steal that one away instead.
Okay, so looking to play around what we imagine will be double AD carries, but of course, Mad Lions Koi have already showcased a lot of versatility in their draft. Admittedly, though, a lot of that versatility stemmed from all the different AD carries that they could play in all these different positions, but 3 AD carries banned, 3 AD carries picked. What left do you really have? Will it be the Kai'Sa once more?
Braum is the early pick. I mean, Braum with Ivern is an engaged champion's nightmare. You ever try and jump in, Daisy gets in the way. You've also got Braum there with concussive blows. You've got the trigger seat. Like
maybe you just do the Lulu here.
Yep. Or
Consider going
Seraphine as well. I wouldn't mind Seraphine.
Instead, they're going for some engage. They want to put Jun on something that can start fights. I will say, I think Renata has fallen to the wayside, and I think, well, I guess Renata's great into engage champion, so maybe into a Braum in the laning phase it can be good, but later on maybe it doesn't offer the same value. Either way, the Ashe now going to be banned away. Fnatic respecting the fact that this Ezreal can potentially go mid, but you can already see that Mad Lion's looking to build a composition that's very much leaning towards a double AD carry comp once more.
MDK, though, are kind of building a comp that does revolve around this kind of mid-point in a fight or mid-range in a fight that they want to try and play around. So I'm curious if we end up with a brand ban coming through from Mad Lions Koi, because I think this could actually be a great setup for them. Even if you want to take Oscar in and going for a bit more of an engage-heavy champion, the setup and the fact that you have so many members of Mad Lions Koi that would be playing at a similar range, I think you can get a lot of value out of the Cataclysm coming into these fights.
So far, they banned away the cannon. Ashe removed by Fnatic. We could be going down to the 7th, 8th AD carry champion if Fnatic decide they want to get rid of another AD. Of course, the Ezreal Braum could just be the bot lane. And we could see an AP mid from Frescowy. It's not impossible. You know, we do talk a lot about AD mids at the moment, and obviously with Ivan, having another AD there just to be buffed up by him is very powerful, but maybe it's a Leah, maybe a LeBlanc, maybe even something like the Vex if you want a little bit more disengage.
Could be Draven.
Draven mid?
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit over in the LPL and LCK. Quite a strong pick. So there are still other AD carry picks available. It's just a case of how deep Frescowy wants to go into that champion pool. Over in the Zyra here, I personally would prefer the brand just because I think Zyra does well in groups that jump into her, so you can get value from the ultimate, but you're not really going to have that with the range that MDK have already kind of shown. So, oh, maybe she's going to go for Sejuani instead.
We never talk about hotness, Rob. Although we do sometimes.
Yeah.
And it always happens. This always happens. So, Zyra is the pick. Do you still prefer the brand?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Glad we got that out of the way with the hover, and now I don't have to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Betty?
Yeah. You got anything for us, Betty Stradamus?
I mean, I think that Zyra is good into Braum, mainly because I just think it makes him harder for him to do much.
Sure.
The thing that Fnatic have right now is range. And, Frescowy bringing out a LeBlanc as an answer into the Tristana can be very good. AP Assassin, great at killing AD carries. But with so much AD carry itemization, I feel like that you have some flexibility with the Tristana to potentially mitigate that. In any case, is it just going to be a Cassante blind?
No.
I don't like the mid-layer.
I mean, they trust in Mirwin. They trust in his ability to play the champion. He did find a solo kill on the top side of the map.
And then did what?
Yeah, here's the problem. He played the champion fine. The champion just didn't really do anything later on.
I mean,
that's my issue with it.
I agree. But my job here is to try and think about how this fits into the comp and what their role is and how they're supposed to do.
And that's what we're doing. We're saying it doesn't.
Yeah.
We don't like it.
What I do think it can do is provide side lane threats once again. LeBlanc and Nidalee can effectively work through side lanes. The biggest difference is Fnatic have more tools to match this time around. When you have a Tristana who's a very effective side laner, Cassante who can just weather pretty much any matchup in a side lane, I feel like that the advantage the Mad Lions Koi had in the previous game where Fnatic were very invested in team fighting is not quite the same. So this Nidalee is going to have to find strong individual advantages once again in order to be this strong side lane threat, because when it comes to team fights, I think I give Fnatic the edge once more.
Yeah, I agree with what Betty's put forward. Like, I just across the board prefer what Fnatic have. It's easier to execute. You've got good follow-up for the rel engage. You've got strong front line. It just feels like you kind of looked at the last game for MDK, saw the struggles in trying to get this Nidalee in this side lane to execute correctly. I know you've doubled down on it. Sure, you can make those adjustments, but it was very, very difficult, and it only feels like Fnatic have leveraged more into the, hey, we just play for team fight style.
I also just like LeBlanc Ivan, like LeBlanc Lee Sin, LeBlanc Jarvan.
Yeah.
These are the type of things that I think of when I pair up with the LeBlanc. I want something that can, a jungler that enables me as a mid laner to be able to have agency to attack side lanes or gain advantages through mids to then attack sides. While Ivan does have some setup, I just don't think it's quite the same mid jungle, especially when you put in the contrast of a Zyra plus Trist.
But it's clear the consensus is that we like Fnatic's comp. We'll get into the game, though, and see how things pan out, because things on paper are never often the way, they never materialize the way that we expect. And we're jumping into game 4, and MDK has surprised us before. They pushed G2 to game 5, ultimately beating them. And they'll need to do the same thing against Fnatic here today.
But this is why Betty never writes down his predictions. He only verbalizes them, because then they would never materialize.
True.
He's figured out the meta.
It's so true. It's so true. It's do or die for MDK. Need to win here, otherwise you face G2 in the lower bracket on the Saturday in Munich. Obviously on Sunday, the winner of this series will be waiting for the winner of that lower bracket match. Nothing too surprising in terms of runes. Press the attack for super means he has a big spike around level 3 on the Ezreal. Can put a lot of damage down. He's got Guardian for Alvaro as well. That gives him that little bit of extra safety. MDK might be looking to step forward here, but it looks like they're just going to get a ward down for Fresskowy around those Razor Beaks.
Things are coming through. Just gathering information. Okay. That's an annoying trade for Fresskowy.
150 HP off Fresskowy as he gets to the lane.
Now, the problem with LeBlanc in early laning phase against Triss specifically is you don't have push, because, as we know, Humanoid starts with E. Sure, that Q will come through, but yeah, you just don't have the wave clear. You need a few more levels before you can really threaten any effective trades or look to try and contest the wave, so you'll be forced to play defensively, and by going for footwork on Humanoid as well, it just gives you a lot of safety in the laning phase.
Super and Alvaro have control of the bot wave right now. Jun's going to get stunned up. Will use the shield from the crash down, but another Mystic Shot hits his back and he's down to about 300 HP.
It's going to make him very passive in this laning phase, so maybe an opportunity for Elyoya to try and get in towards his bottom side and get a Scuttle Crab for himself if he'd like to. Fresskowy going for a heavy try to mid, but not coming out the best for wear on the opposite side of that.
He did make Humanoid miss the minion though, so, you know?
He did miss more though.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, the early matchup is not great for LeBlanc. I believe that it does get better at a certain point. But for now, it is MDK that have push and top, push and bot. Elyoya on this Ivern can't really leverage it for any type of invade, but level 3 is a window where you can see that LeBlanc gets a little bit more aggressive, just thanks to the burst that you have and the mobility that you have, making it a little bit harder for Humanoid to trade back.
Just watching this electrocute cooldown for Fresskowy. Could try and look for play. Elyoya is waiting in the wings, so could even go for a flash shield if need to.
Electrocute back up. Fresskowy not going for it yet. There's the trigger seed, and Humanoid respects it, jumps away.
Yeah, and he knows that he's within kill range, so he's going to go back to base, has the TP available. Smart to base here from Fresskowy, knowing that the wave is pushing towards him, so Humanoid will lose a few more creeps. But we find ourselves very similar to how we've seen throughout this series. Junglers doing full clears, Crabs being secured on either side. Razork now completing his clear with Elyoya doing the same. Just ultimately a trade back and forth in terms of farm.
I think the fact that MDK are both pushing side lanes is going to make things a little bit easier for them, because it always always makes it a little bit more difficult for Fnatic to try and play around a very heavy push in mid when you always have to try to mirror being able to roam or Alvaro being able to roam. So I think this is where I want to see if we can actually open up an opportunity to punish Humanoid in the mid lane, because he is going to want to play very aggressively, and Fresskowy kind of permanently needs to trade aggressively back if he wants to hope to withstand this lane phase. So having that extra little bit of help from his team could swing this game, at least in the early stages, in MDK's favor.
Oscarin has had a better start against Mirwin's AD Nidalee top in this game. Didn't die at level 2, which was kind of the benchmark that he set for himself in game 3. Humanoid still being traded on here by Fresskowy, as you say. Expect them just to be constantly whistling away the opponent's health bars. Elyoya is down towards the bottom side. Unbreakable coming out from Alvaro. Jun doesn't go in. Wisely backs away from it. And Alvaro is on the losing side of that trade, but he's got double biscuit, double pot. So I think he'll be able to sustain up in the near future. Oh, Jun now goes in. Alvaro stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. Elyoya coming in as well. Jun falling low, and he's hit with a Winter's Bite. Alvaro gets first blood.
The advantage of Ivern is you get to just spend a lot of time sitting around.
Yeah.
And he was just there covering for the bot lane, making sure that they had that push out in the wave. He wasn't necessarily anticipating an all-in, as we see one in mid.
Humanoid needs to be careful because Eliora's here once again. There's the root caller, trigger seed, jump away. Humanoid able to buffer out just in time.
Just barely though, because you can see how close that was to the root being able to keep him in check and then not be able to escape. But again, for Skelly, with being able to trade a little bit aggressively here and having that refillable pot is actually in a decent spot. Razork now pulling in with Jun to just make sure that Humanoid can get this wave shoved in.
Now, a reminder, in the bot side of the map, First Blood did go over in favor of MDK, but the good news for Fnatic is that it went to the Braum.
Yeah.
The bad news is that Jun, well, lost his summoners and is prone to another potential gank. We're seeing the setup that you have on Ezreal across Braum. Fnatic starting this one off after Humanoid just went back to base. Could be a little ambitious.
It is a lot ambitious, Betty.
And they realize it's going to just completely back away.
Jun took half his health from the Dragon, just tanking it up, and now MDK will be like, well, cool, thanks for the leash. Humanoid still only just getting past his tier 3. Mirwin gonna get knocked back with the all-out. Oscar in is still on the chase, and Mirwin flashes the pot enough to keep him alive. And now Fnatic get the Drake.
How did that happen?
I know the Hex Flash came over the wall from Jun, but after that, I'm not entirely certain.
It looks like MDK just really respected the fact that Fnatic were coming in, because Humanoid just got to the mid lane.
Yeah, it might have been the fact that Humanoid come back and then Frescawi hadn't had a chance to reset. In any case, yeah, objective secured. Oscar showing that in this matchup, it's definitely not as one-sided as it was before. Super getting very low, and Razzle covering around level 6.
Razzle hit 6. Stranglethorn's down, Elioya still only level 4. Look at the discrepancy in that jungle. Double the CS numbers for Razork. Now, there's a few camps that have been primed by Elioya, but he's not going to be able to get to them anytime soon because he has to stay under here.
Look at the man behind the curtain.
Look, Fnatic invented the bush strat. Noah takes the plate. Jun can jump away. Concussive blows primed on him, but still needs 3 autos to get that off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Buster Shot back on Frescawi takes him down to about 300 HP. Noah and Jun still just getting the push in the mid lane. It looks like both the junglers will back away.
There were a number of things happening. First thing first, Humanoid has to trade aggressively in mid to make it hard for Frescawi to roam. With the amount of pressure that Fnatic investing on the bot side of the map, the worst thing you can do is have that mid lane involvement. So Humanoid, knowing that the goal is not ready to dive the Braum Ezreal, instead it's to try and prevent Frescawi from turning that play around, which is why he, using his mid pressure, wasn't actually roaming. He was just staying in mid and playing for plates for himself. On top of that, Ivern just hovering around bot side just meant that he was wasting a lot of time. Razork was trying to steal away camps, he was chipping away at their HP, but crucially, Noah was just getting fed more plates, getting fed more farm, and this bot lane that's supposed to be, well, disadvantageous for Fnatic, remember that the Braum did get a kill, is also not in a terrible state. On top of that, they now set themselves up for a nice reset to be able to contest the grubs on the top side of the map as well, as Razork does a very quick clear through his top side, Vision is cleared out by Jun, and Fnatic are setting themselves up. So smart coordination pretty much across the map from Fnatic to ultimately get themselves in a slightly more favorable position, ready for the grub spawn.
Also, with the amount of vision that Fnatic had on this bottom side, it makes it difficult for MDK to try and go for any sort of counterplay, which is what they're doing at the moment. Jun is able to get a much more direct line in to protect Noah on this bottom side. Wave not really in position, and look where Razork is. Should be beelining down towards this bottom side just to deny any sort of takeaway of his camps or any sort of dive on the bot lane tower.
I'm actually surprised. I did think that the grubs would be a higher priority, but you're right. His focus is clearing out these bot camps. The grubs will still be there for a while, of course. There is a fairly narrow window in terms of the second grub spawn, though, so the longer you wait, the opportunity for that respawn becomes less available.
I think the idea here is that Fnatic are kind of realizing, hey, we're not really going to be able to get access to a lot of these turrets. Oscar in not going to be able to win out. Sure, Humanoid will, but it's only kind of an elevated benefit for Humanoid with the Tristana, because Trist takes those towers so quick anyway. So defending the bot lane and making sure MDK aren't getting leads or getting turrets, I think is probably the better call. So I'd like that Fnatic are kind of prioritizing keeping Noah in a good spot.
Don't need to cross map when you can just make sure that you're not losing on the bot side. As you say, there is a Drake up in a minute and a half. The grub's now probably going to be started by Razor. Noah and Jun overstep. The root caller comes out, and Jun's life is forfeit. And as soon as the Zyra went to the grubs, her bot lane dies.
The long play from MDK. Elioya is able to sneak his way into the brush and catch Fnatic off guard. Jun pays the price once more, and it's another kill in favor of MDK. Oscar, though,
with the all-out once again, but Mirwin has the pounce. Yep.
All right. I thought that he would try to get the kill there. Looks like he was just a bit back.
Lightning crash flash from Alvaro, misses the Windows Piper, hits the auto attack. The stun comes down with the concussive blows. Humanoids here behind them should be able to get at least one. He's going to be stunned up immediately though. Super still has the cleanse, but you can't cleanse a buster shot. A rocket to the back will send anyone packing. Humanoid flashing forward, looking for more. Alvaro eats the damage with the Unbreakable.
Yeah, I think the flash was really worth it. But I'm sure Humanoid realizes that in hindsight. He tried to get 2 kills in exchange for the 2 that...
Oh, Mirwin still has the pounce.
Yeah, and Oscar doesn't
going in,
go out anymore.
Oscar
He
doesn't have
nearly
much
just
mana.
does that. Just because, you know, you have so much mobility. Trade in, dash away, heal. Be super, super, super annoying. Mana call out is definitely a good one, but Mirwin definitely feels significantly less kill threat given the all-out was already used. But kind of bringing us back in terms of the game state, MDK find themselves with 3 kill leads. The objective control going in favor of Fnatic though. The Dragon is going to be respawning in 5 seconds.
And Humanoid's base is going to be reset,
and
which...
he has no TP either, which means that contesting this Dragon is going to be a lot harder.
They've also put Noah into this bottom side to try and help out Humanoid on this bot as he was trying to reset, but it just means that Frescowi now gets access to the mid lane turn and can start to get some of these plates. They can get deeper vision, which is Alvaro setting up at the moment, and now, beautifully, as you say, set up for the Dragon, so nice little stop by Super there.
Alioya is going to catch that mid wave though, so they won't lose plates in the mid lane, but the Drake will be going over to MDK to even out the Dragon score. The goal basically even between these two teams, about 100.
You say that. I mean, it probably will.
Yep.
I see Razork walking towards it.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolute cinema. Like, there's no way Razork gets in here to steal this away. Humanoid is going to jump on Frescowi to put some damage down. The Drake taken. There was no smite for Alioya, I will say. But in the end, MDK still get the drag.
So as you highlighted, all of this was largely because of Super interrupting Humanoid's base. When we think back to the lane assignments, you send Noah bot to catch the wave that Humanoid's about to leave, then Humanoid goes back to mid, he catches the wave, and then they're in a position to be able to contest the Drake. But because one of those pieces got interrupted, then, you know, the Drake contest goes out the window. Grabs in about a minute and a half, and I think that Fnatic really should prioritize at least trying to get one of them.
Jun flashing into Alioya here. Alioya still has the flash, and that was...
It's going to cost them.
It's going to cost them a lot. Alvaro's here for the flank. Glacial Fisher goes down. Razork able to get away from it with his flash of his own, but Jun doesn't have that same liberty. MDK will take him out.
This is kind of where we've seen Jun again just make these missteps of going in too far. Razork wasn't there to follow up, but although he flashed nicely over the binding, now there's nothing that you can kind of do apart from kind of walk quickly as Razork over that situation. So he ends up getting caught out, and then he's flashless as they try and run away. So way too far of an overextension from Jun, and just these little mistakes are piling up, but when you actually look at the goal to the top of your screen, it hasn't really amounted to a huge amount, thanks to that lead that Noah has been building in the bottom side.
That Super's been building in the bottom side.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's the mid lane lead for Humanoid. Super has the lead in the bot lane. Lightning Crash coming out from Noah. The minion tanks a couple of his auto attacks. He's looking for more. Jun is hit. And okay, perhaps Noah might be able to build a little bit of a lead, but Jun takes the kill in the end. Still...
I mean, Noah had to use his barrier in what was a 2 versus 1, and he didn't even get the kill.
Yeah.
Jun did.
The minions, those pesky minions always block the burst fire.
I mean, I guess the ultimate, I figured that the ultimate passive would also be doing additional damage, but I guess relative to an auto attack, it definitely wouldn't compare. So, hey, they still get a kill. It's the good news for Fnatic. Bad news is, Grubs are gone. Herald now alive, and it's MDK that's first to the objective.
Oh, True Shot Barrage. Is that going to hit Noah? If it does,
he cancels.
He cancels it. I think it still hit him, and that means he's not going to be able to challenge around this Rift Herald. Should be going over to MDK once again. Jun does have that Magnet Storm. Frescowi, we're going to put some chains down on him. Razork walks in. There's that extra movement speed from the water walking in the river, but can't get close enough. And MDK will get their second objective in around 3 minutes.
Yeah, and again, Fnatic kind of just staring as this objective gets taken. They do push in mid and at least look like they're going to be able to connect onto the bottom side. So I guess if we get a TP from Frescowi, I don't know if it's quite up, yes.
Alvaro puts the Unbreakable down, has stand beside me. Jun could look here.
Just the heal to get that extra bit of movement speed. Razork in a bit of danger. Hansen very close to proccing. The root doesn't quite connect. Top tower goes in favor of MDK as the bot lane is likely to be traded by humanoids.
It's weird though. Like you could have just had Fresco TP down to the bottom side to defend that, and you would have been in a fine spot. So you just end up a tower up. But instead, they kind of just put the double up into that top side, and now I've lost that tower in the bottom side, so it ends up 1-for-1. So I'm not sure what they're planning for Frescoi's TP, because the only objective that's really up is Dragon, and Frescoi's on that side of the map. So I thought maybe even if they swapped Mirror into bottom side, then it could make a lot of sense. But I think MDK, their lane assignments are kind of giving Fnatic a little bit more in this game.
Gold lead for Humanoid in the mid lane, about 700 ahead. That's basically evenly matched by Super's lead in the bot side. He's about 550, so about 200 gold difference between the two. If Alvaro hadn't picked up that first kill of the game, I think we'd see Super cresting over that lead in total. Now it's Super and Elioya in the mid lane. Merwin's coming in from the side. Jun can just jump away, so he's not under too much threat here on the Rel. I say that as Merwin looks for the pounce. Will dash in, hit with the Shadowing Strike. Rifthold in the mid lane will charge this down. Merwin just keeping Jun very busy. Noah and Razork trying to defend the turret, but they need to get out of there. With the Rifthold charging in and Daisy following suit. The tower in mid falls. MDK get their second of the game. However, Humanoid will answer with one in top side.
Nice play from MDK though. Good utilization of the Herald to unlock this mid tower. Gives them greater control to set up for this bot tower as well. They're already starting to put deep vision on the bot side. Humanoid being a great split pusher on this Tristana does mean that he can at the very least trade one tower. So similar to game one, we're seeing a trade of objectives continue. 30 seconds though on the Dragon. Resets need to come through from both sides so they can spend what gold they have ready for the upcoming fight. Super and Alvaro have just invested those bases. Humanoid needs to do the same. But he's sticking around for a while. He doesn't have TP, remember. He wants to catch this next wave.
I'm debating if Fnatic just gave up the second Drake. As soon as Humanoid TP's top at that point, you're giving up jungle control on bot side anyway, because you know that Humanoid can't come across. You don't have a TP advantage anymore because both Frescowi and Merwin have theirs, and you can see Fnatic just pathed into this topside jungle. They weren't really thinking about contesting second Drake if MDK started up immediately.
Oh, nice pick though, and Super, he's forced to Arctic shift away. I think they could have potentially tried to just gate Frescowi onto that top side of the map and then force the full push on towards mid lane, but instead Frescowi is going to push out top. You have some great TP wards that are in behind here if you want to try and look for that as Frescowi, so I think MDK could look to fight this, but they need to TP Frescowi now.
Daisy goes down. Fnatic are fighting for this second Drake. Merwin's in the pit. There's the TP behind. Noah jumps across with the blast cone. Jun is on the wrong side of the wall. The rest of his team down in the river right now. Frescowi spotted with that Scryer's Bloom. The Dragon down to 4,000. Frescowi still looking for the flank, but it's only on to Oscar Rin, and Pathmaker comes out. Glacial Fisher, the Magnus Storm, but they can't go in because the Braum ultimate locks him in place. Stranglethorn's coming out as well. The lightning crash from Noah. Merwin dashes in, flashes out. Frescowi's trying to still get in from the side, and I think Fnatic will walk away wounded. Frescowi can look for more. Oscar, left to his own devices on the front line. MDK might want a little bit more out of this play.
MDK playing so well around their poke, and they're going to keep this up as Fnatic try to retreat to the tower, but is that actually safety?
The dance from MDK is so exquisite as they play so patiently. MDK, they don't want to ruin it now.
Fnatic are looking for something. They know they have to push forward rather than go back. Merwin, no flash, remember, and Humanoid just walks him down. The Ignite taking the Buster shot. Super kills him. The dash in from Jun is blocked by the Unbreakable, and Fnatic went forward, but the only place they're going is back to the fountain.
MDK keep the dance going, and Fnatic just run out of stamina. We look at this play and look at the chip damage. That ultimate from Alvaro was crucial at denying the follow-up from Jun's ult. They just get chipped away by LeBlanc on the right, Merwin on the left. They can't really commit to the fight. The Dragon is doing arguably more damage than Fnatic is to MDK. And finally, when Fnatic retweet, Merwin literally pounces on his target. Fnatic tried to escape, but Humanoid says, no, I think I've got a kill here. He ends up overstepping, and MDK turned the fight into a 1-for-5.
And MDK fans really like that one. The fact that you're able to just play so well around this in and out from Frescowi, the poke that can come through, the setup there, and even Alvaro as well, giving his life with that shield just to make sure that Supa could get the damage he needed off. I mean, you're going to be very happy with that one.
Definitely are. MDK trying to take us to 5 games, trying to make it back to the grand finals. Fnatic now in a hole, 2,000 gold down, 2 items on Super. Elioya has the redemption already. Frescawi building up, he's got that lightning jewel as well. And now it's MDK's map to control. Jun has had a struggle of a game. Has really found it difficult, and then the one good engage he had was stopped by Alvaro's equally magnificent ultimate. MDK now controlling around the Baron. Mirwin has TP, Frescawi does not. He's just backed off to pushing out bot wave. It's going to slowly push towards Fnatic's turret.
I think Fnatic don't have enough engage for the AD carries to really do damage. Originally, I talked about how I thought the Fnatic had good range, but truthfully, they are just outranged, especially in the sustain battle. You've got Elioya and you've got Mirwin on the Nidalee plus the Ivern to actually help you out on this war of attrition, and you're right, Dagda, it just becomes this poke battle that MDK, over the long fight, ends up winning out on.
But I think it does come back to what Medic was talking about, which is where they tried to, they could have just given up that dragon because they'd given up all that space there. And it was the TP from Frescawi on that ward that was already established by MDK that gave them that opportunity to look for poke, that made it difficult for Fnatic to look for those engages. I think Fnatic just have to be smarter about how they try and set up for these fights. But unfortunately now, they are on the back foot. And Frescawi going to find Oscar in as he just walks past.
I think that's a target you don't want to go in on.
Yeah, true. But I think it's now in a position where MDK have control of the map and trying to get vision is tough.
Noah dashes across the wall, is rooted. Frescawi going back in, and Alvaro finds it.
It was with the ultimate. Through the wall, he ends up getting that.
Just the tip.
That must have been just a pixel that hit up there.
And now the Baron begun from MDK. They've already caught out Noah. 0-3-3 this game. And what can Fnatic do? Humanoid's in bot wave. He's not TPing in. MDK will get the Baron 22 minutes in. Now Humanoid will take a tier 2 for this. But MDK will have 3 minutes with a Baron buff to find everything they can.
Baron secured for MDK. It's interesting how this series has kind of been defined by single fights that just give a team such a massive swing in terms of control. Early Barons throughout the series. Now, MDK can leverage their pokes to begin the siege. How does Fnatic actually stop this from happening? Because MDK, they never really have to commit to a fight. They can just chip away at Fnatic's HP.
This is risky though. MDK haven't reset, and now the TP coming in behind.
Yeah, as soon as they see Frescawi in the bot wave, immediately Humanoid TP's in. Now they will know because of the control ward. Counter TP from Frescawi. Yep, they can't close the gap is the answer. And MDK might decide to close that gap for them. Pathmaker, True Shot Barrage coming out. Oscar in and already down to a 3rd HP. He dashes away. Razzle here to join the fray. There's Tangle Barbs down, but it's met with the unbreakable wall once again of Alvaro. Fnatic looked for something, but all they found was that they were wanting in that play.
It looked like a great go from Fnatic though. I thought they might have been able to commit to it because crucially, MDK hadn't reset. They've been out on the map for such a long period of time, and Fnatic had just gotten their buys in, so maybe you could have tried to leverage that gold deficit, but now Baron in their hands, Dragon about to spawn. That'll be 3rd Dragon for MDK, which they should be able to secure here. This game becomes even more difficult now for Fnatic.
I will say, following the draft, I didn't really appreciate the strengths of the comp of MDK's. Like, we didn't like the Nidalee pick, but because often when you think of poke Nidalee, you think of AP Nidalee, right? But that doesn't mean that AD Nidalee can't poke. Sure. It's just that her poke is slightly different, and it's more about dashing in, dashing back out, leveraging that sustain. And it's working out beautifully. Remember that the Braum applies the passive too. Ezreal can land his Q, start stacking that passive. Like, they have so many tools to just be annoying, and Fnatic don't really have many answers. Even if you engage on Chun, like, what is your... You don't have a wombo combo. You have 280 carries. Yeah. Like, they want to kind of play this front-to-back style, but you don't really have a proper composition that sets you up for that front-to-back style because MDK never want to engage. They just want to sit over there and keep throwing stuff at you and being super annoying.
Oh, they've managed that so far this game. 4,000 gold their lead. It will be on Soul Point as well with a Mountain Soul. Make them that little bit more tanky. They just traded 2 tier 2s for a single one for Fnatic, which means continues to extend. Frescawi going in on Humanoid, who is only sitting on Navori and Blade of the Ruin King. The Crypt Bloom complete for Frescawi. Mirwin on the prowl on that Nidalee, but shouldn't be able to find Humanoid.
Yeah, Fnatic just going to be forced away. There's very little that they can kind of do. With LeBlanc being in such a good position, she's able to continuously put pressure because you always have some sort of support for her. And at the moment, MDK, they're not even trying to play off of 3 waves, they're just trying to play off the 2 to just continuously shove in against Fnatic, force them back into their own base. And once you get control over this topside jungle, even if you have to wait the 3 minutes, Baron is available, and you can just play for leverage back and forth between the 2 lanes.
I think the problem is you probably do have to wait the 3 minutes. Like, you can poke down Fnatic, but they have okay wave clear. You've got Zyra plants, you've got the Trisk, you've got the Zeri. So assuming Fnatic don't get caught out after they've just cleared their whole jungle, so they really shouldn't be stepping outside of their base anyway, MDK don't have an easy avenue to actually force a fight, unless, you know, Fnatic overstep as the Stranglethorns come down onto Elioya. Oscar looking for a little bit more, Humanoid jumping in. The Unbreakable from Alvaro will save Elioya, but the Lightning Crash will find its mark. Magnus Storm into the Blast Cone, knocks Jun over the wall, the All Out on the Super. Oh my god! Fnatic could have sat and waited, but instead they decided now is the time to strike, and MDK have lost 3. Mirwin trying to get away, he's distracting from Fresskowy, but Razorg knows he's there. Fresskowy has to dash away, no mana left on him. Mirwin might escape down towards the bottom side, Fresskowy dances back, but there's a plant waiting for him in the bush. Avina's fly trap, perhaps, as Fresskowy's caught, and somehow Fnatic find 4.
Betty's been talking about it. If you can find that engage as Fnatic, you are still incredibly strong. You have a 3-item Tristana, and Fnatic, they find that moment. MDK are trying to play for their lanes, but they end up with this isolated 3v3, which you already have Tristana, who gets first move ahead of the LeBlanc. Mirwin's on the bottom side, and Fnatic find that moment to jump in with Humanoid. Look, Supa's not doing damage, Fresskowy's not doing damage, and Elioya's dead. It was a perfect moment for Fnatic, and they just found it in their own jungle.
I mean, it all comes back to what we were talking about, which is, can you find the engage or not, right? And this time round, they just said, okay, Cassante, we need you to do your thing. And he's like, okay, cool, I'll walk at them menacingly. And he did it.
And they'll take the fight, apparently.
Yeah. And so that's what he did. And then Elioya's like, oh, I gotta flash this. Zyra ultimate's coming at me. And there's also a Cassante flying towards my face. And they're able to get a collapse. Now, admittedly, I mean, what does this mean for the game state? I mean, Fnatic...
They got some gold.
They did get some gold, they alleviated some of the pressure, and the Baron is spawning in 35 seconds. They need to keep finding fights like this, though, if they want to turn this game around, because it's MDK that's still at sole point. It's MDK that still have all this poke at their disposal, and let's say Fnatic start the Baron, like, ooh, that's a scary position to find yourself in.
I think the big thing that they
got... No. Fnatic just all walked away from this control ward, and Noah's across the wall trying to hit it with burst fire, and it's just short. That was really
I think the big thing here is just the amount of vision that's no longer in that topside jungle. Like, yes, you've got the wave here, but the fact it's completely dark now for MDK is the win for Fnatic, because you need to establish vision in there. Otherwise, when you come back into it, you can always look at like a flank position coming around into here for the likes of Jun. You can try and position into here, or even just take a fight at this choke point right here. So there's plenty of opportunities now for Fnatic to try and fight back. They do need to stop Alvaro from getting into position here, though, and that's where they should be trying to fight, is at this choke point as MDK, because realistically you can't use your poke then if you're in these chokes and have multiple angles of attack for Fnatic.
And alongside that, Super no longer has some. So like Cleanse about to come off cooldown, that flash to the quarter of his CD left. Alvaro the same. Elioya has no flash for a little while, and Mirwin's about half the cooldown left. And Fnatic have flashes across the board, apart from on Noah and Jun. So if you can find Super, he's much more likely to die. If you can find Elioya, he's much more likely to die. But you have to do it soon.
But the fact you've just got 3 items now completed for Noah as well is kind of the big zinger here for the Tristana. This is where Fnatic are kind of hitting their stride, and if they can just find one moment like this, it could be it.
Super Unbreakable down. Fresskowy going to Razorg though. The chain's only hit onto Jun. Glacial Fissure just short. Humanoid opening up on Mirwin. Oscar finds one. Elioya's caught out. Jun looking for that Magnet Storm. Super able to dash away from him. Alvo does not have that same luxury. Super caught as well. And Fnatic immediately find the fight.
Another favorable fight for Fnatic. Back to back now. They found 4. They will deny the soul. They'll convert it into a Baron. Fnatic is taking everything.
You can't hit what you can't see, and Fnatic are continuously just playing around these little choke points, finding those moments, and Razor getting that lock up onto Supa. It looked a little bit sketchy to begin with because it was a little follow-up, but it got the time that Fnatic needed to find those engages, and that setup from Oscarina was beautiful.
It really was, and like you have to look at Razork in these last two plays. He lands the root over the wall in the play around the red buff. He lands this root, and as much as you say, yeah, there's no initial follow-up, it gets some of those spells out. It gets the Arcane Shift out. It gets the Unbreakable out, and then the follow-up is so much easier for Fnatic.
Baron secured, level 16s are being hit across the board for Fnatic. The gold is very quickly beginning to snowball in their favor. We turn back to the play, and at first you think Razork's going to get caught out, but he finds that route onto Super. Initially, he thinks he's fine. He uses the Arcane Shift aggressively, and then Oscar does what Oscar does best. Walks menacingly at his opponents. He's drawing the attention of 3 members, while Humanoid is getting a solo kill onto Mirwin on the side. But this is exactly the type of play that MDK don't want. When we think back to that Dragon from earlier, it was a dance back and forth, chipping away at the HP bars from Fnatic, very non-committal. But in this situation, the moment you use that E aggressively, you're just opening yourself up to the fight being started by Fnatic.
And it's something that menacing walk that we see so often for K'Santes at this point of the game is specifically against Ezreal. You don't have the damage to take him down. Mirwin doesn't have the damage to take him down. Mirwin might get taken down though.
Yeah, he does have the flash. Friscawi coming to join the party. Humanoid with a double buster. Call him Keaton because he's bustering all over them. Humanoid's going to try and heal up. Friscawi's down to half HP. Mirwin about the same. The chains land once again. Friscawi's clone is forced out. Mirwin has an explosive shot on him. Look at the bot side. Yeah, no, but Humanoid can just delay. Who cares? The bot side is winning. Friscawi dives in. They have to get back. The TP's invested immediately. Fnatic get the inhib. Friscawi won't use his teleport because it's not up for another half. It's called out. Mirwin TP'd in. Fnatic open up at the bot side. 3 minutes on the Drake. The Baron buff remains for 1.5. Not sure they'll be able to get too much more out of that.
I mean, well played from Fnatic. Humanoid doing what he needs to, drawing pressure on the top side. Almost gets a solo kill onto Mirwin. Gets a flash out from Friscawi. Ultimately does lose his life, but exchanges it for an inhibitor. Goes back to base, grabs a BF sword. He can likely finish off with a GA. He can get a BT, whatever he feels like. This Tristana is a huge threat, and it's only going to become a bigger problem as we get closer to that completed item state.
But it just feels like last game again, where you find 1 or 2 fights for Fnatic, and now they're in a team fighting comp with these big objectives that are on the table, and MDK just can't really find a way to split push. Gonna look for no, but I think he's fine here.
Now Fnatic actually have the gold lead. It's only 2,000, doesn't really matter too much at this point of affairs.
Like, whoever kills Oscar, like realistically, who on that team on MDK actually gets rid of this K'Sante? And at this stage, he can just walk through the front line, and he still is going to be completely fine. You've even got the Warmogs on him now, so we can take that initial poke, and you got the Locket in case he overestimates how much damage MDK can do.
They call him Oscar winning for a reason. TP comes in from Humanoid. Friscawi dashes in, puts a bit of damage onto Jun. Alvaro has to pop the Unbreakable early to try and keep this turret alive, but it's not going to be standing for too much longer. The Baron expiring in 4 seconds time. Humanoid opens up on Super. Alvaro goes in with the Winter's Bite. Glacial Bishop. Friscawi has a good flank. Dashes in twice and takes out Humanoid, who kills Oscarinin. You don't need to. Jun and Humanoid are down now. It's up to Razork, Noah, and Oscarinin to try and get out, but Noah, the shield just in time. Alvaro going forward once again. Oscarinin sacrifices himself for the good of the team, but MDK have other plans. Noah down. The shutdown to Super. It's a 4-0 in favor of MDK.
The pings are going down into mid lane. MDK with 5 members alive and only Razork left means that they're looking to try and potentially end.
Friscawi will come in with full life, full mana, and a full heart as MDK look to even out the series.
How the hell did that just happen?
Friscawi with the flank once again. He finds his avenue onto the backline. He shuts down Humanoid. They've set their sights on the Nexus. Jun is back.
There aren't many minions left. Humanoid's up in 8 seconds time. If Jun can kill a couple of these minions, maybe he can hold on to hope. He tries to take one, concussive blows will slow him. There's still 1 minion there, and that's all MDK needed. Humanoid jumps in, but he can do nothing in the face of 5 Mad Lions. We're going to Game 5.
A back and forth banger. Elyoya with a big smile on his face. They're still in this series. Fnatic were in a position to close out that game, and it only took a single flank to flip the game on its head.
An incredible flank from that. Friscawi once more getting those creative angles, but now 2-2 in the series. And for the second time today, lads, we're going to be going to some silver scrapes. This weekend.
Yeah.
Shut up,
We'll
you.
see you after the break.
Oh, Jun now goes in. Alvro stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. Now Yoya coming in as well. Jun falling low and he's hit with a Winter's Bite. Humanoid just walks him down. The Ignite taking the Buster Shot. Super kills him. The dash in from Jun is blocked by the Unbreakable. And Fnatic went forward, but the only place they're going is back to the fountain.
Okay, Tristan is bot. Even Ren no flash, Ren no flash. Okay, you are the goal. Bro, press. You are prime. Star Nasher.
Another game 5, and MDK, man, whenever you underestimate them, whenever you write them off, they're just going to win the game, perhaps even make it to the grand finals next week off this next one. And you know, analysts, right?
What's that lower third GB in there?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
What did you put in, Eve?
I didn't do anything. I just think that maybe GB would be baffled.
Oh my God. For context, okay, I saw this draft and I thought to myself, I see Nidalee, I see a LeBlanc, I see very limited tools to find engage here as well. The late game here, they had a hard time playing with the Nidalee in the 4 earlier games, so I thought this game as well is going to be even more difficult to play out. And it was as well in the late game. I'm just saying, Elyoya saved their early game. Like, Elyoya single-handedly kept them in the early game.
I mean, I have to say, considering how the game panned out in the end, I would be baffled as well. Like, I am fuming on behalf of all Fnatic fans out there who had to witness that. Oh,
that's EU League, baby.
Right
that's EU League.
Like,
that's
what
we want.
is that?
Yeah, that's our league. That's our world's teams, baby.
I'm still shocked, guys. I mean, is this how it feels? Because for me, it's the first time where I see throws like this being on the desk.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Is this how it feels like when I used and we used to throw games like that? Because this is just.
What's the biggest throw that happened in this game?
There's a lot, but what I'm paying attention to is the fact that I'm seeing Jun jump in after 2 targets are getting Tristana ulted, right? So he's looking for the play. He's been doing this a lot this game, where he wants to move forward. He moves forward now after they get Tristana ulted. He finds absolutely no one and is isolated and will die. The rest of MDK is just scattered, or Fnatic is just scattered now.
And for me, highlight there is just poor Oscar. You know, he's the Cassante. It's like, well, I have this guy who's just full sending it. You know, my Tristana has 1 HP, and I'm somewhere in the middle trying to help everyone, and then he's the one who ends up looking like the fool
I
here,
love
sadly.
this from our top laner, because a lot of people were flaming him, but you say it wasn't his fault.
He is the victim. He is the victim here, you know? He's just like...
It's straight up a crime. But hey, for MDK, I mean, it got super, super hectic and all that, but we were saying in that early game, to be a captain, Elyoya dragging them, kicking and screaming to that mid game out of that early game into a possible game 5. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, his Elyoya was just, and Vyvern was just fantastic. We're not looking at a champion, we're looking at Elyoya, and he was just down bot lane at the right time every single time that a battle brought out, and he was just there to make sure that they could get a lead on Super that they were able to play off.
I think it's worth noting that more or less everything we saw from Fnatic here, at least from my point of view, was pure mental. Like, we saw Jun getting caught out and Nova extending repeatedly. We saw Noah having a hiccup where he got caught as well, which is something we've seen in the past. And really, this has been the one thing haunting Fnatic this entire year, that when the pressure is on and when they're so close to the trophy, they always falter.
I just want someone to look at me the way Elyoya is looking at his bot lane, you know what I mean? Like, that is just a guy that loves him, that wants to play for them, who wants to nurture them, like, oh god, I didn't actually mean it, now I feel uncomfortable.
We're gonna get out of here. We'll come back, but Lore was able to catch up with Melzet again, the coach for MDK, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes into that game, so let's see what information she got.
Zeph, Nidalee, again, when Yoya said that you guys never want to play the champion again, you lost the previous game with that champion. What makes you sure that it is the right Nidalee angle this time around?
Well, in this game, we have to blind pick a champion, right? And Miri's comfort is Nidalee, so we opted for it. Most likely, we thought we were going to go Rumble or Cassante, so we're pretty happy with the matchup in general.
See, but comfort is one thing, but how do you think it goes overall with the rest of your composition, and how you think it's going to match against Fnatic's composition in the later stages of the game?
Well, I mean, looking at the composition, right? I think they want to play front to back and want to DPS the first target. I think we want to do the same, but we want to play with the range, play with the LeBlanc, the Ezreal, try to disengage, play slow. So I think that's where Nidalee will shine, try to play off of the side, annoy their backline and stuff like that, right? Kind of like LeBlanc.
I see. Now, let's go a bit into the future. You're prepping for Game 5, of course. Is it something that you're prepping right now? And if so, how? And how did you manage expectations progressing into the series today?
I mean, okay. Usually, right, after Game 5, we're just like every other game, we try to be comfortable and have fun. But for me personally, I think we try to put them off of their comfort. Like we did in this draft, but maybe for the Game 5 we're going to try to change the ban, try to do something they won't expect so that we can throw off their preparation for this game.
Surprise them the most. Thank you so much, Steph.
No problem.
Thank you, Laura. It was Zeph, it wasn't Melzet, and good foresight already thinking about Game 5. But this Nidalee thing is so baffling to me because you both play on pro teams, right? You counterpick, right? The Nidalee, it worked as a counterpick. It didn't work into winning the game in that Game 3. Then you blind pick it in the game that can end your run here in terms of making it to the grand finals directly. I mean, I'm just baffled.
Nothing that just happened in Game 4 makes any sense because somehow picking this Nidalee, they're pairing it with a LeBlanc, they're pairing it with an Ivern as well, and in isolation it just looks so incredibly troll and useless. But at the same time, it was genius, because we did see Caster said it many times. It became this random war of attrition where the only engage the Fnatic has is the Rel, followed up with the Zyra, and it just became so hard for Fnatic to find engages. But at the same time, when they did, they were just clapping them really hard. But so I don't know, man. It's way beyond me. Like, I'm really sorry.
They're selecting the red side. I want to bring up some images from MDK back in winter, because we got to remember they step into this game 5 because they want to win it and they want to get another chance at winning a trophy. And that was so many days ago. This was when we had all the hope. This is when we thought, yes, this rookie roster led by Elyoya is going to break records, is going to do great. They made it already to the final in the first time, but then it was meddling Goldberg, and I absolutely love the fact that they're bringing it to Fnatic again, you know, no matter what all the haters have been saying all year. And yes, they went missing for some of the mid-year, but you gotta peak at the right time.
Exactly, but I think it's still important. Like, this team looked lost. This team looked like something that was not gonna work, and it looked like a failed project. But you're right, you gotta peak at the right time. And right now, MDK's peaking. They took G2 in a best of 5. Fnatic, game 5, kinda looking like the same thing with an Italy pick. You never know.
Who's winning?
MDK for the dankest timeline, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see Fnatic G2 in the series. That would be a banger at this point.
Well, I went with Fnatic early. I'm not going to back down from my prediction, so I'm still saying Fnatic.
Ah, unbelievable. It's our last weekend here in the Berlin studio, and we're going all the way 10 games, MDK or Fnatic. Vedi, who's it going to be?
It's not, I'm not allowed to predict, Sharks. I'm not allowed to predict. Nice try, though. Nice try. My job is to just talk about the facts that I see in the game, and I'm guaranteed some fun facts as we get ready for Game 5.
Okay, hit us.
No, we haven't gotten the game yet,
We're
Medic. I've got
ready.
no
Hit me.
fun facts.
Guarantee some.
All right, fun fact. Did you know that Sisyphus is a man that kept trying to push a boulder up a mountain, but he kept failing? And we'll see
Why did he have to push a boulder up a mountain, Betty?
Because he was punished for, I believe, bringing fire to man.
No, that was Prometheus. he was meant to die, and then you concocted a potion that got him out of the underworld.
That's where it stopped being a fun fact. That's a bit of a dark fact.
Yeah, that was a dark fact.
Betty was only going with the fun fact.
That's true. As opposed to pushing up a mountain, pushing a boulder up a mountain.
Well, honestly, I feel like
frolicky.
that we can compare MDK to Sisyphus as they've continued to fight their way from 10th place at the end of Summer Split to the tiebreakers, to the Summer Split playoffs, into the season finals, and now one game away from potentially making it to the finals.
So what you're saying is they'll fail now?
I mean, we're going to find out, won't we?
Well, we have to figure out if Betty is a prophet, as he has alluded to. The Oracle has spoken, but will the Oracle speak and ban the Ashe? Why? Or what will be this final ban coming through for Fnatic as we start to crest on through into game number 5 of this series?
Ivan a change ban from the last game. Mad Lions Koi still removing the Azir and the Yone. Smolder and MF taken away by Fnatic. As you say, will it be the Ashe, the Vi? It's the Maokai instead.
As you're going to be the first lock-in. I assumed it was going to be a Corki Maokai lock-in for Fnatic. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. They may still want to grab Corki for themselves unless they value the Tristana.
You could go Corki Sedge if you wanted a jungler. You could go Corki Zeri if you want to give Noah something that he is comfortable on. Didn't have the best of games on it in game 4.
They could also just grab themselves Ashe.
Also true, yeah.
Would be fine.
They could take the Nidalee.
Oh!
It's not going to happen, but it would be very
I love
funny.
the smile on Razor's face as he hovered that. Just, will I? But no, just going to take it. Potentially.
Yeah. You can see the energy, though, on stage. Like, he's looking over at Razor. The players are having a lot of fun. And again, like, this is something that MDK have talked to us a lot about, how the biggest hurdle for them that they needed to overcome was that mental that they kept struggling with when things got intense. But they've had nothing but smiles on their faces throughout this series. Fnatic looking to try and stay strong in that same vein. They fell short of the final hurdle in the previous game, but they know they have the capacity to win out on this series. As we move into this final phase, I wonder if they'll look to lock in support here. Maybe something like a Lulu, that range support potentially to answer into the Braum.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The preemptive Braum is really interesting because it could end up going for the Rakan here, and they will, but it just means that then it's not guaranteed to be something that struggles against the Braum. Like an Alistar or Leona, the Rakan can still look for that engage and then have that disengage for himself as well. So nice pickup here. Does mean the composition's a little squishy. So I think we'll be looking towards Oscar in for a potential, Cassante on this next rotation, or something like a Sejuani in the jungle, unless that is banned away by Mad Lions Koi.
I mean, both the teams still have to pick their junglers, both the teams still have to pick their top laners, we assume, with
it's
Mirwin.
Vi.
It's Poppy, but yes, and
No,
Vi
no,
banned
I meant
away
yes,
by
that's
Mad Lions Koi. Because I was looking at the first ban, and you were
No,
looking
I
at the
heard
second.
you say they've still got to pick their junglers, and then my brain went, it's Vi based on the Poppy ban.
Okay, but then Vi was banned away.
Yes, because Mad Lions had the same exact thought that I had. Now Fnatic has gone to planning what they want to remove next. Lilia, an AP option, makes a lot of sense. Likely going to be something like the Zyra or the Brand that's going to come through. Sejuani has fallen to the wayside so far in season finals, at least in Europe. Not something that we've seen from many teams. And I don't really think Fnatic love it into the Braum specifically, especially with 280 carries that have that much mobility. Mad Lions Koi gonna ban away the Narzus. You already talked a lot about it, Dagda. Something that the LPL has taken a liking to with this pick specifically.
Shanji been very much trying to bring that one out, but here's the Sejuani lock-in. I think even if it's not great into the Braum, I still think you just need that front line and engage tool. Like Rakan can play engage, but I definitely prefer him as a secondary engage tool, or at least to try and follow up. So Sejuani, and then the question mark for me is if Oscarinian is trying to eye up even maybe further engage, like an Ornn, and just really play heavily for these team fights, but you don't really have the AP damage, so Rumble could be the other option.
Kennen's made his way through. I'd love Kennen with a Sedge and a Rakan alongside it. And Mumu is the pick.
It's a Mumu jungle.
For Mad Lions Koi.
They needed an AP threat, and they've gone for a Mumu. Elyor, I love the fact that Elyor was also looking over at Fnatic while it was locked in. He was like, how'd you feel about this one?
Well, Elyor has never played a Mumu on the professional stage.
Yeah, but that's Mad Lions Koi. That's the beauty of them, right? Like, they're willing to just pick champs that they have never played before, and they'll just say, you know what, we need an AP champ, let's bring something out. Fnatic, now the composition needs a little bit more AP damage. They're hovering over the Kennen, they're contemplating the Rumble.
I think the range of the Kennen kind of makes it a bit easier into the Nidalee in the early game, in the laning phase.
It's also just a counter punch for the Amumu, right? Amumu is very telegraphed when he goes in, so if you can then have that flank position for the Kennen, you can try and provide that counter engage. So I do like it here in reaction to the Rumble, whereas, again, as you say, kind of just adding more to that engage tool that I think Fnatic needs.
A Mumu jungle from MDK. They couldn't end this series without bringing out something unique. I bet you they haven't practiced this in scrims.
You're getting fed up with the Nidalee top, you know? They were like, hey, we need something new.
I mean, apparently that's a comfort pick now. Who knows? It's do or die for these two teams. Obviously, the loser will face G2 on Saturday in Munich. The winner will be waiting in the grand finals, looking to claim that LEC championship for 2024.
And as a reminder, Fnatic, MDK, and G2 are all qualified for this year's World Championship. They're fighting for seeding, first, second, third, which can influence the opponents that you can get in the Swiss stage, which they've also all qualified for.
It went really well for G2 last year when they got first seed. TL are
That's
looking
what
good. But it's been a long series, it's been a long weekend here at the LEC. 5 games in both days, or 10 games today, according to Dagda, at the end of the last game. And you have to remember as well, for the players, how much that does wear on you. Like, you've been trying to concentrate fervently for the last 5 hours or so, 4 hours or so, and it does wear on you. And it can lead to mistakes. And we've seen both teams make mistakes through the last couple of games. The first 2 games were really clean. And then after that, it's been a little bit more tete-a-tete, a little bit more head-butting each other. That's what I'm hoping for once again in this game. I love action.
Now,
bring it to me.
I promised you fun facts.
Hit me.
Fun fact number 1, MDK have gone for the Skinergy. They're looking for a full-on Snowdown showdown. 4 Christmas skins with the Frostfire Ezreal skin to boot.
I mean, that's pretty Christmassy.
Yeah, they have fully committed. They've got Christmas present Amumu, they've got Snow Bunny Nidalee, they've got Elf Tristana. They're putting on the Christmas theme. Why? When we're in 30-degree heat in Berlin. But you know what? They looked at the champions and said, what skins have we got that matches? And this is what they found.
I mean, I would love if they picked the Amumu because it has a Christmas skin. It was this or Sleigh Bell Katarina, guys.
That was the draft plan. I was like, lads, we need to keep it cool. Keep it calm. And they were like, we've got it.
At this point, when it comes to MDK's draft discussions, that could be plausible. In any case, they've looked sorry, they've gone for early push in the bot side of the map. They've gained control over this brush. Now, of course, you expect Elshol and Braum against this matchup. Medic, I'm sure you're very familiar with this matchup.
Yeah.
Rakan, a champion that doesn't really offer a huge amount in the early levels.
So I will agree with that. I think what he does offer is okay 2v2 trades because of the Gleaming Quill.
Sure.
People often undervalue the healing that you can get out of that, and you can run Guardian as well. So you're not going to get push. He doesn't give you any wave control. But if you do get engaged on by the enemy team, you can easily heal it back up.
The thing I also like about him is oftentimes when you see an engaged support go in, they have no way to get back out, which is where value comes from the Braum, because he can slow you, you get the proc, and then you outvalue the trade with your shield up. But with the Rakan, you can kind of get the pop up, E back out, and it makes it very difficult to get these trades back. So not only do you have the Gleaming Quill effectively, you then got these nice trades that you can go for.
Breakable going to be thrown up to mitigate any potential trade back, but push being gained from MDK's bot lane is very much as we expected. In the mid lane, similar situation, and in top lane, it can be said the same. So MDK playing with 3 pushing lanes right now, giving a lot of space for Elyoya to continue his full clear. As you can see, the Sejuani a little bit ahead of the clear for the time being, but Amumu not that far behind.
Is Elyoya going to go and try and contest red? It looks like he might be. He might also look towards mid, but because this ward was in, they saw the Razor Beaks being taken.
Not really a contest the enemy jungle champion.
What do you know about a Mumu, huh?
Maybe, yeah, maybe you're a Mumu, isn't it? And he's working, well, because you have Mumu pushing as well, right? So you can flank around the red, see that it's not being done. Razork wisely skipped it. He's going to get the Krugs. Anyone comes across,
He's
doesn't manage to steal away from...
Well, okay, he is going to start off the red. He's playing around his pushing lanes well. The question is, will he be able to secure this?
It's going to reset.
But Razork...
Oh, Razork, no!
Oh, Elyoya showed! Elyoya showed! He stepped out, he was probably looking for Humanoid under the tower. And remember, Amumu has a second Q, but Humanoid has a minion wave here to save him. Flashes away. Counter flash from Elyoya.
What am I watching right now? This
League of Legends, Benny! This is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from Europe!
I was going to say from Amumu.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so let's talk about the theory. Very good, you know? We already talked about the fact that MDK have 3 pushing lanes. They're leveraging that. It makes it easier for Elyoya's team to help support him in that push. Where things fell awry was the execution. He missed 3 bandage tosses, and then underneath the tower trying to threaten Humanoid. Because the wave got cleared out, he then had to flash away to safety.
He's going to lose his blue. He's got...
Sorry, Amumu's blue enough already. He doesn't need to take the blue.
Good one, good one.
Thanks.
So in terms of early advantage, I mean, the other downside is Mirwin kind of forced to use his TP. I guess you could say suboptimally. Of course, he still goes back to base, gets that Ruby Crystal, but Oscar isn't forced to expend it, so he's able to walk back to lane knowing that this wave is pushing back towards him. So, yeah, I think overall, you could say like small advantage gain for Fnatic, but it really is a very small advantage.
Humanoid not having flash as well does leave him susceptible to ganks in the
Also
future.
true.
Elyoya 6 will be a little bit delayed, but having yet to base, he now is going to go and clear his bot side camps on their respawn.
I'm curious how Elyoya wants to try and play this, because I think there is a window where you can punish Humanoid and back up flash, and especially if you can bring Mirwin down into that play, but I think it is going to be somewhat difficult. I think you have to basically hope that you can use the push on top to invade on towards Raptors, push Razork into his bot side jungle, and then look for a play over the wall or something along those lines, but at the moment just hovering around this bottom side. Fnatic should be able to crash this wave though before Elyoya can make his way into top.
Super had already got a sneaky base off to get himself his tier and that longsword, so we'll be able to catch up in terms of those missing CS as Noah and Jun back away. Humanoid will be spotted as he walks around this corner. Should be fine with Frescowi TPing back in. Both the mid laners expend. Frescowi gets that Vamp Scepter, which allows him to trade a little bit more aggressively because he can just heal up some damage from Humanoid. He also has a slight XP advantage because Humanoid obviously had to avoid the Amumu Nidalee gank.
Yeah,
and doesn't surprise me too much, considering you want some extra magic damage on this team. You often see Leandri's rush into then tankiness, a bit like some of those Maokai builds we've been seeing, Dagda.
This feels like a Merc Treads game, gents. I'm going to be honest. There's a Kennen, there's an Amumu, there's a Braum.
Humanoid jumped on here. Frescowi still has the flash. Jun here to back up, and there's the bandage shots, but a great double knockup from Jun! Elyoya went in. But he's crying now as Frescowi's sent back to the fountain. Razork looking for more. Elioya bandage toss goes wide, but the Unbreakable won't be enough. A phosphorus bomb finds his face and sends him packing. Fnatic found 2.
And that just little bit of an overextension there cost them. Frescowi is trying to bait to get Elioya into position, but it's Jun on the roam up that doesn't get spotted. Humanoid happy to just go for this aggressive trade, knowing that he's going to have the support there, but watch this knock-up from Jun. Gets the shield, the knock-up onto Frescowi right as he's about to come down, and it just buys time for Humanoid to Valkyrie away from Elioya, and then Razork able to come in off the wings.
There's that small moment of patience from Jun.
Are we going again? Looking for the
it.
smite. Jun will be able to dash with Jun will be able to dash away.
All right, so it's 1 for 2. I mean, Humanoid had to go back to base, so wisely Razork and Jun say, I don't think we're going to win this fight. Like, forced to concede 2 of the Void Grubs. The bot lane trade. Oh, goes favorably for Super.
Noah has 6,
ultimate.
Super does not. Noah only has a cleanse. Now Super hits the True Shot Barrage. Well, hits the threshold of having that as an ability.
So just a bit of trading. Razork does have the smite available. He's got to be careful here.
Flash from Alvaro trying to block the jump away from Razork. And the Sejuani is burnt poor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Oscar Ridden trading with Mirwin had to pop the Slicing Maelstrom. The Drake over to MDK as well. And what started out so favorably for Fnatic, now 2 neutrals will be going over to MDK.
Nicely done. The fact that they're able to get that pick and Alvaro just barely getting his body in the way to deny Fnatic that escape. But Frescowi wants to trade.
Gonna get knocked up here. That Unbreakable will fall off. In the end, beneficial trade for Humanoid and Jun. Drake secured though for MDK. More a distraction from Alvaro and Frescowi, I believe. They do want to try and get this wave in if they can.
And honestly, like, just greedy play from Razork, trying to go for that Scuttle Crab. It was very clear that you were at a numbers disadvantage, and he thought that because he had the Q available, he'd still be able to get away to safety. But just a great play from Alvaro to mitigate his escape options. They knew he didn't have flash from the earlier play in mid, and MDK are finally able to get their first kill on the board. The bigger thing, though, is how they convert this into 2 objectives. Dragon plus the 2 grubs sets them up nicely here in the early game.
I feel like we're still going to be taking this into kind of a slow pace, though. When you look at Fnatic's composition, they really do want to try and get to 2 to 3 items, more on the 3 item side. Sure, MDK can try and play through the fact that you got Frescowi and Mirwin, who should have pushing lanes, but it's not exactly the easiest when Jun has had so many opportunities to try and roam thanks to the push that Noah has on that bottom side. So I think it's just you're limited on your options available to you to try and make plays as MDK. So I think Fnatic should get a chance to just scale into a strong game where they can try and play for these dragons.
See, Humanoid went plated steel caps first, and a cull and a tear. So he's just really playing to try and survive the laning phase and get towards that 2-3 items on the Corki. It becomes so much more powerful.
Yeah, I will say I'm actually kind of, I mean, it makes sense in the context of the matchup, especially when you think that the 3 damage dealers are AD carries, but there's a Braum and there's an Amumu on the other side, so I guess if you never get CC'd, it's never a problem.
I did the logic, just don't get hit.
Yeah.
Ah. That's where
it never gets CC'd by anything, and then you survive. You can also, of course, go for a QSS or something later on.
That's the speedrunner mentality, right?
Yeah,
Why do you need gear if you never get hit, right?
Yeah. I mean, my general strategy was get hit a ton, but do more damage.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
Fnatic's top side is getting invaded here. Jun knows something's
They know,
up. Razork knows the same.
Those pings, they're like, this doesn't... You look at the minimap, that's the easiest way to tell, like, is the Fog of War safe? When you look at the minimap and you see only Super, you're like, nope, not safe. That is a darkness of danger.
However, no flash. Jun coming in, but Razork and Jun don't have the damage to get through a Braum at this point in the game. His presence alone. Did you get it, Santa? Santa, yeah.
Oh, I get it. That's a good one, yeah.
Don't give me that much.
Oh, Frescowi, though. Apparently, you don't need damage items on the Corki to do damage in the early game. You can just trade in with that Gatling gun, reduce the armor of your opponent.
As you said, you trade health, but if you do more damage...
Yeah, exactly, it works. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Super being able to pick up a plate in the mid lane. A plate shared 3 ways. Usually not enough of a morsel for any individual. And looking for 2. Can't quite find it. It's not an all-you-can-eat buffet in mid lane, apparently.
Elioya might be coming to eat good, though, because he's about to wrap in towards this mid lane as well. And he has that ult available, plus the flash. Could actually just tax himself in off of one of the minions, but decides, you know what, Noah's a bit low instead.
Noah uses the dash early there. That means Elioya can go in. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Noah has no flash, no cleanse, no hope. Elioya brings a tantrum, and Noah is sent back to the fountain.
And they get both of Noah's summoners forward as well. It cost nothing for Elioya. He was just investigating the enemy bot side jungle. He thought that, oh, hey, Noah's probably going to back off. This is an easy play. But he converts it into a kill, and that's going to be even more plates for Super.
It's just an early dash from Noah. Like, you need to use that as a reaction to Elioya tucking out the bandage toss, but...
I think because he shot through to try and hit Gromp, I think he expected Elioya to immediately throw a bandage toss into the bush, but still, yeah, it was just a weird...
Good catch from Elioya to find Noah a little bit isolated on that bottom side. Does lose the grubs for it, so Fnatic get 4 in the end. Drake up in a minute's time. Been a few odd moments through this series, but still on a knife edge between these two teams. For Fnatic, they're trying to realize a long-held goal of the organization 6 years ago. The last time they managed to win an LEC title, including our split titles. You have to remember that. MDK have won more recently, of course. But still, everyone trying to surpass G2 and making your way straight to the grand finals and not having to face them earlier is a good way to do that.
It is. It's crazy how in recent history, it's actually been MDK and G2 that have sat at the top of our table. Yep. You know, so long we've considered Fnatic to be the main rival, but honestly, when you look at the organization, the team that keeps getting in G2's way, it's MDK. So for them to make it to the grand final would be massive for the organization to return to those heights once more and to do it with a completely different roster as well with Elioya at the helm.
A roster of rookies as well who have really shown up over the course of the year. Like Alvaro setting himself up as one of the great supports we have in the league right now and may need to not be the late great as he tries to escape away here.
Yeah, he should be fine just to walk away from this. Elioya's on his way down, has that Curse of the Sad Mummy again.
I think that for a long time, hang on a second.
Jun goes in onto Super. There's the Arcane Shift away, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy immediately back onto Jun. He dashes away just in time, and Elioya falls to 200 HP, but Super with a true shot barrage goes straight through the heart of Jun. Noah brought back as well. He tries to get the burst fire off, but he's not allowed to. Super gets a double, a deft hand in this fight, it seems. Another Mystic Shot hits across the wall. He's looking for more. He's chasing down. Razork having to run for the hills, manages to escape, dashing away. Can Humanoid have that same chance? I don't think so. TP in from Oscar in, no slicing Maelstrom. They look for the tower for Sky, we can't find it in time. Oscar's half HP with no ultimate, only a flash to try and dash into this fight. Jun now back up, and MDK will pull their foot off the gas.
One kill at a time. MDK is just gaining more presence on the map. They'll secure the top tower. They'll likely secure the bottom one. The second dragon of the game is going to go their way. Razork is still hovering around, but what options does he really have here?
I can dash away, Betty, and that's about it. MDK find 2, Super able to dance his way through that fight. Now 3-0-1 with a bounty on his head, a Triforce in his hands. He's only going to keep scaling up on this S.
And the play here is to try and get on towards Super, but nice Arcane Shift away. And also, I was a bit worried when Elioya just ulted Jun and he still managed to dash away, but the ult across the top from Super hits onto so many people, does a ton of damage. And for Skewy, the Buster Shot onto both Noah and Razork, repositioning him into the waiting hands of Super, means that he's able to get the resets on the jumps and set up for the play. And now Mirwin finds Humanoid.
Humanoid still has the flash here. Mirwin's going to flash first. Well, the Spearland doesn't need it. Just uses an auto attack to send Humanoid down under.
Eowyn getting a bit of revenge after the previous game. Humanoid on that Tristana is a menace in the side lane, but this game is very quickly falling out of the control of Fnatic.
2,000 gold lead now for MDK. Razork's fighting a support over his jungle camps. That's how difficult it is for Fnatic to find purchase on the Rift right now. Alvaro is going to force Razork away. Goes back in, the Unbreakable popped. You can see Oscar in looking for the flank in the mid lane. Alvaro still has someone to dash to. Super's there to come to his aid. Oscar in has avoided detection, I believe. Goes in with the Oracles. This is a 4v3. Mirwin not able to come across in time. Humanoid has the TP. Oscar unable to get close enough yet. Noah dashes in. Lightning Crash The Rift Herald smited. Razuk trying to get behind them here. Oscar is still on that flank. The quickness onto 4. Oscar has the flash, but the Glacial Fissure will lock him up. He's stunned immediately. Fnatic dived in one by one. The Mayhem still die after. Super has the red buffs, the double buffs. Noah dashes across the wall. Piscawi here to join the party. Humanoid is not. But Jun and Razok will be able to escape. The Rift Herald was picked up by Mirwin in the end.
Fnatic, that was your chance. They could have had that moment to find the fight against MDK, but the hero play from Alvaro, the knock up onto Ozkern as he tries to make the play, and MDK turn it back in Fnatic's face, and they're getting so much more on the map.
I mean, it wasn't just Alvaro, the ulti from Elyoya as well. The flash came in from Oscar, and it was Oscar who was sad. Like, he was the one that was grounded in place. The lightning didn't connect onto anyone, and they ultimately traded 1-for-1, but MDK got so much more. 2 towers fall in the mid lane, and MDK, we look back at this fight, and it's Fnatic looking to engage. Previously in the last fight, Jun didn't use his ultimate. This time around, he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. He throws it up, he connects onto 4, the ultimate is there, but then look at Oscar. He gets knocked up, he gets rooted in place. That was so close to being a devastating Kennen ultimate, but Super just out of range, trades back the kill, and 1-for-1 is the outcome of the fight. But the damage is so much greater in favor of MDK.
Especially when Alvaro didn't have his exhaust, if that could have been it, but now he does, and might need to use it.
I think he might be dead here. Does have the flash, can stand beside me onto Mirwin. Flash, stand beside me. The slicing mouse from Sean again! Don't worry, Oscar. All guys have been there before as Razok's caught up towards the top side. Super diving in, another bandage shot, but a red buff in the way now for Super. Mystic shot onto it. Noah brings down the lightning, but Super brings down the hammer. Razok is dead once again. The red buff secured for Fnatic. But everything Fnatic do is slammed in their face by MDK, by Super. In fact, 5-0-1 now, and he continues to open up. Humanoid has to TP away to stop Fescawi from taking the tier 2 in the bot lane. And Oscar's locked up with a Glacial Fissure, and it's all coming up roses for MDK.
Fnatic are falling apart. This was supposed to be a series where everyone was looking at Fnatic to take it, to push themselves towards the finals, towards that opportunity to right what happened from summer. But MDK have shown up massively in season finals, taking down G2, and now looking like they might topple Fnatic along with them.
MDK are just thriving in the chaos, in these skirmishes that are happening all across the map. They're ready to take them. 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v3s, whatever. It's Super and his positioning that is coming out on top. He is dominating in this game 5. He is 6-0-1. He's been involved in 7 of the team's 8 kills, and he's only going to get harder to deal with as the game continues.
What a story for MDK. From finals in winter to just desperation in spring and summer, and now about to win their second best of 5 here in season finals and be the final boss. MDK pushing up mid. Oscar no flash, does have that slicing mouse from Razok looking for the flank position. MDK can open up on the tier 3, but I'm not sure they want to. They just want the pressure, go down to bot, take that instead. A 4,000 gold lead materializing for them now.
They're leaving Noah on this top side for Fnatic to try and take the turret, but this might just lead MDK to immediately run back over towards the Dragon. There's no real pressure on them right now at top. Sure, the top tower sure will give a bounty, but you have so much pressure on the map, and now everyone on Fnatic is stuck in their base. And the second you walk out, there's just so many good engage tools on MDK thanks to this Amumu that you can't really push out. There's just so much threat.
I really, like, if we do an interview with MDK, if they're able to close this one out, I hope the first question the lot asks is, so how many scrim games did you have on Amumu? Because I reckon it's between 0 and 1. Like, and that's not to say that he's having a bad performance. That's really just to emphasize the flexibility that MDK have really played into following their boot camp. This was a team that wanted to trust in one another and then wanted to believe that when a pro said, I think this pick is good here, that they have the confidence to be able to deliver on that. They've showcased it with the Nidalee. While it has worked and hasn't worked, it's become now a comfort pick for Mirwin. And they're doing the same thing, bringing out the Amumu, a champion we have not seen Elyoya ever play on the competitive stage, and they're dominating with it. They're up to soul points. They have a 4K gold lead. Super is dominating with nearly a 3K gold lead over Noah, and MDK are set up to win game 5 and be the final boss.
You still have to be very careful though. because a good cannon ult, a good Rakatan engage, an MDK can be routed immediately. So they just have to make sure that they're not falling prey to vision in behind them, giving an opportunity for a flank from Oscarinin. And you can see they're doing just that, right? Very slowly but surely clearing out any sort of vision that could exist behind them. There is like one ward just over here, well, two I suppose, you can see just in behind MDK, but they are playing up towards this top side, so it makes it a little bit difficult for Fnatic to try and look for a play on those wards, but that's kind of the only way Fnatic come back into this.
Humanoid does have 2 items, about to stack up that Mana Mune into the Mura Mana. 2 items on Noah as well. Oscarinin will be able to slice through MDK. Not a huge amount of magic resist on their carries. Oh, none in fact, as you would expect, but super very agile on this Ezreal. Frescowy the same, can always buffer that rocket jump away. MDK going full Bob Ross, doing it by the numbers, doing it patient, doing it slow. Making sure that Fnatic don't have an avenue of approach into these fights. The True Shot Barrage takes a quarter of Oscarinin and Jun's health. They're going to start it up.
They're going to start it up for Scowy, and Elyoya are going to be the main 2. While the other 3 just zone them away.
I mean, that might be all you need.
It certainly looks like it.
Elyoya is down to half HP. Now he
Okay,
pulls off it. Yeah, I think maybe they need no tank. Elyoya has the Liandry's. They do get the TP out, though.
Okay.
Elyoya isn't that tanky yet. Jun trying to wait around the corner here. Dashes back. Oscarinin noticed. Glacial Fisher going out. Oscarinin able to just lightning rush his way
Oscar
away
does
from
have
it.
TP though,
He
so
does.
Mad don't want to start the Baron too extensively. Keep an eye on that ward though for a potential TP flank.
Oh, it's coming. TP just outside of vision range. Super dashes away from the Glacial Prison.
They don't know.
Oscar's on his way. The quickness, the Maelstrom, and Fnatic find purchase on the game. They find 2 super down. Mirwin follows.
They had to take it slow. They had to not give that moment to Fnatic, but the greed was there. They tried to go for the all-in in the jungle, and Fnatic bite back.
A single ward was all it took, and Oscar could finally find a flank. Dagda talked about it earlier, a Kennen ultimate can be the game changer, and that is exactly what it's going to be for Fnatic. Baron's secured, the goal gap is closed, they're back in this game 5.
How many times over these games have we seen moments like this? Super does so well. He dodges the prison, he dodges everything, but then Oscarinin is just ready to close in.
But it's also Jun. Just the ultimate flash in with the quickness to deny Super the opportunity to flash into a position that could be better. That's the lockup that Kennen needed to follow up, and from that position, Fnatic could find that moment. Now with Baron in tow and a minute until the Dragon, they should be able to try and play on these waves to get some of that gold back, but you look at the map state, it's a big turnaround for Fnatic, but they're not out of the woods yet. That is only the first step on a journey they need to take to shut down MDK over the course of the rest of this.
Still a gold lead for MDK, about 1,000 ahead. Still 3 items on Super. He is matched now by Humanoid, who has the Lord Doms, the Mana Mune, and the Triforce, and a 2.5, almost 3,000 gold lead over Frescowy, who's only sitting at 2 items himself. With the Baron push for the next 2 minutes, Fnatic can start to take some of the standing gold off the map. Elyoya is still looking for that flank, but with Fnatic being 5 in the mid lane, I don't think you really want to dive in with that bandage toss. He continues to wait in that bush. He won't find it yet. Fnatic back away. Pings towards the top side because Frescowy's pushing in. Elyoya looking to try and catch them in the jungle. Jun dashes forward. Of course, he can always dash back. The safest one to check these bushes is that Jun. 14 seconds on the soul for MDK. They pulled Fnatic up towards the top side. Humanoid doesn't have TP, realizes it, and starts to move his way down towards the bottom.
And that's the win. MDK got push in mid, and now they get to establish themselves in river. Makes it a little bit more difficult for Fnatic to get avenues attack, but keep your eyes on Oscarinin. There is little to no vision for MDK to spot out the cannon.
Glacial Prison, Blast Cone, slicing Maelstrom onto Super, he immediately flashes away, but Oscar flashes to follow him, and all the gold lead for MDK evaporates in an instant. Super is no longer North Elioya, and Fnatic are finally fighting back.
The blast cone angle from Oscar was fantastic. He finds his way onto Super once more. The flash is all the AD carry had, and he had to run away from his own team, but Oscar wouldn't let him get away with his life. With Jun there to follow, they find another pick. They deny the soul, and Fnatic, just like that, have reclaimed control over this game.
And there's so much gold still for them to pick up. It's even for now, but there's turrets galore. There's a potential pick onto Alvaro as Fnatic will get the mid turret. They'll be able to put pressure onto the tier 2 and bottom side. But the TP, will it even come through the terrace they stand in for just a moment?
TP will come in. You could have sacked tier 2 in the mid lane for this, but Alvaro's down immediately. So it's a tier 1 in the mid lane, a tier 2 in the bot side, maybe a tier 2 in mid as well. Baron remains for 5 seconds. You bump up these minions, you dash in. Super starts to open up, but that tower very shortly will be not long for the Rift. It falls. Rubble stands in the mid lane. Rubble surrounds MDK. Their hopes of winning this game crashing around them.
Story of this series, really. MDK have been so good at winning out on the skirmishes, playing through the side lanes, getting these advantages, but when it comes to the team fights, Fnatic have been able to find the angles. They find ways to get onto the backline, and Super, he did what he could, but Oscar committed everything to securing it. They do leave their jungler, but Razor's quite happy to tank that up, pops the locket, regroups with his team, and when they rejoin him, they add a kill to the list as well, securing Elioya and securing the Dragon.
And now it becomes a very similar story to Game 4, where MDK had the lead. They were pushing
Super.
inside, but Fnatic, when they get these moments...
But with the Glacial Prison cleanses away, use the Arcane Shift as well, but that's a Glacial Fissure and a cleanse invested by MDK to escape.
Oscar doesn't have the flash, of course. They'd used it in the previous fight, but something that Super has to be cautious of with no summoner spells available. Flank wards are super important, and you can see them sitting in the bottom of the jungle. They have insight as to where Frescowy is right now.
I mean, the problem for Super is he doesn't only have to care about Oscar's flash, he also has to care about Jun's flash. He has to care about Razork's flash, right? You can see Frescowy getting chased down towards the bottom side, uses the Buster Shot, does still have the flash, but no tower still stands here for him. The quickness coming out from Jun won't be able to get in range to catch out Frescowy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Super pushing forward with Mirwin. MDK trying to get that wave in. Razork caught out a little bit. Oscar Rinning starting to open up, but look at the Mystic Shot on him. Takes about a third of his HP. Mirwin's still trying to put the damage down. Fnatic start to collapse. They need to work their way, weave their way back towards the mid lane, because MDK have that push forward.
The setup is down for Fnatic. Razork's ultimate just about to come off cooldown. Jun no ultimate, so MDK looking for the fight. They might have separated them.
Razork able to walk away for now. Speeds up through the river. Oscar gets out just in time, doesn't have that TP. Super's flash a quarter of the way from being back off cooldown. It's so difficult for him to navigate these fights. He really needs to be behind Elioya, behind Alvaro. Alvaro's exhaust so powerful in these fights as well. He needs to be marking Oscar Rinning, because otherwise that slicing motion is going to put them in a world of hurt.
Now, Oscar is at 840 gold. He is about, if I remember correctly, he's about, I think you need 1,100 for the combined cost, which means that he's about 200, 300 off that. He needs a few more waves. They're trying to funnel those resources into him as quickly as possible. I believe he should be able to get it before the dragon spawns.
And it is a Rabadon's in this case, just in case people don't know what double needlessly large rod builds into.
And with the flash coming up very soon, I'll just quickly check his timer. Looks like 55 seconds. So, I mean, that's perfect. Fnatic are going to have everything that they need. They just need that extra bit of gold. He's still a little short.
No, he's just
oh no,
it.
there he is. Yep, he's been able to secure it. So Fnatic now poised and ready for the upcoming fight. And MDK, that exhaust is going to be so crucial.
The thing is, though, Fnatic don't have those same flank wards. They don't have that initial opportunity to get Oscar into position. So if they can try and keep this position on mid, they can control river, they can set up different flanks for Oscar because MDK haven't invested any sort of vision into protecting their own bottom side of the map. That could be Fnatic's opportunity. But if they end up in a position where it is a front to back, we've seen how difficult it is for Oscar to get through Elioya, get through Alvaro.
Ooh.
But Elioya on a flank of his own.
Lost going in.
Fnatic
realize
suspicious
something
of it,
might be
though.
happening. They're starting to collapse.
Oh, he's been spotted.
Elioya spotted by that ward. Importantly as well, we keep talking about Oscar winning, and he will be a difference maker in these fights, but Humanoid's at 4 items.
That's true.
Like, if he has any time, any uptime in these battles, he will absolutely shred through MDK. They're not that tanky. Elioya has an Abyssal Mask and a Warden's Mail. We've got a Warmogs and Alvaro, but I'll be honest, you don't really care about Alvaro in fights apart from the Unbreakable and the Exhaust. Fnatic now starting to flank around. Remember, Soul Point still for MDK. The bandage shots dodged away with the Arctic Assault. Oscar still on that flank. They don't have vision on Oscar. They don't have vision on Oscar. Frescowy's a mile away from this fight, and they don't have vision on Oscar! Oscar in! Finds the sun on the super, and he's immediately forced out of the fight. Alvaro will fall first, and Elioya will follow suit. A True Shot Barrage will manage to kill off Oscar, but the Drake goes over to Fnatic, and once again, it's Oscar winning!
Elioya falls, the smite is gone. Fnatic, they may not have been able to kill Super, but they will definitely get the Baron. Fight after fight, it is just not going MDK's way, and the game is falling further and further away.
The darkness on this map is terrifying and full of electric rats, and they are absolutely tearing through MDK in every opportunity they get. Again, it was just great control from Fnatic. They play off of midwave, deny MDK access to river. Elioya tries to set up a flank, but doesn't realize he's been flanked on himself, and Razork, great ultimate to start it off. The only reason Super doesn't die immediately is because Alvaro just barely gets that exhaust down in time, but the damage is done. Alvaro low, Elioya is out, and Frescowy's only just trying to get into this fight because he was trying to clear out midway.
But also the route that came out from Elioya to prevent that follow-up, it could have been so much worse. But credit to Oscar. Like, as you rightly said, he's just the key initiator. He's the starting piece alongside Razor. There's still so much damage coming up from Humanoid right behind him that as long as he can find those angles of attack, then Fnatic are going to continue to win out on these fights. Mewin trying to be a split push threat. He's trying to be a nuisance, but MDK are running out of resource. They're doing a good job of catching these waves, though. Bot, top, mid, all being pushed up. They're trying to find an angle onto No, isolated, but they'll disengage for now.
It's the power of Zeri. You can always just dash over towards that top side on the wall. Even though he saw the ward come down, he wasn't scared, didn't burn anything immediately. Now the push in the top lane coming out from Fnatic, they're going to gain control over this blue side jungle. MDK have Frescowy pushing bot, he's got TP. Alongside him, Elioya staying around there, actually going to take away the Gromp. It might just be a sack tier 2 here by MDK.
It looks like they're just going to try and trade us. Just look to say, hey, we're going to hard push this. Yes, you'll have Oscar in and go back into base, but if you can set up potentially with Elioya's ultimate, you can kill him and then look to try and trade off on the inhibitor turrets. But now you're a little bit late to the reset. Fnatic are already here.
Glacial Prison, Mirwin dodging away, Alvaro caught with the quickness. Fnatic, you've lost here before.
An overstep.
Take half the HP, the TP coming in behind as well as Frescowy looks to open up. Elioya's going to be spotted on vision, he joins the fray. Frescowy spotted on that ward as well. Noah gets the slow on Elioya, that's big. Stops MDK from being able to advance further, and Fnatic, I think, realized in that moment, hey, we've been here before, lads, maybe. Just maybe we shouldn't dive the tier 3 in bot.
The coordination was just a little off because while the ulti comes out from Razork, Jun couldn't quite follow up in time, which means that Alvaro could get in the way and Frescowy could create space, allowing for the potential re-engage. He did commit his TP, which they don't really get much off the back of. Oscar, though, gotta be careful.
The problem for MDK is if they go on Oscar, Fnatic immediately collapse. They spot that control ward, they back away. Mirwin's pushing out top,
Have
they still
access
have the
to
teleport.
mid-wave.
As you say, access to mid-wave, and they can shepherd it towards that inhibitor tower. MDK need to get back sharpish, otherwise they are losing their inhibitor. They were trying to find a pick, and Vedi, I think that pick didn't materialize. The inhibitor tower in mid lane will fall in a matter of seconds. Frescowy still looking for that flank, a signature of his. The inhibitor short to follow after the turret. Elioya goes in with the first bandage toss. He's looking for that second, but there's minions in the way. The Glacial Prison going wide. Oscar is hanging near the back. No flash for him. Super splash. Slightly shorter cooldown. Noah dodges to the side of the spear. Frescowy waiting in this bush, still unable to find anything.
Elioya having no flash means it's kind of difficult for him to use that minion as a taxi service into the backline of Fnatic, and they know it. So happy to just stick around. They get the inhibitor, but that is the end of the Baron push, and now at a minute until Soul for MDK, a third Hextech Dragon for Fnatic. It feels like this is going to be another moment where it all comes down to positioning. This time around, though, it's MDK who are already getting some vision control down. But again, look at the bottom side of Fnatic's jungle. It is completely dark once more. Yoya now starting to move in to get some control, but just a pink ward at the moment. Maybe look for a pick as they fake a reset.
Importantly, not too many good flank wards for Oscarinin. There's one in the mid lane, but if you're playing around the Drake, the mid lane one doesn't matter as much. It takes a long time to get there to join the team. Both the teams are going to butt heads around this mid
They're
wave.
pinging it.
A couple of pings come out, as you say. TP going towards the bottom side, out of vision for now. Razork dashing in with the Arctic Assault. It's Humanoid who comes in to join the battle. And still,
that's the base.
Mid-wave push for Fnatic. MDK going to start to back away. Oscarinin can try and keep them around. Frescowi trying to do enough to keep Super around. He's going to interrupt two. Super and Frescowi unable to get back.
He can
Oscar has the TP in. Onto the Super minion would be the target. Can't keep it alive yet. The quickness coming out. Fnatic have walked in the front door. And MDK, they left it unlocked. Fnatic take the series. And MDK get nothing. As Fnatic just walk through the base.
What a finish! MDK caught with their pants down. They were interrupted by Oscarinin. It was not a final fight. It was not an epic moment. Fnatic saw the path in front of them and they sprinted towards the finish line.
Path of least resistance. MDK were so in their head about finding the flank, finding the vision, getting that jump onto Fnatic that they just didn't think. They have super minions in the mid lane and we can't clear it out. Fnatic just walk straight down and kill everything.
And great shot calling for Fnatic in that moment. Because like, as much as MDK left it like an open base, you have to make the decision in that moment. You can vote for one of those Fnatic players in your key player of the game, and LEC on X. It's Oscarinin, Humanoid, and Noah as your options.
I mean, what a fantastic series, back and forth. We got to see the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. What a way for it to end.
Sometimes you just got the key, man. You just walk through the door, you open it up.
Well, they didn't need the key.
It's just open.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what a close series. What a great series. It will be MDK that goes to face G2 for a rematch on Saturday. And Fnatic will be waiting in the finals. Great comeback, massive shout out to Oscar. His Kennen was instrumental in turning this game around.
Oh, it definitely was. Like, huge shout out to Fnatic for everything they did up until that moment. The end is just funny.
I mean, it is.
It's just one of those moments where you make that mistake once as a team and you never make that mistake again. It just, unfortunately for MDK, today was the day they made that mistake.
Yeah. Wow. I mean...
I hope you had as much fun as we did. Because we had a lot, like that series, it had really good clean games from both teams. It had incredible like close games. It had a couple of big throws, which is always a bit of fun. And I think like overall, really enjoyed it.
But I do think it showcased what MDK have learned in their boot camp. Like they actually did show up well against Fnatic. There was clearly a lot of improvement on how they wanted to approach objective setups and that. It's just at the end of the day, Fnatic just came out on top.
Our top three is competitive.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, and now we're going to get the rematch of G2 versus MDK, which MDK did get the better of them last time. I'm excited to see how things pan out.
You can do it.
Let's go.
That's why I pointed
Let's
for
go
you.
here from the Kennen master himself, Oscar, and the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
We can talk about this now if you want. Thank you so much, Oscar, for joining me after this banger and a half, if I may say, against MDK today. What are your impressions of the series? How do you feel right now?
I mean, I think they were a bit too chaotic, in my opinion. I think we fell a bit in their game. I think we didn't play as low as controlled as we should have, because I think MDK likes to fight and likes to create chaos, and I think that's where they play the best. And I think we got a bit into their game, but yeah I think we still outplayed them in their game, I guess. So
I mean, practice in chaos is still good practice, I guess, for you guys, especially heading in finals. I want to talk about that last draft because you were hovering Kennen and Rumble. Why did you pick Kennen instead of Rumble? Because it feels like you could have had easier setups against their composition with Rumble, for instance. And I was wondering how much of flanks you could find with Kennen coupled with Rakan. So what was your decision making here?
I mean, I think with Rumble, I probably would have had a way better laning phase against Nidalee because, I mean, Kennen is pretty hard, I would say, against Nidalee. But I think this game, Kennen felt way better. I don't think I had a lot of setup with the Rumble, and we needed AP, so I wanted to pick one of these two champions. And
yeah, I just said, okay, I will survive the lane and I will just flank after and create a good fight, I guess.
And it was about creating these opportunities specifically, which was not easy to do, I feel. We're going to take a look at one replay here, one that went well for you. You can be reassured. It was actually a really, really nice play for Fnatic, but it looked like it was really complicated to find this flank that we just talked about, Oscar. So talk me through communication and how did you manage to actually, well, fight that Drake the way you just did now?
Yeah, I mean, we were on mid and we saw them going bot side and we knew that they were gonna go to bot side for the break. And we spotted the Amumu, we tried to get control, and when Amumu left the bushes, I just swept and went for a super flank just when they left the bush. And yeah, I found the Ezreal. They didn't know because they were 1 second before in the bush. They didn't expect it, and yeah.
It was a great play from you guys. And you kept the ball running after that to win the series in the end. Take on Nidalee. I've asked the coaching staff from MDK what was their take on the pick. Why did they feel so comfortable picking this champion? It is a Mirvin comfort pick from what they told me. But playing against this kind of champion, how do you feel? It feels like you don't know the matchups really. It's not play top lane. So I feel like it makes it hard maybe, or you can get caught off guard.
I mean, I think Nidalee is just a really, really strong champion in lane.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't probably have counters in lane. Like, I don't think something just wins really hard into Nidalee. So I just went to outscale the champion. I think later on it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think it scales, like, it doesn't do anything later on. It's not tanky, it doesn't deal that much. Like, I feel like it's not insane. So I just went to, okay, I will pick a Santel, pick Kennen, and I'll be a better champion. I'll be fine in the lane, and that's it.
That's it, that's it. And it worked in the end, I mean, as long as you can counter the laning phase. Last question for you. Of course, you made it to finals yet again. We're going to see you on stage in Munich in the last day of the LEC. What is your take on your journey, Oscar? Because you made it last year as well. You had to watch aside, actually, because, yeah, it was not the best time for you with your wrist, but talk me about making it to these finals yet again and fighting for your spot once again.
I mean, it feels good to actually be able to play finals like in front of so many people. Last time, like, it was a bit heartbreaking for me. It was not easy to just watch it from the outside. Obviously, I wanted to play. So yeah, it feels nice that I can play this time, and I think we are playing pretty well. So let's see how it goes. But I think we are gonna do pretty well.
I'm looking forward to seeing you on stage. And it looks like you're looking forward to being on stage as well. Oscar, thank you so much. Quick info, who do we have on PGL on the other side, if you guys can give me the idea? I think it's Razork. Any words for your jungler before we go?
Yeah, I think like Chorrita played pretty well today. I think pretty solid Maokai, some trees. He played Maokai, Ivern. So yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty good. Thank you so much, Oscar. See you next week in Munich.
Thank you.
Razork, over to you with shots in PGL and this pretty good performance you had.
For sure. It's been a year and it was too late, so I was afraid to ask, but what does La Cocharita mean? What does La Cocharita mean?
It means like puppy or a little puppy, and I mean, honestly, there is no meaning. This is like, I don't know, I started saying it with my friends in a group of Discord, and then it became a meme.
Here we are, and you are in the finals in Munich. Talk to me about that ending, because it came a little bit out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that they really wanted to get the position for the soul, so we were like, just run it down mid and force them to base, right? And when I saw that Oscar canceled them, I'm like, wait, we are actually ending. And yeah, it was a bit anticlimactic in my opinion, because like it was like such a banger series, and then it was a bit weird. But yeah, it was fine. I will take it.
You're happy with it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What steps did you actually have to come back into this game, Razork? There's times where that game 5, it looked a bit doomed. Like, what you take away from coming back in that one?
It was a hard one. We actually, not like we gave up or anything, but we actually knew, oh, wait, we are a bit fucked. We are not in a great spot, so we need to try to look for something. We did the mid play. It worked pretty well for us. So yeah, I guess this is what we learned from the G2 series in the finals. Never give up, and we can always win, and this game paid off.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, indeed. And you kind of doom MDK to playing G2 again, and you avoid them. Look at your coaching staff. They were probably super stressed also, but you did make it. Oh my God. Talk to me about like playing versus MDK, and then they do things that do not make sense, right? Because the Nidalee comes out, you guys beat it, even though it gets a lane advantage. Then they blind pick in Nidalee, then they still win the game. Then in the last game, there's an Amumu on your screen, which I know you know an Amumu because you probably played against it before. You probably don't want to say if you did it in scrims, but how do you make sense of this? And is it like more tilting to lose to something that you're like, this shouldn't work?
I mean, I don't think what Mad Lions is doing is bad or anything. I think they just come with a clear plan. And I mean, Mirwin probably picks the Nidalee because he wants to have a strong laning phase. And actually, I think like this champ has prio against almost every champ. Then the champ is not that great, in my opinion. Like, I'd rather have a Cassante at minute 30 than a Nidalee top, probably.
Yeah.
But I think he's doing his job. And if you actually don't have practice against Nidalee, I think as a top laner, you can get destroyed.
Yeah, do you think that kind of the magic of MDK, because now they pulled out a lot, right, versus G2 already and versus you guys, do you think it's going to be less effective to say maybe if they meet you again in Munich?
I mean, I don't think that's the whole plan that they have. I feel like, okay, Mirwin is doing this like weird picks and stuff. I feel like Mad Lions as a group, they actually understand the map pretty well and they are pretty solid in early game. So I actually feel like it's not all about, oh, if you just like understand how they want to draft and pull these pocket picks that they have, you can 3-0 them easily. But I actually feel like they're a really strong team.
I would agree with you specifically of that game 1, right, Goldberg, because we were all expecting maybe crazy picks, but they played a standard, great game, front to back, making the right decisions. And I think it's easy to go into like, oh, the Nidalee or oh, the Amumu, but that would be kind of disingenuous to what Mad Lions has shown in the season finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at first it just felt like they needed cheese to win the games, right? Sometimes against G2, we're just bringing out whatever they really felt like. And I think it's good that this team is capable of then showing, hey, we can play other champions than just the cheese. We actually know how to draft the standard blue side composition as well. But then you have that aspect where you also just can suck the enemy team into whatever chaos they bring to the Rift. And there was a lot of chaos today as well. And I think that's a big strength because if you're able to control that chaos, knowing what your picks do and the enemy doesn't, I mean, that certainly gives you an advantage.
Absolutely. Goldberg, you wanted to take a look at a special replay with
Yeah, I was going to ask if I could bring that up. So there was a game 4 that looked very much like you guys were capable of winning that game. Razog, do you mind explaining this replay to me?
Yeah, I mean, I think our Nas was ending. We just wanted to take tower or inip and get out. I think we overcommitted with front line. I think, in my opinion, we should just hit front line and we are pretty much winning. I mean, June makes a mistake here and yeah, Fresco, we had a good flank. He survived with 1 HP. Yeah, I mean, I think the third game we should also lose and they made like a lot of mistakes. I think this one was on our side. So yeah, it was back and forth.
So that brings an even more important question. I'd be hella tilted if I lost that game. How did you guys bounce back from that?
Well, I wanted to scream after I went backstage because I actually felt like there is no way we lose this game if we just like don't do anything crazy. And yeah, it was pretty annoying, but you know, in best of 5, you have to still be focused. There is another game. And even though we were really behind, I think we kept our minds like cool and we actually come back.
As a follow-up, and if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, but of course we know that around the MSI, you know, you had positions where you were really talking to the team because you feel so passionately and you are that leader, and you talk now about like, I really wanted to scream, but I didn't because we have to keep our head in the game. How do you feel you're at in that part of being kind of the captain who has to make sure that everyone stays cool in these situations where it isn't over until the last Nexus fall? I mean, you see that today, you'll see that at Worlds as well.
Well, I mean, I think today I didn't have to do much of a step up as a captain because I feel like my team were all very like calm. I feel like Noah made a really good job. Like, even though the game was really, really bad, he was like, it's okay, guys, we can win, I will carry. He was like very positive and really confident, so I'm really proud of him. And I think outside of the game, after we lost the 4th game, it was a bit like, the mood is like, oh my God, we shouldn't lose this game. But I feel like everyone was still in the right mindset. So I think we didn't have to say anything. I think just focus on the draft that we wanted to do on game 5 and move on.
Yeah, move on to the finals. You'll be waiting in the finals, you'll be playing either MDK or G2. You get another chance, and not just another chance, right? One on the biggest of stages. Like, how much are you looking forward to the fact that you get to try and do it again in front of all the Fnatic fans in what will be, we know it already, a super difficult best of 5 for the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the dream that I'm chasing for a long time. I lost 4 finals, I think, or this is gonna be my 4th final. I lost 3 finals already, 3 of them to G2. So I mean, it would be really great if we could beat them in season finals in the big stage. My parents are also coming, so it will like be extra motivation for me. So yeah, I mean, I hope next week can be a really good week for me and for Fnatic.
So what learnings do you take now from summer, which obviously you were in the same position where you were waiting in the final. You're now waiting in the final again. How's it going to go different this time around?
I mean, I think G2 and Matt are really different teams, so the preparation, it's going to be like a bit different. We know one day before who are we playing against, so it's not that easy to prepare, but I feel like we should just trust ourselves. When we play against G2, I don't know, it just feels like players are a bit more anxious and more stressed to do plays, or we just need to calm down, trust ourselves, be confident, and I think if we play good team fights and we are playing good mechanically in a good day, I think we can beat both teams. We already did. Yep. So it's just having a great day, and if we have a great day next week, then we probably take it home.
Oh, wow. It's going to be super exciting. I love the fact that the final bracket is like teams that have beaten each other in best of 5. So we know that it is possible, and it might be possible again. Our Kia player of the series, we didn't crown him yet, but it's Oscar Rinnin, who had a lot of stake in this match also, Razork, right? We've been talking about the story a lot, about him versus Mirren, and look there, the fact that he was so sad in Montpellier, having to look from the sidelines. Are you really happy that he gets another chance?
Well, I think he deserves it. I think he improved a lot. And yeah, I mean, the incident last year was probably like a big factor for him to actually step up today. I think like he really wants to prove that he's one of the best top laners, if not the best. And I think game 5, he was finding insane angles with the Kennen flanks. And I think he was the reason why we won.
Okay, I would say also the Gnar maybe, you know, even though it didn't work in the laning phase. Crucial alts. Who's going to join them in the final, you think?
Yeah, who do you think is going to join you in the final?
You.
I was going to ask you that question.
I mean, we went game 5 against both teams, so I actually don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, just whoever goes to the final, it will be a banger, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think no matter what, that lower bracket match with G2 and MDK will be a banger rematch of the series that G2 couldn't finalize themselves, where the Nidalee pick was born and apparently utilized a lot, even though they said
I don't believe anything they say, by the way.
Yeah, it's true. Like, listen to the mic check. It's hilarious, but don't trust their words.
No, because it's a comfort pick, apparently.
It's G2 in a stadium. What do you want me to say? There's 4 rookies as MDK. It'd be massive if they're able to step up in that atmosphere, but they're G2 for a reason.
Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait for next week. And I think I left my front door open, just like MDK. So we're going to have to sign off.
My God.
Thank you so much, Razork. Congratulations. Have fun looking at your opponents, and we'll see you in the finals in Munich. Thank you all here in the studio for being here the entire year. This was the very last show. You were amazing. Thank you for being here every week, and we'll see you next week in Munich. Bye-bye.
We come to this place for magic, to the Riot Games arena, to laugh, to cry, to care. Because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the lights begin to dim and we go somewhere we've never been before, not just entertained, but somehow reborn, together. Dazzling images on a huge LED screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our players feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful. Because here, they are, the LCS. We make playoffs better.
Humanoid's on his way across to bolster the attack, and Mirwin, even with an all-out, can't get out of that.
and now they're getting him muzzled on the top side. Alvaro gets him!
Oh my god!
You're fine, no midi?
Buy with me, guys.
Come back.
I'm far away. I knew it, bro. You won't expect it.
All out, Alvaro coming in, looking for the auto. He trash lines the wall, but he can still get the auto down on Oscar.
Hey, well played to Oscar, you know. He did well.
Follow.
Go.
Look on the semi.
I can follow there more. Well played, boys. Slowly.
I can stun Cassandra, okay? I stun him. Look.
Yeah, I kill him. Don't give it.
Yeah, okay, I can tip it on my second. Nice!
Hey, I'm going to throw out Solar. Oh, Oscar, hang on.
Oscar.
The grass.
Oscar. Oh my god! I think they can be a little greedier. Seismic Shove misses here, as does the Unraveled Earth, and you can't miss those humanoid.
No double you Tristana.
Nida. I can kill in 2 seconds, guys. Look at my Q.
No, I don't want.
Very good, guys.
Nice.
Oscar running with an arm into the wall. Frescowi's stunned up with the wallop. Frescowi's down! Benny Stradamus called it, it seems.
Talia no flash. Look, Talia.
Bro, we team fight like we are caught.
Dunas, no? I can kill her with warm-up.
The dash in from Jun is blocked by the Unbreakable, and Fnatic went forward, but the only place they're going is back to the fountain. Curse of the sad mummy, Noah has no flash, no cleanse, no hope. Elioya brings a tantrum, and Noah is sent back to the fountain.
Nice!
What? Let's go! What the? Nice.